Okay, good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Tuesday, September 29th, 2020, Radnor Township School District virtual regular business meeting, and I will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to report that the board met in executive session earlier this evening to discuss safety and negotiations. And with that, I will get right underway with reports. Do we have students tonight, Mr. Batchelor? Oh, we do. Welcome,
we're
Austin.
here.
Welcome, Avery. Welcome, Austin.
Hey.
Hi, everyone. And I could say that I speak on behalf of many of the Radnor students when I say we are extremely thankful for the opportunity to return to the classroom today for some students like myself. This time has been difficult for everyone in their own individual way, but coming back to school is really helping us emerge from this time and regain a sense of normalcy. I still remember sitting in Hope's Cookies with my entire Radnor girls lacrosse team when we heard the news of our initial school closure. Who knew that that was going to be the last time you would have a group of 20 girls packed into the smallest store you'll ever see for a while? And surely at the time, no one foresaw us being out of the building until September. But here we are. And the online learning system has been an adjustment, to say the least. But I want to take a moment to commend our teachers and our administrators for the time and the effort that they have put into creating our online learning platform. The use of class notebooks through OneNote has helped mimic teachers passing out papers and collecting assignments, avoiding submitting everything to Schoology like we did in the spring. Furthermore, many of my teachers have been utilizing breakout rooms to simulate small group discussion. In biology, for example, we were broken up into groups of 4, and one individual screen shared a PowerPoint that included multiple interactive activities requiring us to drag certain macromolecules into different categories. It almost felt as if we were hovering over the same paper at a lab table in the classroom. However, one of the fundamental pieces of any science class is lab time. Through the online learning platform, we have severely lacked any hands-on lab experience, and I can attest to the fact that in physics class, certain concepts resonate with students much better when you're participating in labs and collecting data. My hope is that upon returning to the classroom, we will still be able to conduct labs in a socially distant manner, or at a minimum, at least watch the teacher demonstrate it not over our small computer screens. As we move back into the building, the senior student government has been planning some socially distant activities for our class. 2 items currently on the table are a senior sunrise or a drive-in movie, or maybe both. A senior sunrise is a tradition that many schools participate in. On either the morning of the first day or the day before for many schools, seniors gather at the high school and watch the sunrise to symbolize the start of a new year. As we weren't able to have the event at the beginning of the year, we are hoping to still be able to do it sometime before it gets too cold. We would limit the number of students in every area and ensure masking and social distancing. For the drive-in movie, students would come to the high school parking lots with cars, beach chairs, blankets to all watch a movie together. This was not the start of the senior year that any of us expected, so our student government is working extremely hard to still allow our fellow classmates to have an amazing senior year. On Thursday, September 24th, the freshman class held their class elections. Usually it is a mad dash to get the freshmen elected and have them begin their LM planning. But with a different start to the year than usual, there's much less being fired at them from the get-go. It will be exciting to hear the ideas of the freshmen and how they choose to integrate their class into the Radnor community and familiarize themselves with the building, teachers, and all that Radnor has to offer. On Thursday, October 15th, the annual activities fair will be held virtually. A video will be offered to all students that is a compilation of 1 slide per activity and a brief time for each club to explain who they are. This is a great opportunity for students, especially freshmen, to get to know the building even more. Before I turn it over to Austin, I just wanted to briefly speak about sports. As many of you know, I'm a senior this year, meaning this is my 4th and final year on the girls' soccer team. Recently, we have been having mass practices twice a week. But the instruction to maintain 6 feet distancing has limited our team in what we can do. Without playing defense on one another and without scrimmaging, at times it almost feels like soccer is an individual sport. The one thing it's basically not. I hope that tonight, as you debate how Radnor wants to approach the Central League's newest statement, you will consider the fundamental role that soccer and other sports play in the lives of many students, from time management to mental health. I watch as my friends from Plymouth Whitemarsh travel to play other teams, and all I wonder is, why can't we? What makes us different? Thank you, and now I'll turn it over to Austin.
Thanks, Avery, and hey, everybody. I'd just like to start off with what an interesting past 2 weeks it has been. From getting situated with quality learning, virtual learning, to it turning so cold that we're already wearing winter attire, to the recent 4-day weekend, I'd say my peers and I are excited for the year to come. Although we cannot proceed traditionally with 100 people events and being in class with all of our friends, the spring of 2020 taught us to look at the brighter side of things. Many of my peers have enjoyed the extra time they had to complete work outside of school regarding the absence of a 40-minute bus ride home. They've also been seeing an increase in sleep with the ability to roll out of bed and into homeroom. Throughout the 2 weeks, I've also been hearing the words Zoom fatigue from students and teachers. With the increased amount of screen time, students are left restless at the end of their school day, going from 6 hours and 40 minutes of school to any amount of homework, then to a teenager's favorite pastime, more screen time. Students are fatigued by Friday night, commonly known as a chance for the Radnor Ruckus to cheer on our football team. If sports can make a comeback, then hopefully all sports teams, like Avery's, will get the chance to cheer on their teammates. Related to sports and all things Radnor, the recent mascot change has caused a lot of mixed opinions within the community. Individuals proclaim the removal of the Raider as a step towards an anti-racist world and one without any discrimination. Others agree that the removal of all Native American imagery, but wish the Raider was kept because it was a part of Radnor's history. Some disagree completely, wanting to continue with Radnor's fighting spirit. Despite people's opinions, it's good to see that Radnor residents are all about our representation. On another note, Ithan Elementary has held outdoor learning opportunities for grades K through 5 across the district. Students must wear masks at all times and are socially distanced. Teachers assist anyone needing help getting into their Zoom classes and work with them throughout the day on completing schoolwork. The students are split up by grade and are given time for lunch, snacks, and recess, my favorite part of elementary school. At the high school, with longer block periods, students are given time to join class in case of any technical issues. We're also eager to get back to physical school this week, along with the rest of the district. As for seniors only, the SAT testing day is scheduled for the 14th of October, and for juniors only, October 29th is set up as a PSAT day. So far, we've missed out on the opportunity to build friendships with our teachers, any new students, and even people we might not usually talk to because of this electronical divide. For me, I miss being able to stand in front of you and deliver Avery and I's report once a month with the ability to see everyone in person. Athletes miss the thrill of the game and patting each other on each other's backs. Musicians miss the vibrations of their voices and instruments bouncing off the walls, and we all miss school. We're excited to come back and we're ready for this year. Thank you, and hopefully we'll see each other in person next month.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Avery. Mr. Batchel, you have your report from Superintendent?
Yes, good evening. Welcome to the presidential debate. I'm your host. Oh, that's a different channel tonight. So I know that a lot of viewing options for people tonight. And I know that a lot of people are here tonight also to hear about sports. And we are going to talk about sports tonight, and that is on our agenda for later. But first and foremost, before we talk about that, I do want to share that, as Austin and Avery just shared, today was an exciting day for Radnor. We had kids in our buildings. We haven't had groups of students like that. We K-2, we had 6th graders, 9th graders, and 12th graders since March 12th. So it was exciting for everyone. It was great for the adults, for all the teachers. They were eager to see the students. I know we're happy to be there. I know it's a challenge seeing how our buildings look different, how our structures are different for movement in the hallways, the middle school and the high school, the use of the cafeteria. Many things are different, but it was good to see the kids back in our buildings today. As everybody is well aware, we have a schedule this week, and that by the end of the week, we'll have had all our students back in our building on a staggered schedule, and then be moving forward next week. So it's exciting. I want to thank again our entire community. I want to thank our teachers, I want to thank our support staff for all that they have done to make this possible, our administrative team for all of their hard work to make this possible, the school board, our parents, our students, just the incredible amount of determination, patience that everyone's had. We're going to continue to work together, take this one day at a time, and continue to move forward as a district. If you could, Chris, share my PowerPoint, my presentation. I want to share my screen and just share what we're all getting used to as it's been weekly, but hopefully it'll eventually be monthly, but a weekly or monthly update on our dashboard. So that next slide, if we could share, please. On the next slide on this presentation is just we continue to track and continue to post on our website the Delaware County numbers for positivity and incidents. And you've heard me say these are the guardrails that we're provided by the state, by the Chester County Health Department. So we have two guardrails. One was based on the state's recommendation, and the other is based on the Chester County Health Department, which gives us 4 categories instead of 3. But you can see the tracking, and thankfully it's still trending in the right direction. So we're really pleased to see that. Later tonight, when we talk about sports, we're going to talk about how these guardrails apply to sports and activities and athletics as well. So we'll be discussing that later tonight. If you haven't been to our website, and this is really to our community, I know so many on our staff and our board, but if you haven't been to our website, there is a great deal of information that is there, everything related to our plans to reopen and COVID and how we're responding. And the next slide is just an update of some items I want to share with you that has been added to our website. Questions and trying to explain more clearly what happens if a student or staff member begins to experience COVID-19 symptoms in school. How will we communicate that? Again, all of this information, and I know it's hard for parents, you're overloaded right now on information, but there are resources that are there where we're trying to share and let you know. You don't have to, parents, read all this. I'm not requiring you to read all this, but I want you to know that all of our plans, all of the ways that we're reacting to this, and all of our processes and protocols are all on the website as a resource as we move forward. We continue to adjust and evolve. We're going to continue to adjust and evolve and add material or change material as we move forward each day and as we learn more. Next slide I wanted to just mention is that our self-screening checklist, beginning coming next week, we will be having a self-screening checklist, and we will be sharing that using an app. So we're excited about that process to just try to, again, help streamline that. I had my temperature taken several times today at every building I went to where they were doing random checks. My temperature was taken. I even stopped in at the, which I'll just talk about later, the football practice tonight. And the coaches took my temperature as I came in because nobody was allowed in until their temperatures were taken. So it is nice to see this strict adherence to our protocols and so many people in our community following it. This web-based screening, we think that for all staff members and students, it's just another way that hopefully will streamline and also just be a constant reminder that we can't let our guard down. Constant reminder of what we need to do in order to keep school open, is our goal moving forward. So we're excited for that. You'll hear more information, parents, next week. The next slide I'm not going to play for you, but there's many videos. There's how to ride the school bus. We shared that, I think, at a board meeting. We have a what to expect when entering our school, phase 2 reopening that we put out. Now, obviously, those students who were back already, you don't necessarily, this has been out already, this video for students has been shared. Don't need to be looking at it, but this is some of the information. If parents want to get a glimpse and they can see how our schools are different from the signage and some of the things that we're doing at each of the different levels, that's a video that if you're tired of reading things, it's a video that you can watch. And again, want to thank everyone who's been involved in putting these together. It's really great. Just another resource for our community as we move forward. The next slide is just changing gears. I want to share some just action steps. And, when we did have a vote to retire the Raider and the Raider mascot, we talked about that the administration would come forward in September or October with our plans moving forward. So I'm here to share with you that in October, we will come forward with a little more detailed plan of how we will go about this throughout this school year. This isn't the change that all of a sudden, you know, the time it will take to develop and select our new mascot, to have our, you know, our students and our alumni involved in that discussion. We will set out in March, we will share what that action plan will look like, what months we will move forward with what steps, whether it's November, December, January, February, March, as we move forward in a process to select a new mascot. We have notified, you know, teams and booster clubs that, you know, if you're making purchases now that we've made that decision, you know, to not, you know, make any new purchases right now with the Raider name or the imagery since our last vote. So some of those steps have been taken, and then we will share, as I said, in October, what will be this opportunity for us to rebrand, a Radnor rebranding as we move forward. And we do recognize, you know, as Avery and Austin shared, and this has been a controversial subject, not only throughout the summer, but you know, has continued. And that, you know, as we've emphasized in the summer, and we continue to emphasize, that we as a community need to be able to come together. We can obviously disagree, but we have to be able to do that without being disagreeable. And we will continue to move forward and share with the community in October how we're moving forward on this topic in future months. So that'll be next month in October. We'll share that plan. And then the next slide, I want to thank an anonymous donor for a monetary donation for food services. Very much appreciated. Since March, we've had so many community members who have come forward to give, to help support, as we've, as a district, have continued to feed, you know, families throughout our community since March, and we're continuing to do that as well. That so many members of our community who have stepped forward, that have been just so caring and offered and asked, how can we help? What can we donate? And here's just another example of that. So I want to thank that anonymous donor for the recent donation. And that is all for the superintendent remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Batchelor. And right now we're going to get underway in public comment. It's a little bit different right now because public comment is submitted via email to boardcomments@rtsd.org. And we do ask that if you do write in, that you give your name, your street address, and topic to be addressed. And the individual comment should be limited to not more than 4 minutes as per board policy 006. If you're unable to submit your comments by email, you may send them to Mr. Michael Petiti, Radnor Township School District, 135 South Wayne Avenue, Wayne, PA 19087. And we will get underway. Mr. Dukevich, I believe you will be reading public comment for us tonight.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Stern, and good evening, everybody. I have the great fortune of
Just want to jump in, just say thank you for jumping in. I know it's what you're explaining, but want to congratulate Mr. Petiti. Baby Marley Petiti was born yesterday. So want to, I don't know, the board, it's hot off the presses. So, you know, Michael wanted to join us tonight, but I said, really, that's not a good move with your wife, that the baby was born yesterday. You shouldn't be joining the meeting tonight. So, but congratulate Michael and his wife on the birth of Marley. Mom and baby and all are well. And I want to thank Sean for stepping in tonight to help with public comment while Michael is helping with the family.
Congratulations, Michael.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. I actually offered to watch the baby so Michael could read the comments, but he politely declined. All right, I do have 18 comments to begin with the first topic. And the first comment is from Stan Lindgren, 27 Northwoods Road, Radnor, PA. The board should also allow full resumption of competitive athletics in accordance with the Central Athletic League's plan for return to fall sports adopted on September 21st. The coaches and staff have done a tremendous job in developing and adhering to health and safety protocols. The gym should be open to basketball, volleyball, and other indoor sports. Further, the pool should be made available to RHS swimmers and also to community groups with long-standing relationships to RHS that seek to rent the facility. The pool could be accessed and egressed directly through an exterior door, completely mitigating any risk of non-RHS students exposing the high school and staff. The board has gone to great pains to advocate reliance on science in guiding their decisions. At this point, I urge the board to act in accordance with the 1408 signatories to the RTSD Family Support Hybrid Learning Change.org petition, and the 82% of experts that believe Radnor School should be open to in-person instruction. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment, Mark McKeon, RHS student. My name is Mark McKeon, and I am a senior football captain for the 2020 Radnor Raiders football team. The power is in your hands now. I want you as a school board to completely and fully grasp how important this is to not only me, not only to my football teammates and coaches, but to every student athlete participating in a fall sport this year, especially seniors. This is what we want. This is what we need. Let us play. Comment from Cooper Roy, RHS student. We should have fall sports because some teams in Central League are playing and some teams are not playing, because playing fall sports is good to interact with your friends. Comment from Anne-Marie Goldstein, 205 Pine Tree Road, Radnor, PA. To the RTSD School Board, my name is Anne-Marie Goldstein. I have been the RHS volleyball head coach for 8 years. On behalf of the 50+ students that are part of our growing program, I am asking you to work together to find a way that will allow these kids to participate in the sport they love. Please allow us to play indoor volleyball under the safety guidelines that you set forth. We are all committed to adapt and find creative solutions in order to safely play indoor volleyball. I have seen the difference the sport can make in these students' lives. I hear the numerous sincere thank yous every time we are together. I trust they will respect and follow the guidelines while making this a great experience. These kids need a healthy and fun outlet to the stressful reality in which we are living. Please find a way to let them play indoor volleyball. Josiah Ballard, RHS student. Good afternoon, my name is Josiah Ballard. I am a student athlete at Radnor High School. I feel as we need football and the other sports as well. I can't imagine how it would feel if we got canceled, especially for our senior year here. It is our last chance to play the game they love. I also would be disappointed because I don't know what I'll do without sports. Football is the reason I wake up every day to go to school every morning. It completes me, and I'll be hurting if it gets taken away. Comment from Christy Brown, 407 St. David's Road, Wayne, PA. Please vote yes to allow all fall sports to begin playing ASAP. All of the points listed in the letter from the Radnor Gridiron Booster Club that I have attached to this email support logical reasons to move forward with all sports. Please vote yes. The Radnor Gridiron Booster Club asks that you vote for the return of all fall sports, including football. Here are some supporting points to consider. The Central League has voted to resume sports, limiting to interleague play only. Each school board must decide on its own on whether to participate. 10 of the 12 schools in the Central League follow the recommendations of the Chester County CDC. 9 of those 10 have voted overwhelmingly to play football this fall. Examples: Haverford voted 9-0 in favor, Strathaven 8-1, Springfield 8-1, etc. Radnor is the last to vote. Lower Marion and Harridan follow Montgomery County and CHOP guidelines and thus have approved fall sports with the exception of football and volleyball at this time. Over 98% of PA and South Jersey is playing or will play football this fall. Nationally, college conferences are reversing course to start football this fall. The Pac-12, Big Ten, Mid-American conferences, just to name a few. With the Central League playing football this fall, and with the rest of the tri-state area as well, a spring season for Radnor football is not an option, as there will not be any opponents to play. There are juniors and seniors on Radnor's football team that have aspirations of playing football in college. They need this season in order to get recruited. Radnor football has safely gathered as a team for voluntary practices for 13 straight weeks without any incidents of COVID-19. The Central League has a schedule prepared for 10 Central League teams to compete this year. It is important that the school board vote to play football without delay. Comment from Scott Belville, RHS student. My name is Scott Belville, and I am a rising senior at Radnor, where I am a 2-sport athlete, football and baseball. I watched my older sister and her 2020 classmates miss their spring season of sports due to the current COVID-19 situation, and they were devastated. Not only did they miss out on once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, they were robbed of critical leadership and teamwork opportunities their last semester in high school. In my opinion, high school students need sports. On the athletic field, we are able to release stress, deal with difficult situations, stay physically fit, and build lasting bonds with our teammates. I'm thankful over the last few months that you have allowed my football brothers and me to practice and get back to work on the football field. We could not be happier. It is our time, and we look forward to practicing every day, to staying healthy and safe, and to having fun. Football is special and a huge part of our development. We are forced to deal with adversity, to overcome insurmountable obstacles, to practice good teamwork and sportsmanship, and to develop as leaders. We love this game. We can and will be safe this season, practicing good distancing, wearing masks, and making sure we quarantine should we develop signs of the virus. Please allow and trust us to play the sport we love so much, as I do not want my classmates to experience what I just watched my varsity baseball teammates experience this past spring. We want to be able to go out on Friday nights and make the community proud as we compete for Radnor and for each other. I, along with a few of my classmates, want to pursue the dream of playing college football as well. We need this season in order to demonstrate to college coaches that we belong on their rosters. And perhaps most important of all, my teammates and I need football for our mental health. Football may just be a game to some people, but we pour our lives into the sport we love, and to have it taken away would be extremely detrimental to our well-being and development as young men. Most of my fellow seniors and I have played football together since we were in 4th grade, and our goal has always been to play as brothers on this Radnor varsity team. This is our final opportunity to do so, and I know we will not disappoint come this October. I speak for my entire team and hope you will take our strong feelings into consideration when making decisions for this season. Comment from Bill Gallagher, president of the Radnor Gridiron Booster Club 3, 41 Yorkshire Road, Bryn Mawr, PA. Please see the attached letter from on behalf of the entire Booster Club and senior football team captains Scott Belville, Mark Bekian, Reese Evans, and Duncan McDermott, and families. This is the same passage I read just previously. I could read it again, but it's the exact points made by the Radnor Gridiron Booster Club. Should I proceed in reading it, or should I move on to the next comment?
It's from the different commenters, so you can read it again. It's,
Yep.
Yeah. We're just, Mr. Christofko will time it, as long as it doesn't exceed the 4 minutes.
No worries. The Central League has voted to resume sports, limited to interleague play only. Each school board must decide on its own on whether to participate. 10 of the 12 schools in the Central League follow the recommendations of the CCHD. 9 of those 10 have voted overwhelmingly to play football this fall. Examples: Haverford voted 9-0 in favor, Strathaven 8-1, Springfield 8-1, etc. Radnor is the last to vote. With the Central League playing football this fall, and with the rest of the tri-state area as well, a spring season for Radnor football is not an option, as there will not be any opponents to play. The Central League has a schedule prepared for Central League football teams to compete this year, which includes Radnor. It is important that the school board vote to play football without delay. Lower Merion and Heritage follow different guidelines, MCHD. Radnor football has safely gathered as a team for voluntary practices for 13 straight weeks without any incidents of COVID-19. There are juniors and seniors on Radnor's football team who have aspirations of playing football in college. They need this season in order to get recruited. Over 98% of PA and South Jersey is playing or will play football this fall. Nationally, college conferences are reversing course to start football this fall. The Pac-12, Big Ten, Mid-American conferences, to name a few. Next comment is from Roberta Winters, 326 Williams Road, Rosemont, from the Curriculum Committee meeting, not read aloud at that meeting. Speaking as an individual regarding the K-5 monitoring plan and assessment that are on this afternoon's agenda, I am pleased that informal assessment will be done in the fall as teachers, parents, and students are in transition as they become more familiar with evolving instructional programs. I would also hope that during this period, professional staff will not be overwhelmed by the need to obtain and submit data on individual progress during the adjustment phase. These are unsettled times when consideration of many factors is needed. Comment by Gail Morrison, 111 Poplar Avenue, Wayne. I fully support the plan to bring kids back starting next Tuesday. We are extremely lucky in Radnor to have excellent leadership and the financial wherewithal to have these options and be so well prepared. However, make no mistake, parents were told throughout July that 5 days a week with all appropriate safeguards, including desks at least 4.5 feet apart and masks, and very minimal adult face-to-face interaction was achievable, given the number of parents and staff who could and would do all cyber. This is where we need to get to as soon as possible. That is where the global scientific consensus is. That is what is fair to and right for children and families. Even hybrid is inequitable, gravely inequitable, and it is harming teaching and learning here and across the US. I hope we take this opportunity as a teachable moment on math and science literacy, as well as the moral and ethical implications of keeping our children isolated and away from their teachers in school buildings. Next comment is Nancy Begier, 217 Orchard Way, Wayne. My name is Nancy Begier. I'm a mom of 3 current or past RHS athletes and the wife of an RHS lacrosse coach. I'm writing to you today, not something that I am comfortable doing. Although I do have strong beliefs, I'm not one to make them public. However, I'm passionate about children and children's health, and I feel that if I don't express my thoughts to the board, I would regret not attempting to help the kids that are part of our Radnor community. So I'm writing to you today, hoping to persuade you to find a way to allow our kids to return to sports in a safe manner this fall. School sports and school activities are an integral part of our children's health, and as we have determined that the metrics allow us to open school this week in a modified manner, we should also be able to work together to make sports work using these same metrics. We're all ready to implement safe practices to protect the children. Please give them a chance to show them that they can do this, and we as a community can come together and help them find outlets to help with the stress that they all feel. No one knows all the answers to the uncertainty that surrounds us, but I do know that these athletes are willing to show that they can act responsibly, and we as adults know the beliefs of sports and also of human interaction that these kids need. Thank you for your time. Next comment, Layla Demi, RHS student. Playing sports is very important to me and my teammates. We have been practicing all summer using the athletic health and safety plan. Please let us play and bring back a little bit of normal into our lives. I've been looking forward to my senior year and would be devastated if I wasn't given the opportunity to play one last season in high school with my friends. Hashtag Radnor forever. Next comment, Margaret Finley Martin, Edward Martin, Maggie Finley, Eddie Martin of 232 Barclayden Circle, Bryn Mawr. Please vote in favor of all sports to return to Radnor High School and Radnor Middle School. Next comment is Jill Demi, Radnor Cheerleading Booster President, 124 Eaton Drive, Wayne. The Radnor Cheerleading Booster Club is asking you to vote in favor of the return of all fall sports, including cheerleading and football. We ask that you contemplate these points as you consider your vote. The cheerleaders have been having voluntary live practices since July without any incident. Our coaches and captains have been ensuring that the team follows all the health and safety protocols that have been put in place. In fact, Mike Friel commented at one of the earlier board meetings that our girls and coaches are doing a great job, even when they are practicing inside. The voluntary practices have been very well attended, so our cheerleaders are ready for the fall season to resume. Our coaches have been continuing to volunteer their time and energy to give our cheerleaders and football players a safe place to gather and stay connected to their teammates and their sports. They all want nothing more than to see the athletes back in the game. We have 11 seniors that have been looking forward to their last season of cheer. A few of them also play spring sports, making a spring season less desirable, if not impossible, to participate in. We also ask that the health and safety guidelines include allowing the cheerleaders to stunt, especially since they will keep their masks on and are practicing outside. Other cheer teams are doing this safely and well. 10 of the 12 schools in the Central League follow the recommendations of the Chester County Health Department. At this time, 9 of the 10 schools voted to play football this fall. Radnor is the last to vote. With the majority of the Central League voting to play football in the fall, a spring season of Radnor football would not be feasible. There would be no one for them to play or our girls to cheer for. The Central League has a schedule prepared for 10 Central League teams to compete this year. It is important that the school board votes to play without delay so all of our fall sports teams can get on the schedule. Our football team has also been safely practicing in the voluntary practices for 13 weeks without any incidents of COVID-19. We know many of our fall, winter, and spring teams have also been having voluntary practices without incident. Radnor athletes are wearing their masks and staying safe. We are cheering for us all to be able to return to play. We understand that things may have to change to ensure the safety of all Radnor students and residents, but for now, given that over 98% of PA and South Jersey are playing or will play football this fall, we are asking you to allow Radnor Fall Sports to do the same. As parents, we will continue to insist that our athletes wear their masks, practice social distancing in and out of practice, and respect all guidelines of the health and safety protocols for athletes and students. They have proven their willingness to comply and will continue to set a good example. We have truly missed seeing our girls cheer, as well as the football team and band. For our Friday night lights at Radnor, they are truly something special. We need them back. We also ask that you eventually consider guidelines to allow parent and student spectators at our home events using strict social distancing guidelines and masks. It has been tough not to be involved with our cheerleaders and football players. By this time, we would have already fed them multiple team dinners as well as see them play. We truly miss this interaction with our players, coaches, and parents, and look forward to being safely on the sidelines with them soon. We feel that our stadium is large enough to include a safety plan for parents, fans, the ruckus, and our amazing marching band. Thank you for all of your hard work in these challenging times. So many are doing the unimaginable to get us through this, and with as much normal as we can get. We ask that you vote in favor of all fall sports to allow Radnor athletes, coaches, and parents the opportunity to honor the health and safety plan and get back to the game. Trust the process. Cheer up, Radnor. Respectfully, Board of Radnor Cheer Boosters, Jill Demme, President, Jackie Kloss, Donna Stone, Paula Ball, Jamie Cleary, Jody Schultz, and cheer parents Rebecca and Rick Emery, Jennifer and Eric Zajac, Jessica and Patrick Olin, Marta Marcelli Moyer. Next comment, Will Gallagher, RHS student. Hi, my name is Will Gallagher and I'm a junior at RHS. All I would like to say briefly is that you must vote in favor of having fall sports. It means the world to the majority of our students, especially seniors. Playing sports works wonders for students' social, mental, and physical health. This is where friends are made for most kids. Additionally, students' grades benefit as they are required to maintain a certain GPA to play eligible. Finally, 9 of the 12 Central League teams have said yes to playing. Please do not be one of the 3 to have no sports. I think that would be a bad look for Radnor. Fall sports are essential for the students. Thank you. Next comment is Esther Blair of 260 South Devon Avenue, Wayne, PA. I'm ready to urge you to allow theater activities to proceed this school year. As a longtime watcher, first-time commenter, I have heard many public comments about the importance of athletics in the lives of students. I recognize the tremendous importance that sports play. However, not all students are athletes. For some students, art is a passion. For others, it is music or robotics. For my children, their passion is theater. I have 4 children. 2 are Radnor alumni, 2 are current students. All of them find their sense of belonging, community, and purpose in the Radnor Theater Arts programs. Every year, there are students from Radnor High School who apply to attend theater and performing arts colleges and programs. My eldest son among them will graduate with an acting degree from college this spring. Traditionally, students would now be preparing a fall play, which would give them important performance preparation and reels that they could submit as they begin applying for programs. For students who are interested in technical theater, the fall play and improv provide immense learning and growth opportunities too, that inform their ability to continue their education in this field. These experiences are vital for these students. This year's seniors missed the spring improv last year. Please allow them to have a fall performance opportunity that will allow them to build and progress their skills. Less urgently, there are students in the younger grades, including my son and daughter, for whom theater is the best part of their school life. They need this outlet and opportunity to connect and explore their passions, especially at this time. I have seen many different ways to address safely performing, ranging from all virtual performances to small group, distance performances with masks to outdoor performances. I trust the excellent teachers in the Radnor School District will find a low to no risk, safe way for our children to continue to be involved in theater. Please approve the theater program to proceed this year, beginning as soon as possible with the RHS Fall Play. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Next comment is Kira Warner, RHS student. My name is Kira, and I am a sophomore and member of the RHS volleyball team. I am writing once again, this time to urge you to consider allowing indoor practices. While my teammates and I have been thrilled to be back out playing the sport we love with our peers, moving volleyball completely outside does pose a few significant challenges which disproportionately affect our program. The main challenge for most of the other fall sports may just be adapting to the mask requirement, but our teams have to play with factors many of our teammates have never encountered before. Instead of playing on a flat and solid gym floor, we are playing on grass. In a gym, we do not have to worry about sunlight or the wind interfering with our ability to track and place the ball. However, we do outdoors. We are currently bringing our outdoor net systems from home, many of which are not regulation height or are unsteady. I understand that sport protocols put in place are for the safety and well-being of us during the pandemic. Nevertheless, I think that with the right masking and sanitation measures, we should be able to play indoor volleyball safely. Next comment is Peter Vitale, RHS student. Hi, board members. I would like to start off by thanking you for making the right decision in sending us back to school. Now it is time to make the right decision and move forward with the fall sports season. The social, emotional, and physical benefits far outweigh the small risk of contracting the virus in a controlled outdoor setting. As a senior on the soccer team, this would be my last opportunity in my life to play soccer, as well as countless other seniors who will not be continuing their fall sport in college and beyond. Also, now that we are safely back in school and do not have gym, I am not getting the proper amount of physical activity to reach my full potential as a student athlete. Thank you for your time, and in the immortal words from the Bad News Bears in Breaking Training, let them play, let them play, let them play. Next comment is Caroline Bowenberger from 218 South Aberdeen Avenue. To the school board, I am disappointed to hear that the Radnor High School and district administration has denied the annual fall play from commencing this year, even though Mr. Brian Dietzler came up with this comprehensive plan as to how the play could be put on either virtually, socially distanced in person, or hybrid. As a 2018 RHS graduate who is now a working theater professional, my heart breaks for the significant population of Radnor students who participate in Radnor Actors Workshop, RAW, performances both on stage and as stage crew. Given that sports are still occurring this fall, why is the fall play not allowed to occur, even virtually? By not allowing theater to occur in any capacity, you are not only disrespecting all of the Radnor students who are involved in RAW, you are disrespecting art and theater in general for allowing sports, which is less corona-friendly than virtual or hybrid theater, to continue. This pandemic has sparked an age of innovation for theater as artists continue performing virtually and in a hybrid format. It's a shame that Radnor is choosing to ignore such innovations. Comment, Ava Bowenberger, 218 South Aberdeen Avenue. My name is Ava. I graduated class of 2020, and I did Radnor Arts Workshop productions throughout my time at Radnor. Despite having most of my senior events canceled, the fondest memory I will hold from high school will be Radnor's Actors Workshop's 2019 fall play. I'm extremely upset and angered to hear that Radnor Actors Workshop is not allowed to have a production this year, when many viable options were presented. I am especially upset to hear this decision being made while sports still are continuing, as well as other activities. Radnor has always favored athletics over the arts. Radnor should be supporting the arts, these students, the best they can, not take away one of the very few opportunities students have to perform. Students are going back to school and sports are happening, but RAW isn't allowed even a virtual production. Many sports aren't following safety guidelines as practices and aren't wearing masks, yet students are being deprived of theater arts, which does not have physical contact and can be done safely and remotely. I beg you, revisit this decision. I am disgusted that these students, my friends, are being deprived of the arts, especially during a time when all home learning puts mental health at risk. Be a school that supports all their students equally, not the ones who draw crowds in. Do better, please. Next comment is Aiden Moore of 220 Pembroke Avenue. My name is Aiden Moore. I graduated from Radnor High School last year, and I'm currently studying acting at NYU's Tisch School of the Arts. I just heard about the board's recent decision to not allow any Radnor Actor Workshop productions to occur, and frankly, I'm absolutely floored. Mr. Brian Dietzler proposed a comprehensive plan for RAW activities to be done completely virtually with no in-person contact. In other words, no one's health would be at risk. If Radnor High School can operate semi-in-person, with sports already occurring in person, there is no reason whatsoever why an online production of a play cannot be done for a couple days in November with completely virtual rehearsals spread throughout the fall. Just as some students at Radnor find fulfillment and joy in sports, others find fulfillment and joy in the arts, and in this case, theater. To allow athletes to be able to do what they love and deprive Radnor's artists of the same fulfillment when it would require simply the same Zoom setup that is used for the school's classes is simply wrong and extremely insulting. Some athletes are planning on playing sports in college and achieving admission to the athletic talents. And there's also a portion of RHS students who plan on achieving admission through their artistic talents, as well as pursuing those talents for the rest of their lives. I was one last year. It is just as devastating for them to not be able to practice their craft as it would be for a future college football athlete to not be able to practice theirs. I truly hope the board will reconsider this decision out of a commitment to all students at RHS and not just those who participate in athletics. With Mr. Dietzler's plan, nobody's health would be put at risk, nobody's lives would be in danger, and the incredibly dedicated, talented, passionate, and caring artists of Radnor High School would be given the same support and opportunities as other groups of students have been given to do when they love and what makes them tick. I personally believe every student at Radnor High School deserves to have their own unique and individual talents nurtured. Next comment is Naive Anand, RHS student. My name is Naya Anand, and I am a current junior at Radnor High School. I believe that Radnor Actors Workshop should be allowed to run this year. The district has already successfully run sports practices and has even reopened the school for hybrid learning. RAW could bring students together with a similar safe and precautioned model. Participating in the fall play is one of the highlights of my year, and it would be sad to see the program go in one of the final years of participating in it. Next comment, this is Zorana Whitmer of 229 Sinclair Drive, Wayne, PA. I'm writing to you because I believe the theater should be allowed to continue during the pandemic, and here are a few reasons. Theater has so many more ways to be virtual than sports. For example, the board is already pushing for outdoor football games, even though football is a lot more touch related than theater is. Also, theater is important to so many seniors who believe it is their passion, and not allowing that is taking away future opportunities. Finally, theater is just as important to any other activity, so not allowing it or trying as hard as you can to return it to the student populace would be biased and unfair to the entire school. Thank you for your understanding and consideration, and I hope to hear good news tonight. Next comment is Barbie and Michael Roche, 384 Morris Road. I'm aware that Brian Dietzler put forth a plan for the play, stage crew, and Who's Line that can take place virtually, in hybrid or in full. Why would that possibly be denied? There are a host of virtual performances that have happened and continue to happen at theaters, schools, and universities since the quarantine began. Many of these have been fully virtual and quite successful. Theatrical endeavors have brought people together to share and express communally and artistically. It can be and has been done safely throughout the pandemic. I understand that Brian set forth a plan for Radnor students. These are important and wonderful opportunities for creativity and connection. Experiences for the kids to connect and create in a way that is everything to them and many of our children. In much the same way, those pushing for sports find their children would be lost without such experiences. This is not only similar, but absolutely achievable, even without the need to be in large groups. While there is a very big push for sports to return and other large group activities that cannot happen virtually, one would assume things like theater, which is necessary and achievable, even virtually, would be a no-brainer. And yet it is denied. Why? What is the rationale for denying opportunities for the students to be creative and work together when it can be done in a variety of formats? The work Brian does with the kids extends far beyond an activity. Brian gives them community and creativity. Please reconsider denying this to our children. The arts and Brian's work for the kids matter a great deal. That concludes the comments to begin the meeting, and I apologize for any mispronunciations on my part.
Oh, no, you were fine. You were fine, Mr. Dukevich. Great job. Thank you. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Batchelor. I don't know if you want to address some misinformation now or wait till we get to an action item. How do you want to, what do you want to do?
Right now, just because there's just a couple of items I just wanted to mention.
Sure.
First off, the information on the fall play and the actors workshop, I'm not really sure what that's pertaining to. The board has not, said no to that. The administration, to my knowledge, has not said no to that. We are in a situation, which we have been sharing publicly, that we have not authorized any supplementals, sports, activities, athletics. So no supplementals have moved forward. We have been in a status of voluntary practices. So coaches that are holding practices are doing so where we have not authorized those supplementals or those payment. The same would go forward for other activities and programs moving forward. It has been the willingness of those individuals to move forward with voluntary, activities and athletics. So there has been no to it. And actually, matter of fact, it is one of the discussions tonight is to talk about the health and safety plan for athletics and activities. So, I'm not sure where that all the public comment is on from where, why there was a no. I don't believe there was a no from a quick text I just had with the principal, because hearing this now from Mrs. Kevgis, I don't believe there has been a no to that. So we'll get to the bottom of that and circle back with the school board and the community, but just to let our community know that, we've had every athletic and activity in a holding pattern while we have been virtually online, and no supplementals. And that's the only thing I can think of is the connection. And there's no supplementals, which is the payment. A supplemental is what a coach receives. It's what an activity sponsor receives. We have not approved any of those moving forward so far. It has been voluntary practices that people have been running or activities have been meeting under. And the other thing I will clear up, and I do want to talk about when we talk about sports, is the Chester County Health Department guidance. There was several comments about Chester County Health Department has actually granted sports to move forward, and that's not exactly accurate. That the Chester County Health Department has actually, in their guidance, emphasized what the governor put forward, and what the governor put forward was that no athletic competition should happen until January 1st. The guidance also acknowledges that PIAA, did move forward with the season, and the guidance does acknowledge that it is up to individual school districts to decide. What we will talk about in the sports presentation in just a moment is that what did change within that guidance is that the health department had at one time had a statement in there that they personally were saying, the health department was saying no sports competitions until January 1. They removed that and left only the governor and the Department of Health and Department of Ed's recommendation is what is in the guidance now. Change within that guidance.
Our students, especially seniors.
I'm hearing feedback. Somebody's watching us and as their speaker on. I don't think it's me. All right, but yeah, so now we're moving forward. So I'm sorry, Mrs. Stern.
Yep. No, that's great. And I would just say, any misunderstandings or miscommunications this fall, I blame COVID. This is just yet another example of what a challenging start, because we normally do approve our, for the board members who just joined us this year, we actually normally do approve all of our supplementals in August, because normally we're moving forward in the fall with all sorts of activities. And so this is yet another example of things that are a little different. And, we hope everybody bears with us as we make our way forward tonight with some board action items. All righty, so we're going to get underway with our board committee reports. And let's see, I think the first one up is curriculum committee report. Ms. Solomon.
I have to unmute myself. Give me a minute. There we go. The board curriculum committee met on September 22nd. We had several items on our agenda. On your agenda tonight as action items, we reviewed an agreement with Criticare for substitute nurses and PCAs. We received a presentation by Mr. Dukovich and Dr. Kearney regarding remote assessment plans for the 2021 school year. We were informed about a pilot plan for online language arts assessment that would basically, in lieu of the FMP assessment, and I'm going to jumble this, but it's called Literably. We were informed about a proposal for K-5 progress reports for the trimester system for this school year. And Mr. Bechtold presented to us the 2021 student handbooks and included all the relevant changes to the handbooks, which are available online. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Our facilities committee report, Ms. Dunn.
Good evening. Yes, the Facilities Committee of the school board met last Tuesday, September 22nd at 6 p.m. We had a busy meeting, but we finished early. The first thing I want to share is some really good news, which doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel like we get enough of it lately, but I'm not sure all the board members heard this, and I want you to be aware that the Shade Tree Commission and the Wayne Business Association got together and decided that there are a number of empty tree planters at the middle school and our grounds there, and that they would like to fill those with trees for us. So our facilities team is getting those ready for trees that are being donated. And I want to take time to really thank the Wayne Business Association and the Shade Tree Commission for thinking of us at a time when, that doesn't have to be their first priority. But the fact that they came to the district and gave us trees for our property was really kind of them. So kudos to them. The pieces of business that I wanted you to be aware of, and you'll see them in the consent agenda tonight, they're items 11.1 and 11.2. The first is a contract with the township to escrow funds. Basically, the township, as part of our infrastructure committee work, or the infrastructure project work at the high school, the township is going to have to review our land use permits, and sometimes they use outside consultants for that. As a regular part of this process, we would have to reimburse them for those costs. As part of kind of expediting this process, we have agreed that if you approve it, we will agree. The facilities committee is recommending you approve it. A contract where we escrow the money to them. It's not costing us more than it would have if we paid it later. It's just kind of a good neighbor. They're working with us, and so we give them the money to pay the consultants in advance, so that they don't have to front us the money, essentially. Any money left in the escrow at the end would certainly revert back to us. We're only spending the same amount of money we would have spent in the regular process, but this helps us to expedite the review. The second piece is you're being asked to authorize us to add an alternative to our bidding documents when we go out to bid. The steering committee advised the facilities committee that we feel that it would be beneficial to put an additional special exhaust system in the natatorium. We know in the past there have been issues with air quality in there. We are redoing some of the systems, but this would be an additional piece. I'm happy to explain it in more detail if people need it, but essentially it's an exhaust system that would sit at ground level under the toe, essentially under the toe cap of the bench along the windows, and would draft air. There'd be a fan on the roof that will pull air under that toe cap up through some columns essentially that are there and out the roof to improve the air quality in that space. We are not asking the board to alter the amount of the budget at this time. That may come up in February. I'm not going to deny that, but right now they think it'll cost about $150,000 to $200,000. We believe that amount is probably covered by the contingency, but because it's out of scope of the architect's project, it's not appropriate for us to just say we'll cover it with the contingency. The contingency is there to cover actual scope. So we'd like to bid it out as an alternative, and then the board will have to decide in February when we get the bids back, whether it's something we'd like to do. Sorry, that's a lot more detail than I usually give, but I just wanted people to be aware. And our next meeting is scheduled to be on Tuesday, October 20th at 6:30 p.m.
Great, thank you, Ms. Dunn. The Finance Committee met on Tuesday, September 15th. We met virtually. On our consent agenda tonight, you have approval of a variety of our financial reports, as well as approval of disposals and donations. We also approved the 2021-2022 budget calendar, which is a process that will begin, I guess, later in this fall, if we can believe it already. A piece of information that was not available to us at the Finance Committee meeting, but is available to us now, and it's on the updated budget calendar, is that the Act 1 index for 2021-2022 has been set by PDE, and it is 3%. For next year. So, we'll be looking at all of that as we move into the budget cycle. We also have on the consent agenda and some action items tonight, Pennsylvania School Board Association elections and the Pennsylvania School Board insurance. I think it's the insurance trust is on the agenda. And our next meeting will be Tuesday, October 13th at 6 p.m. And let's see, with that, I will hear an update on the Policy Committee. Ms. Goldman?
Yes, good evening, everybody. The Policy Committee met on Tuesday, September 15th. It was nice to see our committee again since we hadn't been together since June 2nd. During administrative remarks, we were informed that the administration has updated the following administrative regulations: the one for Policy 610 procurement, the one for Policy 247 anti-hazing, and the one for Policy 249 bullying. These do not need board approval, but we are always notified when administration does need to make tweaks to the administrative regulations that go along with the policies. Just so you know, the administrative regulation for Policy 610 was updated to have the federal thresholds be more generic so that they don't have to be updated every year when those federal thresholds change. And the ARs for 247 and 249, which are anti-hazing and bullying, had to be updated due to recent changes to Title IX. And speaking of changes to Title IX, that is what is on the agenda for tonight. Agenda item 12.1 are two policies up for a first read. The first one is Policy 103, which was previously called Non-Discrimination in School and Classroom Practices. As part of our proposed revisions to it, we have a new name for that policy, which is called equal opportunity and non-discrimination affecting students. And the other item up for a first read is policy 248. Its name currently is anti-harassment, but in the spirit of a change we made to policy 249, we are now proposing it be called simply harassment. Both of these policies were identified in connection with a review of policies and administrative regulations that required revision to comply with the new Title IX regulations that apply to school districts. The new Title IX regulations require school entities to implement a fair and predictable process for the filing, investigation, and disposition of complaints of sexual harassment. Policy 103 primarily relates to students, and at a policy meeting in the near future, policy 104, which relates to employees, will be presented with proposed revisions. An AR to accompany policy 103 will also be developed and presented prior to the policy being adopted. Prior to the Title IX regulations going into effect last month, a number of administrators at both the central office and building levels underwent required Title IX training, which was conducted by our solicitor's office. The Director of Human Resources has been designated as the district's Title IX coordinator. And this policy, again, these two policies we're asking for you to approve as a first read tonight. Just so you know, policy 248, the changes to that harassment are meant to streamline the reporting procedures for students who believe they are being harassed. Now the reporting procedures for policy 247, hazing, 248, harassment, and policy 249, bullying, are consistent with one another. Previously, there were some differences that could have resulted in unnecessary confusion, especially since many times conduct could constitute a combination of the above types of misconduct. As I said, policy 248 primarily relates to students, and at a policy committee in the near future, policies 348, 448, and 548, which relate to different classifications of employees, will be presented with proposed revisions. The third thing on our policy, on our agenda for tonight, is policy 613, cooperative purchasing. It's item 12.2. It's being presented for a second reading for repeal. This was brought before the board for its first read for repeal in June. As a reminder, cooperative purchasing is appropriately discussed in policy 610, procurement, and that's why, with that duplicative language, that's why it's being recommended for repeal. That's the report, and the policy committee will next meet on Tuesday, October 13th at 5 p.m., and we look forward to seeing you then.
Okay, now we have a report from Government Relations Communications Committee. Dr. Babson?
Okay, so we met on Tuesday, the 15th of September, and we had two main agenda items that night. We discussed a resolution to encourage mask wearing in the district in order to sustain district reopening, and that included an endorsement of the Township's Mask Up Radnor campaign. That resolution did not leave the committee. It was a 2-2 vote. We also had Michael Battiti, the administrative liaison, discuss in-depth updates and clarifications to the district website, Radnor Reader, and social media. And our next meeting is TBA.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move right into our priority discussion and action items. And up first is item 7.1, approval of the amended school level health and safety plan. And the recommended action is that the Board of School Directors approves the amended RTSD school level health and safety plan as attached, and authorizes the superintendent or designee to submit such plan to the Pennsylvania Department of Education in the form and manner prescribed by the Pennsylvania Department of Education, to the extent that the procedures outlined in the health and safety plan in its current or as amended in the future conflict with any applicable board policy or administrative regulation. The approval by the board of the health and safety plan and any amendments thereto shall also be considered approval of an exception to the policy or administrative regulation in conflict for the limited purpose of carrying out the provisions of the health and safety plan. I'm just going to read this because it's a little background. Again, remember at the July 28th meeting, we approved the Radnor Township School District Health and Safety Plan and authorized submission to the Pennsylvania Department of Education, now referred to as the school level plan. And at the August 11th, 2020 special board meeting, we provided an adjustment to that health and safety plan. So with that, I will entertain a motion and a second, and then I think there might be a little bit of information provided. Do we have a motion? A motion from Ms. Goldman and a second from Ms. Solomon. All righty, Mr. Batchelor, do you have any background or update, or Mr. Bechtold or Mr. Dukevich that you want to give us?
Yeah, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Bechtold. He'll probably share his screen and he'll share some of the changes, the summary changes. We're looking for the board to approve. This document will continue to adjust and change as we move forward. This is specific to our school level health and safety plan. The next motions on the agenda tonight will get into athletics and activities. So right now, this is just focused on our school level plan for opening school. And because this is any kind of changes we make, we will continue either through board action or board ratification in the future based on requirements from the state, bring these forward to the school board moving forward. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Bechtold, our Director of Secondary Teaching and Learning, to give a quick summary of what are some of these changes entailed.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Batchelor. All right. So this document goes through all of the changes, either the additions or the deletions. On page 1, we specify that this specific plan covers all curricular activities and any clubs and extracurriculars that can be conducted virtually, any extra or co-curricular activities, and it lists some there: marching band, color guard, theater, musical productions, etc., are covered in the RTSD athletics and activities health and safety plan. We'll talk about that later. Those specific in-person activities that can't be done conducted virtually, we have broken them out in the athletics and activities health and safety plan.
And Mr. Bechtold, and I also will give a clarification. This is why I appreciate everybody, the team I work with. I've got several techs. I had said before we did not move forward with any supplementals. That is not accurate. We have not moved forward, and you'll see on the agenda tonight, we have moved forward with some of the supplementals when it's a department chair or some of the functioning of the district as it relates to our programs, as I said, a department chair or a team leader, those positions. We have moved forward with some supplementals that are operating virtually. We have not moved forward with the athletic supplementals and other supplementals that have to do with programming that requires, activities and interactions with the kids, because that'll be discussed in that next motion that we'll be talking about, the athletics and activities health and safety plan.
All right. Additionally, in here, we've got just a clarification. We have students that come in and some students go to purchase breakfast in the morning. So we modified page 16 to allow students that would like to purchase breakfast to do so. Page 16 and 18, the next section, were combined. And so we had a student section and a staff section of 2 different pieces that said very similar things. And so we combined those sections. And then one of the things that we did in here was to extend the quarantine for returned library materials from 3 days to 7 days. This is based on new studies that have said that the way that library books are quarantined determines how long how they're stored, determines how long they should be quarantined. So that was a change that we made. We also went through and adjusted our temperature taking based off of the guidance from the Chester County Board of Health. So we're looking at temporal is 99.5 degrees and oral is 100. So we made those nuanced changes based on new guidance from Chester County. We also went through and modified some of the pages in here. We had some very specific things that we're doing. As Mr. Batchelor said previously, Chester County Board of Health and guidance from the CDC changes constantly. We've had about 6 or 7 revisions from the Chester County Health Department based off of things that we're learning about COVID. So what we've done is we've modified pages 32 and 33 as well as 34 to have us directly point to the most current guidance from Chester County Health Department. And on page 34, it says that we will also post the criteria on the website that is most current for Chester County Health Department for students and employees, so they know when they may return to school. And so that will, we are sure that that's going to continue to change. And so just allowing us to follow the most current guidance that is out there. The rest of these are just nuanced changes. We had some aspects of this that still had face shields in there. We know the board had voted to remove that. So this is just a deletion of something the board already made a decision on. And then we took out the CDC and put Chester County Health Department in there on page 47. So those are the modifications to the plan. I'm sure these will not be the last modifications to the plan as we continue to follow guidance from Chester County as we move through the school year.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if anyone on the board has any questions before we take action. Lydia, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a real technicality, so just curious. Do we want to put something in there with regard to people who are working with students with special needs and those students are not able to wear a face covering? Do we want to require staff who work with them closer than a 6-foot distance to be required to wear a mask and a face shield?
So the way that our plan is currently worded, employees are required to wear masks, but we also have provided face shields for all employees, and they were given multiple options to choose from. And employees may elect to wear a face shield in addition to their mask at any time.
Okay, but in the case where we can't maintain the 6 foot of distance and the student is not going to be wearing a mask, do we want to require the staff to have 2 levels of covering for safety?
We currently do not have that in our health and safety plan. We do have things like staff that work hand over hand with students who they're required to wear gloves. We do have things in there where the nurse, if they are checking a student in the isolation room, that they're required to wear a mask, face shield, and gloves and a gown. But we do not have that, Ms. Solomon, in there about requiring individuals to wear a mask and a shield if they're working with a specific population.
So I'm just bringing it up because I did attend a seminar for returning to work in the work environment, and that was something that did come up, how to protect special education employees, people working with kids that can't maintain social distance or wear masks. And that was one of the recommendations from the advisors that were holding that seminar. So I just wondered if we wanted to consider that. And I agree, it is a technicality, but just.
Yeah, oh, go ahead. I was just going to say, since we offer it already to all staff, and so that would be those staff, and we've had, our ESY program running this summer. We've had, special ed students in the building for the last couple of weeks. That because we offer it as an option, I don't think we would need to make that a requirement. I think if we didn't offer that, then we would want to look at it.
Lydia, are you good with your questions? Yes, okay. Are there any other questions from the board? Andrew?
Just real quick, on the second page of these changes, you've got on page 38, all employees will be required to wear masks when interacting with students, visitors, or other employees at a distance of 6 feet or less. Could we just have the word parents in there just for clarity? I mean, we're assuming visitors includes parents, but.
We could certainly make that amendment. We do have, again, so the health and safety plan does identify what a visitor is.
Okay.
And visitors are identified to be parents and guardians coming to the main office to pick up their children, but we could certainly also put parents in there.
Actually,
Yeah, or even just like a little reference, like, see visitors as defined on page whatever or something like that. minor, but
I just think if there's a definition in there, we probably don't need that. Remember, this is a guide for us. I mean, the actual document's going to be is already updated with these changes in it, right?
No, we're voting on these changes tonight.
yeah.
We're voting on these, yes, but my point is the whole document will be updated. It's not as if you'll read the document and then there'll be this separate.
No, I'm just saying for the purpose of ease of reference, you could just say visitors as defined on page whatever or in section whatever.
I think that's what we call non-substantial change. So we could certainly add that language in there as we do it. And yes, what the
Appreciate that.
board is approving tonight is the board is approving this document that will be inserted. These are all the changes that will be made to the existing health and safety plan that we've already approved. Mr. Bechtold, you okay? You can make a note to, and I think that's non-substantial, the reference to that with the visitors that include parents or reference it back.
We could certainly do that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions? I actually have one myself. Came up. It actually came up as a question from some. There might have been a communication sent out either sometime this weekend or today or something with some guidelines around mask breaks. And I believe the term mandatory mask breaks might have been used. And so I'm just trying to get some clarity for, are mandatory mask breaks only, I don't even know why it would be a mandatory mask break. But if there's going to be a mask break, is it inside, is it outside, or the kids have to be 6 feet apart? I glanced through the health and safety plan. I couldn't find specific information about how we're doing mask breaks.
So I can speak to mask breaks at the secondary level. At the middle school and high school, the mask breaks would, teachers would take their classes outside for mask breaks. So all the students would be required to go along, so they're not left in the room unattended. And students would socially distance outside and take off their masks, either in a courtyard or in a safe area under the supervision of their teacher. Students are not going to be required to take off their mask if they do not wish to, but they will be required to go with the group as the group goes for their mask break.
Okay, so that's where the mandatory part is, that we're not going to give students the option to stay in the building unattended while the rest of the class and the teacher go outside for a mask break.
That is correct.
I think, okay, that's where the confusion must have come. All right, thank you. The question did specifically come from a secondary parent, so I think your question probably answered it sufficiently. And, just curious, are we handling them largely the same way at the elementary level? The kids will go outside, or they go outside for recess anyway, right?
So in the half-day program, we don't have a scheduled recess. We have, allowed teachers to have autonomy to take students outside for instruction, as long as, again, they're, following mask protocols and distancing outside. There is an optional 10-minute mask break in the classroom, 6 feet apart, for a snack component in the elementary setting. But again, students don't have to have a snack. They don't have to unmask, but that is part of the plan currently.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. All righty. So if we don't have any more questions with the motion and a second, I have to pull up I'm sorry, do all this stuff. I will call the vote unless there's anyone who has any further questions on this. So all those are in favor of approving the amended school level health and safety plan? And the motion, and all those opposed? Okay, so the motion passes 9-0. Great, thank you, everyone. And let's get right underway into priority action item 7.2. This is approval of the amended health and safety plan for athletics and activities for low and moderate risk sports, and provide the administration authority to implement and oversee athletics and activities for low and moderate risk sports and activities. And I do know that we have a presentation, but let's just start with the recommended action is that the Board of School Directors approves the attached changes to the RTSD Health and Safety Plan for athletics and activities for low and moderate risk sports and activities, and provides the administration authority to implement and oversee athletics and activities for low and moderate risk sports and activities. And trying to get my screen large so I can see everybody. Great. Do I have a motion and a second for this? Motion from Jeff Jubileer. Do I have a second from Amy Goldman? All righty, Mr. Batchelor, there's a presentation.
Yes, I'll ask, I think
Great.
Mr. Bechtold's going to adjust the slides for us, and I would like to introduce Mrs. Kevgis, our high school principal, and Mr. Friel, our athletic director, who will be joining myself and Mr. Bechtold in this presentation. So I'll turn it over to Mrs. Kevgis.
Oh, Ms. Kevkis, I think you're muted.
I always do that, Mrs. Stern. It's been a long day. Thank you. So good evening, everyone. Let me begin again. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you tonight. Before I share the agenda for tonight's presentation, I want to begin by saying thank you to the school board, to Mr. Batchelor, and to Mr. Bechtold. Today, we welcomed our freshmen and our seniors back to RHS, and on Friday, we'll welcome back our juniors and our sophomores. The building came alive today in a way that we have not felt or seen in 6 months. Our students and our teachers were so happy to be reunited, and seeing our students smile today meant the world to all of us. I think we missed them more than we even realized we did. Let me also say thank you to our student athletes. COVID-19 has caused us to imagine so many things in new and creative ways, sometimes in ways that present real challenges. Over the past few months, no matter what we have thrown our students' way and asked our students athletes to do, they have done it well, and they have done it Radnor proud. They are diligent about respecting and following the protocols outlined in the health and safety plan. And I am so proud of all of them, and I know Mr. Friel is as well, and hope you will allow them to begin their competitive seasons. Academics always have to come before sports, we know that, but we must be mindful of the whole student, their passions, their outlets, and how sports and other extracurricular events support them in a way that they may not learn in the classroom. Mr. Bechtold, next slide, please. Our agenda this evening will discuss the following items: the status of voluntary practices, our current guidance and how has it changed, the level of risk for each sport and how do we define a low-risk sport versus a moderate or high-risk sport, using information that we have from CHOP and from the PIAA, the Central Athletic League's plan for return to play, and finally, our administrative recommendation for Radnor High School athletics. At this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our athletic director, Mike Friel. Mr. Friel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, PT. I'd also like to take a moment to thank everyone for all their hard work. Ken, Dan, PT, you guys are fantastic to work with. Certainly no one that tackles a project like Mr. Bechtold does. And again, I would just say that we were blessed to be able to start our voluntary workouts in July, and they've just gone extremely well. So just by starting out a little bit of an update on the voluntary practices, we've hosted over 200 voluntary practices without incident since we were given the go ahead. And there have been days out on the campus that it feels like we're kind of back to normal when we have teams out there and to see our high school kids. We've been scheduling those practices the way we always do. They book them through the athletic office. We have really done a good job of making sure we know who's on campus, making sure security knows, and and also keeping other people away while our students are out there. As you know, when a student attends a practice, the first thing they had to do was submit the preseason voluntary workout parent and student consent form. That was very helpful that we had all of the students' information that were on our campus. We have our COVID questionnaire that we ask before everything. Mr. Batchelor said he even got his temperature taken. That has been going great. I'll reiterate that I spoke to Dr. Stash, and he said, without fail, you must make sure you take everyone's temperature. Dr. Stash is our team doctor. And then all the documentation is returned to my office daily.
the pile's getting pretty big. We keep it organized. We know who's on our campus, who's coming to practice. If we get to continue, all of those measures will stay in place. Just some additional pieces here. We're wearing masks all the time. And I have to tell you, that part is going very well. Just a brief girls soccer coach asked his players, what do you think? It's still voluntary. We now have to wear masks. And they said, let's give it a try. Let's do it. And their numbers are through the roof at the moment. Masks have not been an issue at all. The 6 feet of distance is being adhered to. That's something you hear from our coaches, reminding our teenagers to stay 6 feet apart. You hear our captains at practices. And that, basically, we've just designed our practice to be that way. We're not using locker rooms. We don't intend to use locker rooms going forward. That is something that the whole Central League agrees that it's just not something that we need to get into right now. Each athlete provides their own water, and we have the sanitation available for everyone. Again, if we're able to move forward, Duncan Smith and I met today about different ways that we can really spread out sanitation on all of our fields, and we would be ready to move on that pretty quickly.
So what guidance do we have? And we can make sure that we post tomorrow publicly all of this guidance. I'm not sure if we have it all. I didn't have a chance to check. I've shared this with board members over the weekend, but there's a lot of guidance we are looking at. Just like in order to open school, and we've had this discussion several times about, well, what guided us to open school? And as much as, parent input is important and we listen to all that, what guided us in opening school was not only the Chester County Health Department, but it was also the guidance from the state, the guidance with the metrics, and how community spread and the status of community spread within our community that gave us the window of opportunity to move quickly. And having our teachers all in, we were able to move quickly now while we have a window of opportunity as all of the same doctors and medical community that has helped guided us and that even cautioned us in August are now seeing this window to have our kids in school. Some of that same guidance, again, we are looking at, we as a district need to have an anchor. We need to have something that is going to guide us as we make our decisions. So we are looking at not only the CDC recommendations, the health department recommendations, the CHOP policy lab we're looking at. They have given us a great wealth of information about how to make decisions, how to look at decisions to be sound and to make sure that we are mitigating the spread, but at the same time, still opening things up for our students and moving forward. The PIAA return to competition, the Central Athletic League guidance, and obviously our own health and safety plans, the one we just amended and the one we're discussing tonight for athletics and activities, is what is guiding us as a district. The next slide, it talks about what has changed in that guidance. So I talked about this earlier in the meeting already. Chester County Health Department, that guidance, and if you're following our board meetings, you know that the Chester County Health Department that oversees both Delaware County and Chester County as our local health department, that is critical in that partnership we have in moving forward and responding to COVID-19. Their guidance has changed and evolved. I forget how many times I have it sitting in front of me. I believe it's 6 times. I can count it up. And it's going to continue to change and evolve. It's going to change and evolve as they learn more, as we respond to what's happening with community spread. There are so many factors that lead to that guidance changing, and we expect it to continue to change. The guidance had up until September 14th, it had stated very clearly that the health department recommended that athletic competitions not begin until after January 1st. So up until September 14th, the Central League had all decided that based on that recommendation from our local health department, that we were going to look for an alternative season starting in January. And that alternative season would be for all 3 seasons. And we're going to ask the PIAA to support us in that development of alternative season. So from the end of August, I would say, really until September 14th, that is what we all thought. And our focus as a district has been on trying to get our kids back into school. And our focus was also in following the PIAA to find out what type of alternative we could have for our students, because we wanted to see our athletes have the opportunity to have a competition and have some semblance of a season after January 1. On September 14th, the new revision from the Chester County Health Department guidance removed that one statement. It emphasized and placed, and still has a statement in there, or adjusted, and I'll read to you, has a statement in there that says that the governor and the Department of Health recommends that athletic competitions don't begin until January 1st, 2021. It then also acknowledges that PIAA is moving forward with athletic competitions. And then it went on to further acknowledge that it is up to individual districts to decide how to move forward. So from September 14th to now, this has created a real scramble among the Central League for everybody in Chester County and Delaware counties on what to do and how to move forward. So that was a significant change. It wasn't a change, though, of go ahead and play sports. It was a change in the emphasis of what the department was emphasizing. The positivity incidence has stabilized in Delaware County, so that has played a role in this as well. For the same reasons and rationale and why we're able to open school, and we feel good about opening school right now because of the positivity and the incidents, that is what has guided us. It has not been the concerns from our community, though we listen to them. What has guided us is the positivity and incidents, and that those guardrails are going to continue to guide us. Those guardrails will continue to guide the discussions on whether we can stay open, whether we can move to phase 1 as well. And we've had those discussions at length with our community in previous board meetings. The Central Athletic League has decided to play now, and that is a big changer for us. And there are many things in our district. I am very comfortable with us being cutting edge and being out ahead of people, very comfortable with that. And on many situations and certain things, I'm very comfortable on letting us wait and see what happens. And we were focused last week on opening school. We were focused as a district on getting all of our students back next week. And that is why we did not discuss sports last week. Many districts in our area did discuss sports last week, and they have moved forward with sports last week. Each district is at a different place on when they're bringing their students back. And I'm not here to talk about where other districts are with bringing their students back, but we are at a place right now where we're bringing students back in this week. And we're also faced now with looking at athletics at the same time. It just is what it is. We didn't discuss it last week, and that was my recommendation, my doing, because I wanted our focus to be on the plan that we have on getting all the kids back K-12 this week. Now we need to talk about athletics. We now know, and it's helpful to know, that 10 of the 12 schools have committed to moving forward with fall sports. So what that means for us is that if we even wanted some alternative, there really would be no one for us to even play if we wanted some alternative. By knowing that all those schools that have moved forward, 10 of the 12 have moved forward. One of the districts is deciding tonight. One of the other districts made a decision not to move forward with a high risk sport, but they have moved forward with their low to moderate risk sports, that other district. So we're continuing to watch and look at that. There was some comments that district was because of that county metrics. That district is looking at the same exact, even though the metrics and the spread, which is different in each county, they're looking at the same structure and framework for how do we make a decision? How do we make a decision? And then the CHOP Policy Lab and updates and guidance has continued to change and evolve on how to help us, to help guide us. Again, don't have to follow it, but as we looked for guidance, this is one place that we have looked both for the opening of school and now for athletics that can help guide us as we move forward as a district.
So this is a brief overview of how high school athletics is governed. We have the National Federation of State High School Associations, and then we are under the PIAA, who you can see there oversees 700 high schools across the state of Pennsylvania. They do a number of different things, mostly in the second bullet. They set the rules for each sport. They govern our start dates and our academic standards and transfers. They're obviously the host of all of our state championships. Underneath that is the PIAA District 1. This is who we meet with monthly and who we speak to on a regular basis about any issues. And they oversee the 98 high schools in the 4 counties there. They also oversee athletic transfers. And we would typically end the season in an attempt to enter into the district tournaments and qualifiers that then would take us to the PIAA state tournament. This is where we are today as the Central Athletic League. We have 12 members. We create all the schedules. Our goal here is to create our own little Central League bubble where we will only play teams from these other 11 schools in all of our sports at the moment. We had league schedules. We had all of our schedules in place. And now tomorrow morning, hopefully we'll be putting together all new schedules for the fall. The Central Athletic League ADs started that process last week with obviously us and other school have to still approve. Can't really get those full schedules in place, but we have a lot of work completed on that. But again, I think one of the things we wanted to stress was our ability to play the same exact teams that are following the Central League health and safety plan that we have already put together. Our plan is, as I said, adopt the PIAA sport-specific modifications. We will have our Cal health and safety plan in place, and of course, our own district's health and safety plan. We will, without a doubt, stay vigilant in monitoring our health. We met with 45, 48 football players today. It's no nonsense. And I just want everyone to know that is our plan. I talked briefly about the facial coverings. It's going extremely well, and we don't we just will continue to improve on that if need be. We've developed some ideas for football that we can discuss. The next piece, with thanks to Mr. Bechtold, our trainer is back in place at the high school. He started yesterday, and again, just jumped right in with all the measures that we need in place. We will design all the procedures for before, during, and after contest. I think one of the things that jumps out for any sport is we will just stay outside. Kids will come prepared to play their games, and we're really going to do everything in our power to just stress all of this to our student athletes, and everyone that I speak to. They're all on board with everything we have in place. Finally, we just won't have unnecessary physical contact. That's been in place from the get-go. Weather considerations. Just today, we knew a storm was coming through. We just canceled everything. And my message to the coaches today was, in previous years, we jumped through hoops to get everyone in a spot where they could be, they could get something in. We used both gyms. We used the weight room. We used the wrestling room. Right now, the plan is we will just cancel practice or games. Anything that we see that could be coming through, that'll just have to be dealt with Again, we talked about lockers. We just won't be using them. We'll continue to do all of our screening procedures. Again, I go back to having over 200 voluntary practices without incident using those procedures. And then the officials, event workers, and media and stuff like that, that'll fall on the athletic office to take care of. And we will make sure that we have everyone screened 2 hours prior to arrival on campus. We will use our trainer, myself, Lauren Devlin, any of our game workers, and make sure that we do everything that is in place to make sure everyone's been screened before they come onto our campus. This is the Central League's plan for our student athletes, okay? As you can see, most of these start dates happens to be today's date. Yesterday was a holiday. We looked at starting everything today. As I said, all of our voluntary workouts got canceled today because of the weather. If you take a look, you have a first practice. They're all the same until you get down to football and cheerleading. The first contest, all of those dates are following the PIAA guidelines. You need to have 3 practices for golf before you can get started. And you need to have a week of practice in tennis before you can get started. So those are why those dates look like that. For cross country, soccer, field hockey, and volleyball, you need to have 3 weeks of practice. The last one, football would continue with a acclimation week where we would typically have heat acclimation, which starts a week prior to all of our other sports. Obviously, and hopefully with tomorrow's weather, we're not being out in the heat, but they would not start practice in pads until October 5th. And then you can see their first contest date there is October 23rd. We've designed these last contest dates for each of the sports. Again, the Cal ADs spent about 5 hours last Wednesday putting together preliminary schedules. They are to be finalized as best as possible tomorrow morning when we meet at Springfield High School.
Thank you, Mr. Freeland. You've done an incredible job with everything. At the beginning of the presentation, I spoke a little bit about the fact that sports have been divided into 3 categories: high risk, moderate risk, and lower risk. So what is it that discerns one from the other? High risk sports are any sports where there is prolonged close contact between the athletes and there is a significant lack of barriers for the athlete's protection. Only a few sports, fall into this category, being boys lacrosse, football, rugby, and wrestling. Next slide, please. Our moderate risk sports are broken down into 3 categories. 1, individual sports with close but sustained contact. 2, group sports. And 3, sports where equipment cannot be cleaned between the participants. There's a good number of sports that fit into the moderate risk band, some of them being baseball, basketball, girls lacrosse, field hockey, pole vault, soccer, and you can see the rest on the slide. They could potentially, if you see an asterisk next to something like the long jump or the high jump, they could potentially be considered lower risk with the appropriate cleaning of equipment and use of masks by the participants or by the student athletes. Next slide, please. And then our last category would be the low risk sports. So low risk are sports that can be done with social distancing or individually, just as long as the equipment is not shared, or if the coach has the ability to clean that equipment between participants. And just like with the moderate level sports, there's a good number of sports that are considered low risk as well. Cross country, golf, individual running events, non-competitive cheerleading, all of those fall under that category.
And so in deciding, before I go on to this slide about tracking the data, we have based that list of risk level. You see it's based on the National Federation of State and High School Association Sport Medicine Advisory Committee, group sports into 3 categories. We've also looked and cross-referenced that list with the CHOP Policy Lab. And all of the sports that we are discussing for the fall right now, the CHOP Policy Lab matches that as well for the sports we're talking about the fall. There is one sport, as I'm looking at their lists and just going back and checking it now, and the CHOP Policy Lab has ice hockey listed as higher risk sport, and our list there has ice hockey as moderate. So I would think that is one sport that we may see moved to the higher risk. But so far, boys lacrosse, football, rugby, and wrestling, while the National Federation listed them as high risk, the CHOP Policy Lab also listed those as high risk as well. We'll go back and circle back on ice hockey, and let you know which one and figure out where that falls. But we want to make sure and look for some consistency between how we're designating these and what resources are we using to designate them. There's no discrepancy with football, and there's no discrepancy with some of the other low risk and moderates that we are moving forward with, but we'll continue to monitor those, those different groups and the categories and places they've put them. So then the tracking the data. So everybody, I think, is familiar with these. Board members certainly is familiar with. This is the data that we have looked at as a district. This is what the state provided us as guardrails for how do we know when to bring our kids into school. We have on this chart the most recent update from last week. We are so pleased and happy to see in Delaware County positivity at 2.7. We see though also that our incidence is 41.8. Our incidence we'd like to see lower. And obviously we would like to see our incidence in a rate where, we want to see all of these being low. The CHOP Policy Lab has taken this same structure of low, moderate, substantial and taken the sports and have given us guidance on looking at what is the community spread and what sports should run based on what is the community spread. So based on the CHOP Policy Lab, our moderate and low risk sports, if they are showing somewhere between tests, if we are in as a county or as a 1 to 5% positivity, which we fall under, and stable or declining incidents, which we do fall into that category. As much as we'd like to see it lower, and you'll see in a moment with the other graphs and charts we have, that our incidence has been stable. We feel very comfortable with our recommendation tonight that we are at a place based on community spread that we can move forward with low risk and moderate risk sports while adhering strictly to our protocols. The challenge is that high risk sports based on the CHOP Policy Lab says the district should consider high risk sports with somewhere less than 10. So really that low incidence. So we look at that low incidence, we should be at 10 or under, and we should be at a positivity of 1 when we're moving forward with high risk. So I just want to make sure I'm setting the stage and understand the challenge that we're being faced with, the challenge that we as a district are faced with because we're bringing our kids in this week. And by having our students in this week, not having them online for the next several weeks as some places have sports starting, we don't want to jeopardize having our kids in school, and we don't want to have our athletics jeopardize that. It's nothing about whether we like or dislike an individual sport. As we're looking at these thresholds for low, moderate, and high, we don't want to see a situation with any of our activities or athletics that then comes into the classrooms and creates a challenge for us in keeping our schools open. The reality is that we will be in we're going to have to, anything could lead us to potentially any situations, sports related, non-sports related, other activities, other things that are going to happen that could lead us to a classroom closure, could lead us to a building closure. And we got to be very careful as we talk about these things that, yes, we want to emphasize the importance for everybody to mask, the importance to follow our protocols, but we're also not looking to vilify people as well as we move forward. So it is very delicate, I think, as we move forward, that we're not looking to blame groups or blame people. We just need to all work together, and we all need to make sure we're adhering to these protocols and realize that things will happen. Spread is going to happen, and we're going to respond to them working with the health department. So if you go to the next slides, again, it just sees again our metrics. This was the Chester County Health Department took that state guidance and added a fourth category. So instead of just low, moderate, and substantial, or low, moderate, and high, we've now got low, moderate, high, and very high, just to, to give us more guidance. Go to the next slide, please. You can see how, and everybody, and sorry if you can't see these, or it might be a little small online, but again, you can go to our website to see these. These are the charts. You can see how it is trending, and thankfully, we're seeing things trending in the right direction for us as a district. It's why we're in hybrid and moving to hybrid as we are right now as a district. You can see, though, where they fall for sports as well, and we are in the right place for low and moderate, and this motion right now is for low and moderate sports. And we are recommending that we move forward with low and moderate sports based on where we are with community spread at this time. We can move to the next slide. So our recommendations. So our recommendation is to approve this health and safety plan, incorporate clubs and activities that cannot be conducted virtually. So that discussion before that we're having about, theater or other activities, those are incorporated in this plan and moving forward. We will continue to provide links to sport-specific information. We have the assumption of risk. We've added a CHOP quarantine form, which is asking our players to really take seriously adhering to what they do off of the practice field as much as what they do on the practice field. We all know that the reality, most likely with sports, is probably not the risk of spread on the playing field. As much as we have high risk, low risk, and moderate risk sports, the reality is, and I'm speaking as a parent, where it's going to spread is in social gathering. It's going to be the gathering after a game, most likely, is where we're going to encounter, how the students are interacting on the weekends. And because these often become your friend group, your peer group, they're gathering together. That is most likely. That's what we're seeing with other school districts that are struggling with sports to stay active, or they've had cases. It has often been about the team getting together outside of an actual practice, because the protocols are being followed while they're on the fields. The protocols are being followed while they're with our coaches. So we're asking for a recommendation to move forward, permit the administration to update the athletic activity health and safety plan as necessary, and provide community provide community updates when changes are made. The next slide talks about the further consideration, and this starts getting into the next action item. So I'm going to talk about the next action item as well with these recommendations. But that again, we permit lower and moderate risk sports activities to commence. Marching band, color guard, theater can all commence as well, depending on the risk factors and ability to meet the requirements of the health and safety plan. So if our, as some of our public comment, if our theater teachers have a plan that is looking at the guidance that is out there about how to safely run theatrics, how to run musicals or other programming, and that plan fits with our health and safety plan that we're looking at tonight, we're going to look to have those opportunities for our kids moving forward. We would be following all the PIAA safety measures, and the Central League has come out with those as well. Students, athletes in high-risk sports is where we have been challenged. Where we have been challenged is what to do with a high-risk sport, knowing that community spread is where it is right now, and we don't want to jeopardize our academic program that we are just starting this week. We looked very thoughtfully over the last week, and this is a little part of the frustration I'm having with this, is that, I wish we'd had more time. I wish this didn't just change so quickly on September 14th for all of us. I wish there was a little bit more time, because the piece we investigated last week is, could we have an option of COVID testing high-risk athletics and activities? What would a regimen of COVID testing look like? I've spoken to many of the medical community that have been guiding us. They have shared with me that we would have to do it twice a week, and we'd have to do everyone in that activity or that sport that is high risk in order to do it in a manner that would, prevent a breakout and give us an opportunity to catch any kind of spread within that activity or organization. We will still continue to investigate that option, but I can't come forward tonight and say that we could do that and that we could do that based on the timing that our high-risk athletics team, which is one activity right now that we're looking at, football in particular, needs to begin now. Needs to begin on Monday for it to participate in what is a very abridged season. Mr. Friel, if we don't act tonight or we don't begin practicing on Monday, it is my understanding that we would possibly, with each day, we could jeopardize our ability to play in the first competition. Is that how it works?
That's correct. We still have to meet that 15 or the 3-week preseason.
Okay, so that's part of why we have to look at this tonight and the importance of that for both our low and moderate. So we have 2 votes in front of the board. Right now, we're only discussing the vote for low and moderate. Really, maybe this slide I should bring up at the next motion, but they all are very much joined together in the sense that it's all in the bolded health and safety plan that we have, but they're 2 separate votes for the board. I do want to share with you that we are at the middle school. We're not looking at running, and no one in the, I won't speak for the whole Central League, but we're not looking at competitions within, for middle school sports and athletics this season within the Central League, is my understanding from speaking to different schools. But we are looking as a district, as a Radnor, to create activities and opportunities for our middle school students to participate in athletics. And we've talked with Dr. Weidlich, and he's working with the AD at the middle school and other teachers and coaches to develop some programming at our middle school for our students. We will be limiting spectators. We will be limiting spectators for each sport or activity in order to adhere to the gathering limits. The gathering limits, I'll have, Mr. Bechtold will talk a little bit more in detail. So I'm going to ask Mr. Bechtold to just pull up just the bulleted details of what is in the changes for the health and safety plan, have him present that and give a summary. The pieces, again, what's in front of us for this motion is low and moderate risk sports. We have a separate motion when we will come back and look at that last slide to discuss high risk. So if we could steer clear of questions and comments on high risk right now, stay focused on low and moderate until we get to that motion for the high risk. But I wanted to just set the stage to understand where we are. So I'll turn it to Mr. Bechtold, Dan, to talk about the actual changes in the health and safety planning, the health and safety plan for athletics and activities.
Thank you, Mr. Batchelor. All right, so the athletics and activities health and safety plan has added activities, and a lot of the language in here has been changed to show that we did include extracurricular activities in this. So it starts off talking about the addition of things like marching band, color guard, theatrical musical productions, or orchestral and choral concerts. We did update all of the points of contact because this would apply to all levels as they look to go and conduct extracurricular activities and/or sports. One of the things that we will talk about at the end of this document is an assumption of risk form, so that is included in here, and we worked with our solicitor on that. We looked for very specific guidance for our coaches and activity supervisors. So one of the things that we want to do is make sure that they meet with their building principal or direct supervisor, who could be Mr. Friel if it's an athletic piece, to talk about how they plan on implementing guidance, both from this health and safety plan as well as from individual governing body guidance for their specific sport or activity. And what we included in here is a requirement for PIAA coaches to review both the Central Athletic League return to play guidelines and the PIAA return to competition piece. We also have coaches for what we would call our varsity club sports. They all have governing bodies that have created return to play guidelines that are sport specific. And so we've included those in here. And lastly, we have also looked for and identified return to practice performance and competitions for performing arts. And so there's National Federation has a lot of information about COVID-19 resources for how you can effectively run theatrical productions and musical things such as marching band. So we're really looking to tailor this towards the activities for these specific sports. As we look to the next page, we have some minor changes in here to be in line with the school health and safety plan that the board just revised. Things such as following Chester County Health Department guidance and posting information that's most current regarding that guidance on the RTSD website. One thing that's new in here is one of the things Mr. Batchelor just talked about was the district administration. We're going to be looking to limit spectators for events. And so we're going to look to give preference to senior parents when possible, and spectators will not be permitted for certain sports due to limitations for indoor gatherings. And the district will be exploring recording for events when possible for parents to capture those sports that could not be there in person. A lot of these you'll see they're just name changes. So we added sponsors and we changed athlete to student. Again, this is a nod to the fact that this plan is now an athletics and activities document for us. When we look at the phased guidelines in here, we changed it from student athletes to individuals, and we just nuanced to the greatest extent possible. One of the things you'll notice in here is we included various rooms, including auditorium, band and orchestra room, and choral room. In the green phase, we made a modification to the total number of people allowed to be outside in an outdoor setting. And so that is up to 250, and that follows the guidance set forth by the governor's office. And again, these are just follow what we just looked at with the yellow guidance, but adding the rooms and what we're already following, which is 6 feet social distancing to the greatest extent possible. The risk levels from the presentation that have been adopted by the PIAA and followed by the National Federation are in here. And so we've just put in what high and moderate risk sports and low risk sports are, and what qualifies them as those. And we also put in here what our recommendation is. So when the board, if the board approves this, that we would permit lower and moderate risk sports, as well as in-person activities such as marching band, color guard, and the fall play, provided that safety measures outlined are being followed. And then we would permit high-risk sports, provided that the safety measures are being followed, and student athletes in high-risk sports select to the online option for the duration of the season plus 14 days. Facilities cleaning really has not changed. We had some minor changes to the pre-screening sheet to have it be for any activity and include students. And this would be for competitions, practice activities, and performances. We had a modification to follow our health and safety plan that was the revision that was just adopted with the Chester County Health Department guidance showing the different temperatures. And we also added body ache, loss of taste and smell, because those were added since this was approved. Two things that parents and students will be asked to do is two new things will be to review, assign, and return the assumption of risk form. And that's at the end of this document. We worked on this with our solicitor's office to notify parents and students regarding the risks associated with participating in all sports and activities. And we also are asking all of our student athletes to sign the CHOP quarantine form, which is at the end of this document as well. That's a document that really lays out for students and that are participating in sports or activities best practices and has them agree to take certain steps to keep themselves and their peers safe. This is just an update, as we've shown earlier, that is in the coaches document that the coaches must sign prior to their coming back. So this mirrors the beginning of the document. This is the quarantine form from CHOP. And again, every student athlete will be asked to commit to wearing a mask and social distance. We'll make sure that they commit to getting their temperature checked and assessing their own symptoms on a daily basis. So this is one of the things that we will be asking all of our student athletes to commit to. It also has what to do if they don't feel well and what they can do to prevent COVID-19. And lastly, we have this edition. Again, this is the assumption of risk form that we're going to ask parents and students to sign. And this notifies parents and students that there is risk in participating in any type of sport or extracurricular activity, and it could increase their risk of contracting COVID-19. And this is just a form that we're going to require for anyone that's participating in a sport or in-person activity to sign prior to them being permitted to participate.
So thank you, Mr. Bechtold. So we'll circle back to the higher risk aspect, because right now the motion on the table is for low and moderate, and then we'll circle back to that slide and details on what our recommendation is for high risk and what that looks like with the next motion. So that's our presentation for this motion that's on the table for low and moderate risk athletics and activities. And I just want to thank, in the midst of our priority of opening school and getting the kids in, I want to thank just the whole team for all their work, that they're doing to move forward too with this athletics activities. We know how important it is for our students. We know that, learning isn't just what happens in the classroom, it's what happens on our stages, it happens on our fields, it happens in activities and clubs. That interactions and those opportunities are important for our students. They learn so much, they grow in those opportunities as well. So I want to thank the team for, all that they've done to have what was a successful start today and to have this ready for tonight for the board and community.
Okay, great. I don't know if we want to open it up to questions. Does anybody have questions for the administration? Lydia, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a couple clarifying questions because this came at us really today. So this is for Mr. Friel. You said that you had 200 some odd practices this summer with no incident. Can I conclude that that means there was not a single case of COVID? Is that what you're saying, with no incident?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. My next question, I guess it's also for Mr. Field. I don't want to know the explicit schedule for each team or whatever, but it seems to me that if you're playing over a shorter period of time, like 4 weeks or 5 weeks, you're going to play half the schools in the league or less. You're not going to try to cram 12 competitions into 5 weeks or 4 weeks, are you?
No, I could give you a real quick. So we typically, most sports play 18 games. Football plays 10. That they would be in half. And since this would just be all league, it'll be all condensed in that manner.
Okay, so I just wanted to be sure you weren't going to try to have play 3 teams each week to get it all in or whatever. Okay, I got it. You're going to cut it in half, it sounds roughly. My next question, and we probably went over this, but I just want to be sure on this. I guess this is for Mr. Batchelor. When we vote on this, are we also voting to now include or approve all the supplementals in full for all the activities and sports? Is that implicit in this passing of this safety plan?
Yes, so in the passing of the safety plan and moving forward, the approval of low and moderate, we would then move forward and we would have to put on a future board agenda, the approval, a ratification approval of those supplementals, but it would move forward and give the authority to the administration to move forward and begin and to allow those teams and those activities to let them know that they can begin and that at a future board meeting, we would ratify those supplementals.
Okay, but so my question really is, since the season is cut in half or the activity duration is cut in half, are those involved in this assuming they will get their full supplemental, or are they assuming they'll get their half supplemental, or are people waiting to see what we approve? Where does this stand?
Great question. We are recommending full supplementals. We are recommending full pay. The time I think our coaches who have been volunteering their time since August, essentially, but hoping that we would approve the supplemental. But they are putting in so much time. They're not getting away with less hours. As we look at what they do for our kids and the time they spend with our kids. So we would be keeping the pay as our regular rates that we had planned to pay for each sport. So we're not increasing our budget. We're paying our normal rates for each one of those athletics and activities with the understanding that there has been, in many, many cases, a lot of time already put in. And our coaches in so many of our activities and athletics, the people that hold supplementals, yes, the pay is important. I'm not going to say it's not. But I will tell you that it's the devotion to the kids, it's the devotion to the sport is what drives them. They often are doing things year round for what is a supplemental during season. They wind up doing things year round to support that athletic and activity. So our recommendation would be we keep everybody whole with where we've budgeted, and it would also help to cover a lot of the time that they've already put in.
And so now we haven't really talked about a lot of other activities, which for the people that do those, they're just as passionate about as for the sports people, which we have heard a lot about. So what about things like Model UN? Are they going to be virtual, and Model Congress? And has there been any discussion of those kind of activities?
Yeah, let Mr. Bechtold jump in, or Mrs. Kepkes, go ahead.
Hi, Mrs. Solomon. Yes, we've had conversations around Model UN, Model Congress, CPERCH, robotics, all of those activities, FBLA, and the majority of them, I haven't really actually heard of one that isn't planning to work virtually at this point. They're all planning on doing that.
Okay, and so then I can conclude that the sponsors of those will be, getting, or you're going to recommend full supplementals as well.
Correct.
I believe some of those are on the agenda. Some of those that are running virtually are on the agenda tonight.
That is correct. So any supplemental that can be conducted solely virtually is already on the agenda for tonight.
I just wanted to be clear because it is a lot of money what we're doing. We had discussed parents and spectators, and there had been, I don't know, I heard differences of what the recommendation would be. It sounds to me, it's not a completely firm recommendation. I thought we were recommending no spectators at one point, and that's not what I'm hearing.
So what you're hearing is that the administration will first off adhere to the guidelines of, I believe it's 25 indoor and 250 outdoor is the state guidance. We're going to adhere to that. What you're also hearing from us administratively is that we believe that many of the sports, I should say that certain sports we will not be able to run with spectators just based on the numbers that may be there or present. We want to be smart about this though. And we also want to recognize that, there will be sports or opportunities where, parents are coming to pick up their kids. Certain activities don't generate a large crowd. And if there is an opportunity for a senior parent, when they're coming to pick up their child anyways, to be able to see some of the competition, we are open to trying to figure out, with staying within the guidelines, can we feasibly do that? So that's why it's a little bit open. Now it's going to vary sport to sport. We have to recognize that. It's going to vary too on, I don't know what the rules will be at each of the other schools when they go and play. So we're going to have to follow what the other, what's going to be the rules at other places, whether spectators are allowed. So I think it's going to be the best practice to say we are going to limit or probably have no spectators. But if there is an opportunity for us to allow something where maybe our senior parents could be limited, to allow to attend to see, we'd like to try to do that if we can stay within the guidelines.
And I may have missed this, but honestly, I haven't studied this. I guess question is for Mr. Bechtold. I'm assuming that parents are going to be wearing masks, that is understood, that, you know, you're not going to come and sit in a little huddle without masks and watch a game. Like, if you come, you're going to sit 6 feet apart and wear a mask, even if it's outside. Is that written somewhere in this?
So in our health and safety plan, all visitors to campus must wear masks.
Okay. And then my last thing is not a question. It's just more of a statement that it was sparked actually by one of the public comments, which is that I think was from a student, how much they enjoy the camaraderie of the sports teams and the social events. So one obvious conclusion here is that if we open this up, are we then opening this door to the pre-game spaghetti dinner and, you know, the social events that go along with this? Because that would really be foolish. So how do we address that expectation? Or maybe people expect that's coming with this, but I think that that would not be wise. So can you just talk a bit about that? What is the expectation with regard to the teams and the coaches and the booster clubs with regard to social gatherings around these events?
I'd be happy to jump in.
Go ahead, Mike.
We won't allow them. I can just tell you that right off the bat. As pasta dinners go, and that has really grown at Radnor High School amongst all of our sports, and they are wonderful events. I take us back to what Mr. Batchelor said. Well, I'll even go back a little further. Our spring athletes lost their entire season. And then we thought we weren't going to play sports. And then we thought we were going to play in January. And now we were presented with this incredible opportunity. It's not going to look the same. There's going to be some disappointments, but not too long ago, everyone said to me, just give us one game. Just give us a shortened season. That means pasta dinners are going to go by the wayside for this year. We're not going to bring them into our building and do those things.
Thank you. I'm really reassured to hear that, because there was a comment about, I guess, I don't know what team it was. I don't even remember who said it really, but you know, they were all together when they heard something and I thought, whoa. Anyway, thank you for clarifying that. I'm done.
I think what you're hearing from them is that they are all together, but they are distanced. They are 6 foot distant. They're, you know, just like we had school today. Our kids were in the school, but with following a lot of protocols and just the opportunity to socially be together, but be together following our protocols is what we're hearing from them.
Lydia, just so you know, I remember that comment. That student was commenting about the team having been together in March when school closed. So they were at Hope's Cookies when they got the news that school was closed. So that's what that story was, because I was struck by it till she finished the sentence as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
Does
you.
anybody?
I'm done. Thank you, everyone, so much for answering all those things.
Is there anybody else? Jeff, go ahead.
I think I just have one question. I want to save my comments for now. Probably for Mr. Friel. Is there any plan at this point, and maybe it's sports specific, for JV competition and freshmen in this plan in the Central League?
So as of right now, our schedule would include JV, and further discussion would need to happen on freshmen. We may run the freshmen similar to the junior high model of what they're doing. You know, freshman sports fall under junior high, 7th, 8th, and 9th. And we may need to look at that. But as of right now, we are planning to run JV athletics with this as well.
And if some teams, I guess I don't have enough experience, I only know soccer. There are a couple JV teams. So I guess it depends on the sport, perhaps.
It will. So we have some 9th grade teams and some JVB teams that could have a mixture. You're right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No. Oh, Sarah, go ahead.
So I want to thank the administration. I know Mr. Batchelor referenced this, but I know this came at you very last minute, and in the midst of trying to open schools, I know a lot of you spent the weekend getting through this material to have it ready for the board meeting. So I appreciate that. Please understand that I appreciate that as I ask some questions that seem a little detailed, but it's because, you know, I just got these this afternoon and I'm trying to read them as we proceed through the meeting. And I just want to make sure, you know, we're checking on each other and things are right here. One thing I heard Mr. Friel say, which I thought was great, is that we're not using the locker rooms right now or the sports lockers. In the plan that we just approved, though, we expanded. We were using band lockers, and I think we also said we will open sports lockers. And I understand that that may be for down the road, but I would just appreciate, as long as we can, following Mr. Friel's guidance, that we not use them. So I understand that it's in the plan, but I think that that's a much better plan. So I saw that, I heard that gap in structure. I noticed in this, in the changes sheet that you provided us, there's a reference to the different club sports, and some of them are listed in the different risk categories and others aren't. So like, I think, and I didn't know if there was a reason for that. It's just kind of what guidance we have, and we're going to figure out how to categorize the others. The two I think I noticed, squash and ultimate frisbee. I didn't see, ultimate frisbee seems like pretty low or moderate risk to me. I wasn't sure where squash falls, or if we're still seeking guidance on that.
I think we're going to have to seek some guidance on that. And we're also seeking guidance today. I even asked about, you know, how do we look at, you know, theater productions, you know, and you know, a musical could very easily, depending what you do with just as an example, could be considered high risk. As I spoke to, you know, some of the medical community, it's really going to depend on each activity, how we go about it. What are the things that we're doing will also help dictate, you know, for us. So there's a little bit more uniqueness, and this is giving us, we're providing a framework that the board would approve, that the administration can then use to make sure that we can follow protocols and that we can use these protocols, you know, across the all activities and athletics.
Yeah, so that was one of the other points I wanted to ask about, was there sports risk categories, but there aren't kind of risk categories for other extracurriculars. And I think that's something, I don't know that the board needs to review it and approve it, but I would hope that the administration kind of lays that out. I think based on the numbers of who's allowed to be in the auditorium, how many people you can have in the auditorium, we couldn't hold a typical Radnor High School musical anyway. I don't think, I mean, it wouldn't even cover the cast, let alone have them 6 foot spaced. But it, you know, it might very well allow for a fall production and a video camera, as opposed to, you know, a full house audience. So those were some questions I had. The page 7, or references on page 7, there's this table that talks about the temperature, and there's a reference to the temperature, I think, in the consent form as well. I thought we took that 99.5 temperature out of the health plan we just approved. And again, I'm sorry, I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between documents, but I wasn't sure. And I thought, Mr. Bechtold, when you did that, I thought when you highlighted that in the last one, you referenced some kind of change either at the CDC or Chester County Health Department. I apologize, I didn't get a note down why.
So the first document that the board approved had less than 99.5 degrees, and it was added that temporal was 99.5 and oral was 100, and so this was cut and paste to
It aligns with that.
To be exactly.
Okay, perfect. I apologize. I didn't have a chance to go back, and I knew you would have it at your fingertips. The last two things, and I know we are following guidance from other people, and I don't have any skin in this game because I don't have kids playing any of these sports, but it's, you know, it's hard for me to believe ice hockey is less of a risk than lacrosse. You know, it's interesting to me that there must be some science behind this, and I think the science is probably ever changing. So I would hope that's something we're watching too, because some of this seems a little bit arbitrary to me, that, football and lacrosse, where they're all covered, boys football and lacrosse, boys lacrosse, they're all covered in pads, and yes, there's checking, but girls lacrosse and soccer, where there's a lot of body checking as well, are moderate. And it doesn't feel terribly scientific to me. We've been kind of saying we're following the science on all this. I know we're following the best guidance we've got, but that's a little hard. The piece that gives me the most heartburn about this, aside from the fact that I think that I'll leave my comments. The piece that I want to highlight, and I just don't understand, is, are we advocating for higher risk sports that students who want, we're saying here that if you want to play a higher risk sport, we want you not to come to school. You have to participate in the virtual program. And I guess I'm wondering, as educators, is that really what the district, that's really the message we want to send? And I'm not saying the virtual program isn't good. A number of us really are satisfied with it. But I guess I'm just wondering if that's really something we want to encourage.
So I'll respond to both. And I think the latter, the second question is really for the next motion.
Yeah.
So maybe
Okay. Sorry. Good point.
That's
Yep.
all right. So let's save that for the second motion, but
Okay.
we are comfortable, and I could give rationale for why we are, but the challenges we're facing. As to the categories and following the science, we are following, it's coming from the CHOP Policy Lab. And
Yeah,
the
I
CHOP
know.
Policy Lab, are the doctors that we have been leaning on. And as we look at this, and they have, I can say, just in conversation, looked at really the nuances of what does go on in different activities, and in what sports are you trying to keep the ball away from people and you're running away, and how those interactions are versus in other sports where there's prolonged interactions. So a lot of that has to do with the interactions. And also keep in mind that there is a lot of strong evidence. Now there's situations where we've seen outbreaks on teams, but there's a lot of strong evidence that we have seen where sports teams have been successful and have not seen any spread on the actual playing field for athletics and activities moving forward. But that other one, Sarah, remind me, and on the next
will.
moment.
Sorry about that. Yep. I
That's
had
a
all my questions in the same block. I forgot that.
fair question. It's a fair question, and we can discuss that with the next motion.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Amy, you look like you're kind of
I think Liz had
waving your
questions
hand.
too.
I'm deferring to Liz. I see her.
I have one.
Oh, I didn't see your hand. I'm sorry, Liz. Go ahead.
Can you just, I guess, Dan, right? Could you just clarify the masking policy during competition?
Certainly. The current health and safety plan, there was not an edit to this. So our current athletics health and safety plan requires students to wear a mask while they're practicing or while they're competing, with the exception of swimming and diving. So all other sports would be required to wear that. The National Federation and PIAA does allow cloth masks to be worn by students as part of their uniform during competitions. And so all of our students, as Mr. Friel had said, when they've been practicing during voluntary workouts, have been wearing cloth masks, and we would continue to require that.
And is that going to be the Central League rule as well? I heard something about the Central League teams all operating under that guidance.
Mr. Friel?
Yep, certainly. So not everyone put that into place. And what they did say was they would follow the rules that are to the highest level. So if a team comes to Radnor and we're wearing masks, so will they.
Okay.
And as of last Wednesday, only 2 schools didn't have the mask policy in place. And both of them said that would not stop them from having a competition, that they would adhere to it as well.
Thank you.
Amy?
Thought I saw Andrew's hand up. I can wait to go last.
I think he's waving you off.
Oh, okay. Actually, Liz's question was one of my questions, because on the page that says Central Athletic League Plan, bullet point 1 and bullet point 3. I just wanted to make I understood it as it pertains to masking, because bullet point 3 talks about masking as per the Pennsylvania Department of Health, face coverings order and PIAA. I wasn't sure if that coincided with our district specific health and safety plan. I think that our district health and safety plan preempts everything else, but when it comes to masking, but I just wanted to make sure that, because I thought perhaps those two bullet points conflicted with each other a little bit.
All right, this is our current health and safety plan, which we operate under. And right here it says, all athletes must wear cloth masks. Face shields are prohibited at all times, including during practices and games. Exceptions are made for swimming and diving. So this is there was no change to this. So it was not in the revised document that you guys have received tonight. So we are still following this.
Okay, great. Because just on the PowerPoint, it looks like it was just the bullet points 1 and 3, just I think might be a little confusing. Liz had the same question, so I'm just wondering, maybe look at that page, and it seems to me like the district's athletic health and safety plan takes precedence over any other masking orders based on what you're saying. So I just wasn't sure that was clear enough. And on that same page with the Central Athletic League plan, there was the last bullet point says design procedures for before, during, after contests that promote risk mitigation. I might have missed what that meant, but if anybody wants to give me a brief description of what you mean by that.
Essentially, take football, for example, there won't be a coin toss at the beginning of the game. They'll do that privately. After the game, when everyone lines up to shake hands, we won't be doing any of that in all sports. So
I saw that in the PIAA guidance. They have that pretty well laid out. So is that what you
yes,
mean by that, Mike? Okay.
that's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
They've got that they covered soup to nuts. I was,
Yes.
they thought of everything when it comes to that. Okay. And another thing I might not have seen it mentioned, but I just wanted to know if this is something that you guys had in mind, is are you monitoring the conditions of the other districts that you might play? For example, if you happen to see increasing incidents in another community, is that something that you're tracking and might involve you saying, well, maybe this isn't the week to play Upper Darby because they're trending up. Maybe we want to play Springfield or something like that instead. Is there that kind of flexibility, and is that something that you're monitoring?
No. So we're monitoring the county. We're keeping ourselves. Most of the Central League is in the county. The only two that are just outside is Lower Merion and Conestoga. The Central League does not represent the entire Delaware County school districts, actually. So even one of the districts you mentioned isn't in the Central League. So there is a Central League, I would say, I don't know if it's fair to call it a bubble, but it is a Central League, and most of it is based on the county. And the metrics that we have been following, both with, opening our school and academically, and also for sports, is really the county positivity and the county incidents. As we know, as we watched and monitored Radnor specific, because we're taking numbers and converting it from, out of 100,000 for what is, Radnor 30,000 residents, that can be really sensitive, and that number can be very sensitive. So, in discussing with, the health department over the last few weeks, really what has guided us as a district the last few weeks has been that county, because we're really impacted by, you could make the argument people live in Montgomery County and other counties, but it's been our county that has been the guidance, and most of the Central League is located in our county.
Okay. And I mentioned Upper Darby and Springfield, but I'm just wondering, those are both Central League districts, aren't they? I mean, You said that I mentioned two that weren't in the Central League, so I said
So
Upper.
Greenfield is that, I forget, is Upper Darby in the
Yeah,
Central League?
yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Upper Darby is, I'm sorry, Upper Darby is the, yeah, I apologize.
No worries. I was just making sure I was talking about the right league here. Okay. And the other, Sarah had mentioned a couple other sports that weren't mentioned. I didn't see diving. I don't know, is that a sport we run diving, but I might have missed it. I didn't see any reference to diving.
So,
Let me
I'm sorry, Dan, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say, for us, we say swimming and diving all is one. So I apologize if we left them out. But if whenever you kind of talk, when we're talking swimming, we slash swimming / diving. So they would follow the same rules as our swimmers would.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Just helped clarify. And I think that's what is non-competitive cheerleading? I mean, I assume you don't compete, but what the cheerleading that typically goes on with football games, what kind of cheerleading would you consider that?
That's non-competitive cheer. Competitive cheer season is actually in the winter when they go to competitions and do their routine. So non-competitive is football and basketball game cheer, and then they have a competitive season that starts when all the winter sports start, and they go to competitions throughout the state.
And what risk category would competitive cheer be in then? Because I might have missed that, but I didn't see that in a category.
That is actually a moderate risk.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Thanks very much.
Andrew, I don't know if you had questions or just comments. I have just a few questions. I don't know if you have questions. Oh, and Bradley has questions. Okay.
Just a quick question. So I just wanted to, it's really a clarifying question because I think it came up earlier in the presentation, Ken. So just, again, this is for clarification purposes. So we are using a categorization from the CHOP Policy Lab materials for low, moderate, and high-risk sports. Is that correct?
So, you okay if I jump in, Ken?
Sure, yep, go ahead, Dan.
So, Dr. Babson, the categories are from the National Federation that have been adopted by the PIAA, but we are cross-referencing those against the CHOP.
Okay, because just thank you for that, because I think it's important that we have a really good understanding of what those categorizations are. I thought I would just mention what the CHOP literature says. So higher risk sports with prolonged close inter-athlete contact. So Sarah, this goes back to your ideas about what are the criteria. So I think that seems like a pretty strong criterion from the CHOP Policy Lab, that you have prolonged close inter-athlete contact. So those sports are wrestling, football, ice hockey, lacrosse, and rugby, okay? And then moderate risk sports with some inter-athlete contact. Those moderate sports are soccer, field hockey, basketball, and volleyball. And then finally, lower risk sports with little inter-athlete contact, golf, tennis, track and field. And so, by the way, there's no, for example, put before that list. I mean, that seems to be like a comprehensive list that they put in parentheses. And this is a PDF that you can find. This is just for public information. This is a PDF that you can find on the media.chop.edu website, and it's called Return to Youth Sports Packet.pdf. So you can find that information there. So
Andrew, that was actually part of my confusion, because the list you just read has ice hockey as a high risk sport, and
Right.
our plan has it as a moderate risk. And that was my question. Why is that? And that's why I think there is some, I'm not saying it's not an actual criterion. I'm not saying someone didn't think about it scientifically, but I think there's an art being exercised here.
Yeah, I agree. I have to say, and this is why I'm kind of laying this out. It was something that I brought up earlier, Ken, in our conversation that I think it would be a good idea for us to adopt one clear set of criteria. Personally, that's just an opinion, but anyway, for the sake of conversation here, that's what the CHOP Policy Lab lays out in terms of their categorizations of high, moderate, and lower risk. And back to your just to repeat again from Sarah, what you were talking about earlier, their main criteria in there is prolonged close inter-athlete contact. So you have those higher contact sports and then the lower contact.
And as I said earlier, that as I again double checked and cross-referenced these two lists, ice hockey was the only one that on one list is listed as moderate and another list is listed high risk, and we will need to go back and look at that and determine where it falls.
Thanks. Yeah.
Mr. Moore.
Sure. Most of my questions have been covered by other board members. Thank you all. Mr. Batchelor, didn't the PIAA approve alternative seasons unanimously in a separate vote from when they approved going forward with fall sports? And with that in mind, I understand that the Chester County guidance changed and they said, it's not our own guidance, just you refer to the state guidance, but what prevented us or what prevented the Central League from continuing with the idea of an alternative season for fall sports later on when the community spread is at a lower level?
So the PIAA took two votes, and their first vote was, Mike will probably remember the exact numbers. I believe it was a 25 to 30 vote to move forward with fall sports. They then took, the PIAA took a second, and that was the vote that hit the papers and everything. Fall sports is moving forward, and that was somewhere end of August, I believe that took place. There was a second vote at that meeting, which I think you're referring to, where they voted unanimously, and I'm going to categorize it as it was a vote to be open to the pursuit of alternative seasons. And then the PIAA said that we are open to, the potential unanimously of alternative seasons. We don't know what it would look like. We don't know who would be interested. So then the PIAA was then, didn't give an answer on what the alternative season would look like. We as a Central League were operating and requesting, saying, okay, based on that vote, we'd like to understand and see, could we have an alternative season starting January 1? And then that all started to change on September 14th. So the alternative season, the pursuit of it was contingent upon teams looking at it and interested in doing it. Right now, we don't have anyone that we would be able to play in an alternative season. I mean, maybe that one other school in the Central League that isn't going forward, but for actually, I believe all moderate and low risk sports in the Central League are moving forward. So for all moderate and low risk, there is nobody for us to play to create an alternative season now.
Thank you, and not to cut you off, but the question's more about how do we get to this point? I mean, we are the Central League. I don't know if it's our athletic director or high school principal. We have representatives there. What led us not to push for that alternative season, given all the emphasis we've had in the last month on getting the students into school buildings?
Yeah, I think it was many circumstances. I think it was the Chester County Health Department guidance change, led to that. It was the positivity rates and the incidence rates going down in our communities that led to that decision. It was the sports that had opened up in the other parts of the state and seeing success in those sports, seeing the seeing the Big Ten, seeing other places, all of these factors start to play in with these changes and the opportunity for sports to move forward, seeing sports that have been competing and doing it safely and doing it well. So in a way, as I said to you, there are some things that we want to lead on as a district, and there's some things that it's smart for us to watch and see what has taken place. And I think those factors of seeing successful competitions taking place in different areas, the change in the guidance, the positivity rate in our area going down, all those things coming together at once has led to Can we have a season now? And I think what also factored into it was no one had come up with what the alternative season looked like. There was no, oh, here is the alternative, here's what it looks like. The alternative season was filled with a lot of questions and problems. And, you weren't just having an alternative season for fall sports. You were moving to an alternative season for fall, winter, and spring. So if things in our country, in our state, in our area are different come February, March, April, if testing is wildly or not wildly, excuse me,
Widely.
Thank you. It's been a long day. We were greeting students early this morning. Available to our community. If those things are all available to our communities, a spring season that was canceled this past year might actually be able to happen. But if we did do the alternative, we wouldn't be able to be a part of that. So all of those factors, I think, have played into is there a possibility for this abridged fall season right now led to it. I hope that, I'm sorry, rather lengthy, but it's just multiple things.
No, that is very helpful. And, some of this is, part of your answer is something you'd already told me on the phone, but a lot of people have asked me, well, why is Radnor even thinking about this now? And I think it's important for people to understand why that changed. Relatedly, I understand it's a shortened season, so even missing out on one game is a big deal. But given the fact that we just began bringing the larger student body into the buildings this week, why not wait another week, see the impact of our hybrid reopening, and then make a decision about athletics and see what happens with community spread, and then decide. Even if that means there's a game that's a forfeit, or if it delays us going on the schedule of the week. What led to the judgment call is say that it's a shortened season. We need every game, not just a partial season. And I ask that in light of Mr. Friel's heartfelt comments. Kids just want to play. Even a partial season would be enough. I understand the draw of a full season, but why not have caution and then a partial season, given that we've just now restarted our hybrid?
And if you're referring to, for just specifically for low or moderate, or for low, moderate, and high, for all?
Any of them.
Any of them. For me, it has been really about what would that pause for a week or two really do? And where would I be in 2 weeks from now with this decision? And I believe that the recommendation we're making now is the same recommendation we would make in a week or 2 weeks once we've had hybrid in place. So we did think about that. It is, in a sense, there's some unfortunateness that the timing is right at the same moment that we're bringing all the kids back. And that's what's creating, I think, in individual conversations with board members, is creating concerns, because we've all wanted so badly to have the kids back in school. And we now don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize having them in school. The reality is we have been doing voluntary practices. We've had these kids involved, and we've found that the protocols are working. We've found that our kids are rising to the occasion and really are following through. And even I'll talk a little bit later about our football team, but I had a chance to meet with them today, because as the only high risk, I felt it was fair that we should, talk to them in person today and let them know what's going on. And, it was interesting how, one of the students said to me, they said, Mr. Batchelor, because of the sport, we are actually extra vigilant. And I am seeing that. I am seeing that our protocols are in place. I saw students just this afternoon, and I've been seeing for weeks students walking around unmasked around our sidewalks and at different times of the day, or if I'm in here on a weekend, I have seen students walking around Wayne. And I'm not saying that as a criticism, just saying something I observed. I observed students today walking around with masks. And I think because they're back in school and they're emphasizing masks and they have them on, I think that's going to have an impact on how our kids interact even outside of school, because they're seeing the importance of it. So I think that we can move forward now because of our protocols, because of what's in place. And I actually think it could help us in making sure that we are truly adhering to the protocols, and that the waiting, I don't think is needed at this point.
So I just asked about the front end. I want to ask about the back end of the season as well. And I don't want to misquote anyone, but one of my understanding of one of the main reasons for wanting to go into the hybrid plan with a really fast stagger as opposed to the slower stagger that was in the health guidances, that we're worried about the this fall, and the fact that we're worried about cases climbing again towards going into the winter. And some of these dates on this sports season are approaching that. And so what kind of discussions did you have about, are we putting not only are we putting the chance of a school closure at a higher risk by opening up these sports for this season once we're into the November dates for that?
Sure. Well, we don't know. I mean, the positivity has gone down this past week. Incidence is still stabilized. We'd like to see that down lower. Do we know, and did we say that one of the things that could happen is that we could see, as college kids, and not to blame anyone, I've said I don't want to blame anyone, but just having two in my house that'll be home Thanksgiving and be home permanently. Both of their schools they're coming home Thanksgiving and they stay home for the duration, till the next semester. And I think a lot of colleges are doing that. The family gatherings that will happen Thanksgiving, just like the fears of Labor Day we had. We could be looking at that, and we may as a district may be faced with that in closing, and that we did see that this opportunity, and there is a window now for us to get moving. And I think that window that is open for us now, I think works in the favor of athletics and activities as well. And we're going to just have to monitor every week and continue to monitor as we move forward. Both from an academic school standpoint, continue to monitor as we go forward with athletics and activities. I hope we don't have to. I hope close, but I think we have to be prepared as a community that could happen, and we also have to be prepared as a community that there's hope that we can move to phase one. People want to see us moving to phase one as well, which we have discussions, and we're going to continue to look at all these factors and figure out how we can do that as a district.
I have a few more, but I think Mrs. Monahan wants to jump in.
If you don't mind, I wanted to segue off of something you just said, Mr. Moore. One of the concerns I guess you have, and to Mr. Batchelor's point with the window of opportunity, I think that's a hypothetical, thinking that we don't know when. We're all anticipating that the incidence more than likely will go up based on also just the flu season and people getting colds and so forth. However, or staying home, maybe not the incidence level, they'll be staying home. But basing a decision today, I think on a hypothetical, knowing that we have been doing the voluntary training for weeks now with no incidents, as well as our young kids have been playing sports since all summer. Little League has been going on successfully, as well as soccer. And I see them on the fields in Radnor. And there hasn't been an increase in incidence level or positivity rates. We've seen in the charts that the numbers have been trending down. So I think that is a good example of, children becoming active or playing in competitive sports. I think we can use that as an example. That's like true results as opposed to anticipating. So I just wanted to add that as kind of something to think about.
Yeah, and the spirit of the question, and that's all well taken, Mrs. Monahan. The spirit of the question was along the lines of, at least from what I heard, and I'm paraphrasing, so many people said we should go to hybrid faster and open on a faster stagger because of the worry that on the back end. So that increases in case may cause our schools to close down. So I had heard that in our previous meeting even, and so I wanted to carry that through to this discussion as well. Mr. Batchelor and or Mr. Bechtold or Mr. Friel, one other thing, in the CHOP Policy Lab guidance, which we're referring to for a lot of this, it says that low and moderate risk sports can go forward with scrimmages and competition with a limited number of schools. I'm also paraphrasing that a little bit. I found it, okay. Keep those events local or isolated with a few partner schools or teams in the area whose positivity rates and daily case incidents fall within these guidelines. For a league the size of the Central League, do you see what we're proposing to be within the scope of that recommendation, or were you reading that recommendation as more of a smaller subset?
No, we're seeing that, we feel that what we're trying to do within the Central League, falls into the spirit of that guidance.
Another question I muted for a second. Am I back? Yes. Another question I had is about the rules of play. So much of the PIAA guidance is about what happens leading up to the field, on the sidelines, but the rules of the game haven't changed that much for any of these sports. And I'm wondering if, was that something we could have considered? I don't want to say flag football. I don't mean that pejoratively, but just by way of an example, that's probably a more extreme example. But for those sports that have more contact and less distancing, what prevented the Central League from modifying the rules of play to have more mitigation yet still allow competition?
No, I don't think anything prevented the Central League from doing it, besides lack of interest, but nothing would have prevented them.
Okay. Similarly, we've got this idea that we will, and I know this is mostly pertinent to the next motion, but why not look at remote instruction for moderate risk sports? It's an additional layer of mitigation, and there is some contact. It's a little more in a minute, but there is contact in those sports.
It's a good question. Why not for moderate? Well, because moderate, again, we have to anchor ourselves to some type of guidance. And right now, moderate, based on that guidance we have, and as we have seen throughout all of this, there's a lot of guidance from a lot of different sources we can look at, and we as a community, as a school board, need to decide how we're going to anchor ourselves to the different guidance that we have that's out there, and realize that in the end, it's up to us. It's up to the individual school boards. It's up to the individual school districts to make decisions using that guidance, using guidance that is based in, maybe the next pandemic will be a little bit better. All the organizations will be better with the guidance and making sure that we don't have guidance that's continuously, evolving and changing. And sorry for my sarcasm, but I think that's just the reality of the world we're all living in right now. But that as we've anchored ourselves and we've committed as a board and a community that we use this guidance to get our students back into the school, that we're using this same guidance that has brought our children back in the classrooms, albeit hybrid at this point, that we're going to use some of this same guidance to help guide us with sports. And that guidance does give us the opportunity to move forward with low and moderate right now, and not require them to be any other further mitigation. Because again, this is all about risk management, and it is all about managing risk. And to the extent we want to, how far will we go? How far will we go with mitigation? And right now, we believe that the mitigation that we would have in place for low and moderate is sufficient.
And if this plan doesn't pass, can teams at least continue with voluntary workouts? Is that something that would be permitted?
Yes, I mean, right now, if this plan right now, the motion on the table for low and moderate, if this does not pass, voluntary practices would continue, could continue, providing the coaches and others would be continuing with them.
Okay, that's all my questions. Appreciate it, Mr. Batchelor.
Nancy, you have some questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question. The CHOP risk distinctions of each of the sports, the high, moderate, and low, the metrics that are used in terms of when it's okay to play, are there considerations, do they factor in that the athletes will be wearing masks during competition?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not sure I know the answer. If I had to, my guess would be when they created it, I don't believe it did, but I don't know. I would have to check. I don't believe that that was just in my conversations over time. I don't believe that that was one of the considerations that everybody would be masked. I think it is something that is encouraged by the CHOP Policy Lab, and that is something that they believe could be helpful as a mitigation strategy. And again, it's looking at that full body of all the different strategies we can do. But I'm not sure. That's a great question. When it was created, and I have tried to ask questions too, to try to say, we're not going to get a direct answer. And I understand why. I mean, this is, this is guidance, and trying to have different doctors try to say equivalencies of, well, okay, if you did these three things, it now equals this because you're not doing this. I don't know that we're going to get that. What we're going to get instead is that the importance of a comprehensive strategies of mitigation. But I don't think that this guidance actually laid out some of the mitigation that we are then going beyond and doing.
And that's my understanding as well. I was just quickly trying to go through the pamphlets from CHOP, just seeing, I know it specifies that for the coaches, as well as, I think it was just the coaches. But I know in listening to the webinar last week, Dr. Coffin made a specific statement about the layers of protection. And I think that we're offering perhaps more layers of protection than is anticipated with going back for competitive play. So just a factor for us to realize that we're doing above and beyond in this health and safety plan what is really being asked of us.
Okay. Is that, Nancy, was that your only question? Andrew, you can make the comment later. I just want to get, I do have actually a couple of questions.
Yeah.
So if we're not using locker rooms, where will student athletes have an opportunity to change into their uniforms, swimsuits, all the various gear that they use coming directly? So these kids will be in school during the day, or theoretically they'll be in school during the day, which, I'm not going to get into the details of how you're going to manage when you've got kids who are hybrid and who are at home and have to be at school by a certain time to catch a bus to go to a competition. But I'm just mentioning that as a detail that's going to need to be worked out, since not all students will be in on the day of a competition. But I am wondering where the athletes will be changing for competitions and practices, given that they won't be coming from home if they're in school on that day. Because you're specifically saying you're not going to let them use the locker rooms.
Yes, our plan at the moment would be that they would come dressed and prepared.
Yeah, so a student who's in school all day, where do they get dressed and prepared?
So if we're just talking about our fall sports minus football, we want them coming in their practice shorts, t-shirts, sweatpants, sweatshirts, go to school all day in it, and go out to the practice field.
Okay.
And again, another difference, a lot of our kids like to wear their uniforms on game days anyway. So that would be part of our plan. We're going to discuss that a little further at tomorrow's AD's meeting, but that's how I envision it for our fall athletes. If I'm a soccer player, really all I have to change into is my cleats when I get out to the field.
Okay. And then just more a question of kind of putting together some details. Are we making, or would you be making an adjustment to the buses? You'd need additional buses and additional bus drivers for away games if you're going to maintain social distancing on the buses in the new way that our buses are riding. So I'm just, is that something that's getting factored in at this point? Or you can go ahead and nod and say, well, now it's getting factored in. She mentioned it. Oh yeah, we're definitely planning on extra buses.
I can tell you, we reached out to transportation. We deal with Ginger at transportation. She's so wonderful. She says we are prepared to go, obviously with not running middle school sports and having less competitions altogether. She will be the first person we contact tomorrow if we go forward to make sure we're prepared for all of that. But she's given us the green light to say she's prepared for us to go.
Okay.
And I'll just jump in here for a second, Mrs. Stern, if I could. So, we are going to be transporting students to and from school, and we would follow the same protocols that we would for students coming to school or arriving. So they would still be wearing masks. We would have 2 per seat. We would have the first seat directly behind the driver that would be left vacant. So for our high school sports that we're talking about, we would continue to follow those same protocols that we do for students arriving or going to school.
Sure. And then really my third question is, I don't think I have other questions per se.
Can I just jump in just for the transportation? I think this is where we have to give administration some.
Yeah, no, of course. I was raising it as a thought in my head, not, I don't need the details.
Yeah, but just for flexibility where we have to be smart. I mean, I remember in a previous district, there was requirements on kids had to be on the bus as a team. And, it just didn't make sense after a competition. Why can't a parent take them home? And, we had to put in that rule that, well, let the parent, I think, we have to be smart now about, maybe it's going to make sense for some of these away competitions that we allow things that we haven't allowed before with how kids get there, how kids maybe get home quickly and change at home, and then their parents are driving them or kids. I mean, we got to be safe and we got to watch for accountability. And I'm opening up a lot of can of worms, but we need to really think about that, if our priority is the competition, what's the smart way to get the kids there to mitigate the exposures? So we are going to look at all of those things as we move forward.
Sure, actually, and I think I absolutely agree with you. And I would, that's one of the reasons I advocated for the wording that is on the agenda tonight, that the administration would figure out and execute on these things. But the reason I actually mentioned the buses, what I had originally been thinking about was the kids who are at home, because it's their day home, that's the cohort B or A on game day. And, just wanting to make sure that, all kids have the opportunity, if we're going to do this, that all kids have the opportunity and they're not disadvantaged, because they're at home on game day and they don't have necessarily access to get to school. That's really what I had been originally thinking about when I was thinking about the buses in general. And then the third question had to do with, to the extent that these seasons are shortened, and I understand that there wouldn't be flexibility in changing which team we play on a particular given week because, their numbers are up and we'd rather play a team that's down. I mean, the schedule will be set if it's not already, they may be waiting for some final votes tonight to finalize the schedules. But do you have the option or the ability to request that we only play teams, that we're only scheduled to play teams who are also adhering to the masking guidelines? Because it's not just about, that they come and adhere on our week, it's who were they playing the week before and who were they exposed to. I will speak more to that in my comments, but it's the specific question is, do you have the ability to have some input on which teams you're playing, or is that going to be totally random? Central League's going to figure it out.
It would be totally random and
Okay.
very difficult as we go and schedule. But I'll get a clarification on where everyone stands with the masking and get back to you.
Right. And the reason I ask that is I did hear public comment earlier, or we received an email today, well, it'll be comments later. That's fine. I know that we're going to open this up to board discussion. We have a motion and a second on the table. I rewatched our board meeting from August, where we were talking about sports practices, and as has been our as has been our custom, we have some pretty wide, pretty wide range of beliefs and opinions on this topic, and that's fine. It's very clear that we're 9 individual board members, but just to facilitate the conversation now, I'm kind of reminded of Robert's rules. And so the best way, the most efficient way for the conversation to unfold as it relates to following Robert's rules is that whoever would like to speak, say your feelings, say whatever you care to say comment wise, but this isn't intended to be a debate back and forth between board members on, responding to this one's comment or that one's comment. We all have our right to comment, and then, we'll take a vote. So I was reminded that I really did a poor job last month, in the last couple of times we've talked about sports. And so that's on me. And I apologize. And I take responsibility for that, this will be a discussion that adheres to Robert's rules best if we don't kind of engage in a back and forth debate with one another. So with that, I'm certainly welcome to open the board to whoever would like to go first to discuss, if they have any board comments. Sarah, go ahead.
This is a really uncomfortable vote for me, and I want everyone to know you're going to be surprised because I'm going to vote against my conscience for I think the first time since I've sat on this board. I am risk averse. Maybe that comes from being a lawyer. Maybe it comes from it being a health issue. I wouldn't do any of this. If it were my choice, I wouldn't open sports. I probably wouldn't have in-person extracurriculars. I just think what matters most is getting kids into the classrooms to the extent we can and getting them into their seats with their teachers. I have been really tormented by a lot of the public comment we've gotten and the emails we've gotten, people sending us pictures of their children curled up on the floor, elementary school students who are apparently really having trouble with the education. That being said, I have friends with elementary school kids in the virtual program who love it and say my kid is thriving in this program. So I recognize that virtual is great for some people and it's really awful for others, but we've gotten a lot of public comment about how really, really important it is to open our classrooms and get our kids in their seats with their teachers. And to my mind, anything that jeopardizes that, even if it's a moderate risk, just isn't worth it. That being said, I really appreciate Mr. Field's comments about, how meaningful this is to the kids in our community. How, and I've talked to a number of board members who've said, look, this is how some kids even connect to school. It's why they are willing to go and learn. I went back and looked at our school mission statement, and, it's about encouraging kids. I'm not going to get it up while I try to do this, but, it's about encouraging their love of learning and creating, but also encouraging their individual passions. And for some kids, that's theater and choir and band. And for others, it's sports. And I think realistically, this motion is about sports. We wouldn't be talking about this if the Central League hadn't forced our hand. We were just going to be virtual and doing hybrid. So this really is about the sports community at the state level and then at the local level, forcing everyone's hand. But what I appreciated about Mr. Friel's comments was how much you also appreciate any little opportunity, and that the kids have worked really, really hard, at least in our community, to really show that they can do this safely. And they've done it safely. Now, the protocols for doing it safely for voluntary practice are very different from playing full competition, right? It's a lot more contact. And it's different from, when we get them in a classroom, we're seeing them 6 feet apart with a mask on. And I'm not just thinking about fall sports. I'm thinking about basketball. I'm thinking about volleyball. I'm thinking about all the indoor sports that are coming this winter. And because, I think the fact that there haven't been cases mean the protocol's working. And now we're going to change the protocols right as we try to get children into their classrooms. And we're talking about really a fairly small subsection of our district as a whole, right? We're talking about the high school athletes, specifically this fall, but over the course of the year, as opposed to middle school and elementary school kids who also need an education. And make no bones about it, if we have a breakout at the high school and those kids have at middle school and elementary school siblings, this is going to affect the district. It's not just a high school issue. It is not just a high school team issue. That being said, I recognize that this is not just about sports the way we are dealing with it. I appreciate that the administration has had the foresight to say, we don't want to just talk about sports, we want to talk about extracurriculars. And there were people who wrote in this evening about how important it is to them to have those other types of extracurriculars. I've raised that at other meetings. And what I really want is for the administration to do what's best. I trust this administration. I saw the looks on your faces even before the meeting when we just chit chat about how ecstatic you were to have the kids back in the building today. I know that at heart you are educators and that you see children as a whole. And if you believe in your heart of hearts that you can do this, that you can have in-person extracurricular activities, and you are not endangering children or teachers and the education that they want to have in our school buildings, then I'm not going to stand in your way. But recognize that I'm putting that burden on your shoulders. I think you're perfectly capable of holding it, but I think this is a community that's putting a lot on your shoulders, and it's a heavy burden. I heard a lot in public comment about, we need spectators, we need to be. I feel like Mr. Friel said it. Look, the kids would have been happy with one game. Let's not get greedy here. A football game with 2 football teams and all the attendant coaches is a lot of people. Now you add the cheer team, because you know what, if there's a football team, the cheerleaders ought to get to be there. Then you add the band. I'm not sure you're still under the 250 number. I don't know how you get spectators in there. So I just think people, if this is really about the kids and about their passion and about them getting to pursue that, we as a community want to support that. We need to recognize that maybe a video camera is what parents are going to get. I know that's different for tennis. I know it's different for a cross-country match, but I think we need to be very, very mindful. And I think that the board really, we kind of talked about this last week. It's time for us to step away from this. I understand these plans are things the state have said we need to get involved with, but I think it's time for us to say, look, you're administrators, you run these buildings, you run these facilities, you know these kids, and you know what they're capable of. But I think I would really appreciate it. I as a board member want to do this, but I think the community needs to step back and let you do your jobs. I really would hope people recognize that you are trying to serve far too many masters, and that ultimately you're in your positions because of the inordinate faith we have in your ability to do them properly. So take that for what it's worth, but I appreciate all the effort you're putting into this. And I hope you succeed. I hope I am absolutely wrong. I hope there will be no outbreak resulting from any extracurricular at Radnor. So thank you for bringing this to us and for being very, very thoughtful about how you approach it.
Anyone else? Jeff?
That's a tough act to follow, Sarah. It was very well said, and really respect, appreciate how hard this is for you and for everybody tonight. Speaking specifically to this motion, we have another motion, more fun coming ahead. I also want to acknowledge everybody. Man, are we lucky. Man, are we lucky in Radnor to have Mr. Batchelor, and Dan and Sean, Mr. Friel. I'm mixing and matching the Mr. and the first names, but I respect you all so much. And I'm just going to echo what Sarah said on that point and not repeat it. We trust you. We have faith in you. We know you're going to do everything in your power to do the right thing. And if God forbid things turn for the worse, you will turn. You will pivot. Sorry, Ken, I used the word pivot. And that's what we'll do. We're Radnor. We're leading on getting we're leading now and getting our kids back in school. Knock on wood, first day went well. We're going to lead. I think we can lead on this too. I'm for it. We have a plan. And the Central League is more restrictive than others with the masks. participation. Remember this, nobody has to play sports. Nobody has to, if parents are uncomfortable, this is, like school. Participation is voluntary. The other thing I think it's important is we have experiences. Nancy brought this up before. Look at the summer. Look at the 200 voluntary workouts. Knock on wood, without incident. The best predictor of behavior, I would argue, is past behavior. Now, granted, we're upping the ante here. We're upping the ante, but we upped the ante on hybrid too from virtual. And it was the right thing to do, in my opinion. And this is the right thing to do, in my opinion, as well. Our kids, our community, our families, and this, I get that, sports may have led this discussion, but I wholeheartedly am as big a believer in the power of activities, band, theater. We heard from those kids who mistakenly thought that the play or there would be no fall theater. I'm so glad that that's not the case, that there could be an opportunity for these kids because they get scholarships to act and they go on to Hollywood, they go on to other places, they go on to Broadway, and they have every bit as right to be famous and to be acknowledged for their incredible talents as much as sports. So I'm all for it. I'm going to save my comments. We have another motion to discuss, which I know is going to be, a different conversation in some respects. But I think we had time. If I had my way, I know, hindsight's 2020. I would have voted to bring the kids in earlier. It is what it is. I'm proud that we are where we are. The window's now. And football, for example. Well, let me hold on football. There are practices. There are opportunities in the low and moderate sports before competitions. And I think we're ready. We're Radnor ready, as I think Bradley, that's out to you last week, hashtag. So that's all I have to say, and I hope that this will pass. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Nancy?
Unmute myself. I couldn't have said it really better than Sarah had in terms of, I think in this whole situation, the board members have found ourselves a little bit too much into the weeds on things. I'm just putting my own words to it, but so the fact that the administration, which I know has worked wholeheartely on, conferring with the Department of Health on a daily basis and healthcare experts, the CHOP lab, as well as all the meetings I know, Ken, you've had with the superintendents. I know that this is fully vetted, and it wouldn't be recommended, I don't think, if you didn't think that it could be accomplished. So I am for this motion. I think it is critical that we provide options, and that's like the big key for me is options. Whether it be theater, extracurricular activities, clubs, sports, all of them are voluntary choices, and families can individually decide whether they want their students or their children to be a part of it. And, I think that referencing back to like what we stand for, like giving passion to our students, I think is critical. And, all of these extracurricular activities, sports, clubs, I strongly believe that they complete the student. You look at the eligibility requirements at the high school, students cannot compete in sports or be involved in activities unless they reach a certain GPA. That's motivation for them. That's motivation for them to really continue to do well in school and, in some cases even graduate. And I think that's really important. And then there are others that are relying on sports or other clubs to help them get into college, get the experience and the background to get into college of their choice, or even help them with scholarships for which they wouldn't otherwise be able to afford going to that school. So, to keep it short, I am in favor of that for that and a number of other reasons. So thank you all, the administration and Mr. Batchelor, for strongly, spending a lot of time and putting this plan together. It definitely shows. Thank you.
Anyone else? Bradley?
I will also thank the team for the incredible effort starting the hybrid plan this week and being able to bring this before us. It's amazing that we are at this point. And so to Mr. Friel, Mrs. Kevkis, Mr. Bettold, Mr. Batchelor, all of you, I really appreciate it. And the spirit that is behind it is the best possible spirit to present as much of our educational program as we can, the full richness of our educational program, not just the curricular part, but also the extracurricular part. If any of my former teachers are watching, cover your ears. In high school, I probably spent more time on extracurriculars than homework. With Model UN and theater and sports, there wasn't a lot of time left. So it is the value of this to the flourishing of every student to develop in their way with what they value is something that I could certainly appreciate. And regarding athletics specifically, they have paved the road for us. And I want to thank the student athletes and the coaches working on a voluntary basis who got us to this point. I have never doubted that our student athletes would be able to follow all of these protocols. And for what I've seen, that's exactly what has happened with the voluntary workouts. So I have a lot of confidence moving forward that those protocols will continue with fidelity. To the comment about being in the weeds, we didn't ask for this on the school board. With COVID-19, the state in their judgment decided that school boards should make these judgment calls about health and safety. So we have to be in the weeds when we approve these health and safety plans. But the fact that we have been dragged into that in no way suggests that I think we should move away from our general principles of good governance and recognizing the difference between governance and operations. And so I appreciate Mrs. Monahan for raising that specifically. I think that's very important for the good of our district and how we deliberate moving forward. But we do have to take that duty seriously. And for me, when asked to make a judgment that's a public health judgment, whether these health and safety plans should go forward, I feel like I should follow the best expertise in public health guidance out there. I didn't get a lot of emails leading up to this meeting about this motion. People may have assumed I was a no vote, but I agree that the best guidance we have in front of us says that low and moderate contact sports should go forward under these conditions, and that would apply to other extracurriculars as well. And so I've made that commitment as someone who is not an expert in those areas to take the best look at the expert advice we do have available to us. And so I'm confident that we can go forward with this motion. It would be my preference to wait a couple weeks, even if it means a couple games aren't available, even in the shortened season. But at this time, I am prepared to support it, even though that'd be my preference. I think I will vote for this motion. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Okay. I do want to say, Sarah, I think you articulated it very well. This might be one of the most difficult votes. I haven't slept the last 3 nights. This has weighed that heavily on me. Because on some level, and this is not a surprise, I shared this with Mrs. Kevgis, this feels like I'm choosing between athletes and hybrid. And I know that doesn't feel like a very fair comparison, but the reality is none of this has been fair. And in fact, I think what most of the very passionate emails that we've received on this topic, whether it's about sports specifically or COVID in general, or opening school and closing school and everything else that we've received emails on, people desperately want their lives to go back to normal. And we can't do that. Our board cannot make COVID go away. And our board can't make people's lives normal. And so we have been faced with, time and time again, making really difficult decisions between really not great choices. No one wanted school to close last spring. No one wanted to only be able to bring back kids hybrid. No one wanted at the last minute to have to change and go virtual and upend people and upset them. No one wants to say, who on this board wants to say no to kids? No one. And by the way, neither does any administrator who has worked. I'm just really grateful you all are not calculating your salaries on an hourly basis, because I'm pretty sure it wouldn't even qualify as minimum wage. And so I'm so incredibly grateful to all of you who were working ridiculously hard up until last week to get the kids back into school, and then you got handed, oh, by the way, could you figure out how to run, how to have sports run for the kids too, and all the other activities. And I'm sure that you did all work ridiculously hard this weekend again, which has kind of become the new normal for all of you, unfortunately. So here's where I'm falling on this one. The science would say we actually shouldn't run sports. And it's not because of low and moderate risk or high risk. It's the away from the field activities that are going to put us at risk of having cases and having outbreaks that may close school. However, there's two compelling pieces for me. One is, particularly at the high school level, really believing that our kids' social and emotional well-being is really at stake right now. It's really at stake. And if this opportunity is going to make the difference for some kids, I'm hard pressed to say no to that. And I am profoundly grateful that the administration has been willing to work so hard to come up with a plan that they feel they can implement, and that they will, make adjustments or pull the plug if the need arises. I'm trusting Ken and his team to do that. But the other piece that's really very compelling for me is one that we started to talk about last spring, which is equity. And in our profoundly blessed community, and we have many wealths in our community: financial, spiritual, community, neighbors. We have all sorts of blessings. But the reality is, and I think Nancy has mentioned this a couple of times, if we don't have this opportunity, families are seeking out these opportunities for their kids in other places and in other ways. But really, it's the families who have the means to do that. And so then who we're leaving behind are the kids who don't have the means. And so tonight, I am choosing the science of mental health and the core belief of equity over science. And so it's yet again another really bad choice that we got handed. But tonight, I think this is the right one. So that's my comments. I don't know if there's anything else anybody wants to add, but other than that, I can call the vote and we can get on to the, oh, Lydia, I'm sorry.
I think my colleagues really expressed this so well, so I don't want to, go back and relitigate all this. But what occurred to me through all these torturous votes, and I think Ms. Stern and Ms. Dunn really kind of encapsulated how I feel about this too. What occurred to me is, the spread is still going around the United States. It is a public health failure. Everybody agrees with that. But what I've realized is that human nature is such that people, I've observed this time and again, will rationalize what they want to do, that's worth the risk because that's what they want to do. And so you see a huge range of behavior. And what dawned on me is if we don't adopt that, it's sad to say, but if we don't adopt that attitude, kids get left behind because they'll never get their shot because everybody else is doing what they want to do. They're going to open bars and restaurants and school will still be closed. I can't imagine the other districts in Delaware County having sports before their schools are open. But we're in the case, excuse me, where our schools, we're, although just today, but we can at least say our schools are open before we did this. Because I couldn't in good faith say we should do sports before school is open. So my feeling on this is that I want to give every shot to kids. And unfortunately, we're in a culture where it seems like everybody's going to do what they want. We're not really handling this pandemic very well. We're kind of selfish, but I want to be selfish for kids, and I want to give kids the shot at it. And so, I mean, it sounds kind of perverse, but I realize kids are going to get the short end of the stick if we don't jump in there and, take our shot. So I will be supporting this, which probably surprises a lot of people too.
Is there any more comment? Alrighty, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Aye. And this motion passes 9-0. Alrighty, great. Thank you, everyone. Let's see. Kenneth, I'm guessing that the majority of the presentation kind of covered everything, but you said you had another slide you want to do. So I'm going to read this motion, and then you can continue on with what it is you wanted to do. But item 7.3 is an approval of the amended health and safety plan for athletics and activities for high-risk sports, and provide administration authority to implement and oversee athletics and activities for high-risk sports and activities. And the recommended action is that the Board of School Directors approves the RTSD Health and Safety Plan for athletics and activities for high-risk sports, and provides administration authority to implement and oversee athletics and activities for high-risk sports and activities. And with that, I will entertain a motion and a second. A motion from Ms. Dunn and a second from Mr. Jubileer. Okay, so Ken, you said you have another slide you wanted to show. I'm not sure how many questions we do or don't have, but.
It's not actually, it's the slide we've already seen, just to go back and I really don't know that I need to put it up as much as I can just speak to it now. And first off, I just want to thank the board for the previous vote, and thank you for your confidence in the administrative team. We do appreciate it. We do recognize the support. We recognize how difficult all of this has been for everyone, and everyone has had the interest of our kids and our programming at heart, and how do we move forward together as a community. So just thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words. So the next piece is we have one right now for the fall, but we have athletics and programs that fall into high risk in the winter and in the spring. And so right now, this is the area where we have been challenged that the high risk sports, based on this criteria and guidance we've been looking at, we're not meeting right now what is that we discussed earlier, that community spread. Guardrails that we'd like to be in order to move forward with a high risk activity and sport. So we did explore, as I started to share before, we explored, could we do a high risk sport, and can we go with a high risk activity through COVID testing? And I think that is still something worth looking at and worth exploring. And so we want to continue exploring it. We don't have an answer right now for how that would look. We know that from speaking to the medical community that has helped guide us, as I shared before, COVID testing would be, a whole activity or a whole team being tested twice a week would be the proper protocol. I think as a community, as a district, to begin testing our students or our staff would be something I personally am open to. I think that this is something that could help us to stay open, continue to remain open as we move forward, and may play a role in helping us move to phase one. I think all these opportunities are things that we want to look at and the opportunity to possibly try that with a particular athletic and activity team, I am open to that. I can't sit here tonight, though, and tell you that we have a plan that here's how COVID testing would work and here's how we would do it to run our high-risk sports and activities, because it still takes, there is a lot of details to that. We would have to pass a board policy for that, because it would be very much considered similar to if we required drug testing. If we required drug testing, we need, under what would be considered basically a search for those students, we'd have to have a specific board policy for that. We'd have to have the arrangements on who's paying, where is it taking place. There's a lot out there with that. I'm hoping in the next few weeks that the testing is going to change, that maybe antigen testing versus the PCR test could be more available. The antigen testing, while people argue is not as reliable, it is cheaper. I think an argument could be made if you're doing it twice a week, you move forward with antigen testing instead of what is more expensive, the PCR test. The more expensive testing has ranged anywhere from $75 to $120 a test. Finding where we would do that and how we would do that are things that we're going to continue to pursue, but it's not something that we can say we could put in place tonight. So then we looked at what are the other options for all the reasons shared tonight about the value that these activities and sports, everything that is shared, I don't need to share again, for that the role this plays as part of a comprehensive high school program, as part of the education for our students, that these opportunities are they are so critical and important to our kids and their development. I think, as Mr. Moore, as Bradley mentioned, I think we would have, I heard from football players today on, what does drive them. And as much as a former government teacher, I want to say it's that government class every day. But, for some of our students, it's that activity that drives them, that gets them, that actually compels them to take that interest in government class because they want to be part of that other activity or that sporting event. So how can we move forward knowing where we are and it's a high risk? And that's where we as an administrative team are putting forward the recommendation that we have the high risk activity or sport as of now remain online. Our hybrid program has our students coming in every other day. So they're not coming in every day to begin with. And our hybrid program was built upon maximum flexibility. So the 20% of our families, the 20% of our students at the middle school and high school that chose to be online and chose not to come into our school buildings, whether we were in hybrid or not, when they had the choice of hybrid or be online, they chose to be online. I'm going to call the word remote. They chose to be remote. Those students remote in every day. When we go into hybrid, some kids are coming in every other day, but those kids, those 20% that chose to be remote, they remote in each day to their classes. And for many, it is going well. It is a strong program. It is our Radnor curriculum. It's our Radnor teachers. It's our Radnor teachers teaching our program. And we're seeing that is, working well. I am sure there are students that as they come in and as excited as they were to be in today, there are going to be kids who are going to see how different it is to be in school. And they might say, gosh, some of the things that I loved about being in school, the social aspects because of COVID are missing. And certainly there's kids, and we saw it in the spring and we're seeing it now, even with the more structured program, that see that there's real value and opportunity in that learning model of be able to remote into their classes each day. So what we are recommending, and going back to Sarah's question about, has educators, and our first priority is academics and is having our classes open. But our priority is also to our students and also to their overall development. It is part of what makes our programs. It is comprehensive, that comprehensive approach, and how all of these activities and academics and sports and extracurriculars all build to what makes a Radnor education so special, that we would like to see the high risk sport move forward. And we would like to ask those students to remain online so that we can try to create a real bubble in itself, in itself for those high risk sports so that we can mitigate, not completely remove, but help mitigate with another layer to help mitigate the spread that could impact a possible closure. We are going to have spread. I have said that so many times. It's going to happen in different places. We're going to respond to it. So we're going to have it no matter in different areas. We're going to hope to adhere to our protocols, but we think that this additional level of mitigation would give us the opportunity to allow the sport to run. And we believe that we can continue each week to reevaluate. We can continue each week. And I say each week to reevaluate, and that goes for either direction. If we need to make adjust and stop something, we can do that. If we need to, as we move forward, to say, you know what, testing's available. How could we use testing to maybe have kids then come in? Or are there other opportunities? Or are there other things we can look at? We'll continue to do that as we move forward, with this. So it's not, change, is the constant, and we're going to continue to evaluate. But we think there is value in moving forward with the program. We did meet with the football team today. We wanted to meet with them at a fairness that we felt that they deserved hearing from us the status and hearing from us as as especially our seniors who are the leaders on that team, hearing from us what is taking place, because their sport is in a situation that is different from all the other sports. And we felt that it was important for the students to hear and be able to ask questions about this. We did not meet with them today to say to them, guys, vote and tell us what would you do, what were you willing to do. Someone did ask that, as it was discussion, but that was not the reason for it. We also realized that parents, this is something that parents need to be involved in as well. As we look at the development of our students and in that high school level, and especially that junior and senior year, obviously the responsibility as they are maturing, we want to honor and respect that. But obviously this is something that families will have to look at as well, and parents would be involved in that as well. But we would be looking for them to remain online so that we can then move forward and have this opportunity, knowing that it is a short and abbreviated season, knowing that in our hybrid, they're already at home every other day as well. So that's where our recommendation is. I guess we can start first with questions, or you can jump right into debate.
Are there additional questions? Liz, go ahead.
I just clarifying again, while they're playing, they are wearing masks, correct? Or a shield. I know there was both talked. We talked about both of them. Is there a face shield or is there a mask, or both?
So our intention would be to do both. They have come out with a splash guard, which covers the bottom half of the face mask, similar to like a visor that a lot of the NFL guys wear, but it would be on the lower portion of the helmet. And then they would also have a mask.
Nancy, go ahead. I think you're muted.
I'm trying to find my unmute button.
No.
I'm just thinking of two questions at the moment. I may have some more, but and I think I may have asked this. So would the team be able to go hybrid up until the first competition on October 23rd? Given that they're already doing voluntary training with each other?
Good question. And Mike, jump in. Once they move into running practices differently than what they've been running at the voluntary, and they still will need to be careful in practices and use mitigation and be careful with the protocols. But that once they move into that is the time period when they would have to then start to remain online. So that we did discuss, Mr. Friel, my understanding would be, Mike, they would have to start next week. Is there an opportunity that we can would extend that for a week or not? I don't know.
Under the current guidelines, it would be October 5th. And again, that is based on being able to open up, I believe it's October 23rd. Yes.
So like, and for those watching, I'm just trying to like figure out, so if, for the amount of time, I mean, if you're talking about a hybrid versus remote, they'd be missing through the course of the season or the abbreviated season, they'd be missing a total of 2 weeks going into the school. I'm trying to just I'm trying to like look at it from a different perspective.
You're trying to look at it from the perspective of, because they come in every other day with hybrid, what would it equal at the end of the season? Is that?
Yes.
So I mean, the season I think is going to be 7 weeks, Mike. Is that how long the season would be, starting on the 5th?
The 5th until the 28th of November. We wouldn't have a competition until the 23rd of October, but the first practice in full pads would be October 5th. And
So if we're looking at like 2 months, and I'm just doing it in my head really fast. So 2 months, it's every other day. So they'd be looking at probably, am I doing this right? Like 3 weeks then of missed days going into the classroom. My math, it's getting late. My math isn't.
I think you could cut it in half, exactly. So depending how many weeks, if it's 6 weeks, it's more than 6. It's I haven't count up the weeks from the dates, Mike. I was just starting to do that. But if it's 7 weeks, or I'll take an even number. If it's 6, then yes, they're missing 3 weeks because it's every other day. It would be equivalent of missing 3. Is that?
Yeah. So like 15 days. I'm trying to put it into perspective. So it's 15 days. And then
opportunity, we'll have a little less of the opportunity cost because we're in hybrid.
Yeah. And then are the other Central League teams, I know a lot of those schools aren't even back in school yet. So they are the majority of those schools or those players doing virtual school?
I don't know anyone that is doing it right now. I don't think anyone has done it. Now, again, every school is in a different place. You know, if your students at the high school aren't coming back until, you know, November, obviously it's not a discussion right now that would be pertinent. You know, we have the high schoolers back in this week. So I don't know of anyone. I do know that there is interest in this, and that people were looking at this as a way that we could try to move forward. One of the things that, and you know, our solicitor here is Mike Christofko, has looked at is that, you know, is this something that we, you know, we look at everything from also, you know, what do we have the authority to do, and is this you know, legally sound for us as a way to move forward, and that, you know, Mike believes that this is something that we, Mr. Christofko has shared with me, that is something that we as a you know, as a school board, as an administration could do. I think there has been some questions across the league on whether or not this was even a viable option. And we believe it, we feel very strongly and have researched that it is a viable option. Mr. Christofko, does that summarize fairly where we are?
Yeah, that's right. We did some research into what was permitted and what was not as far as rules for extracurricular activities, and you know, and as everybody knows, there's a lot of rules involved with you know, eligibility for participation in extracurricular activities already, and that's because the school code gives a lot of flexibility. So the one thing that we just had to do was to determine, you know, what are the limits of that flexibility, and what would the showing need to be made in order to justify putting a criteria that would require the students who selected hybrid instruction, or who selected in-person instruction, to tell them they're not eligible to participate in athletics. And looking at the fact that the This particular athletic activity is classified as high risk by both medical professionals as well as by the PIAA. Looking at the literature that talks about mitigation measures and the things that need to be done, we think that this is something that can be justified as a legally enforceable eligibility requirement to participate in high-risk athletics, is that the students have to be in the virtual education model.
Yeah, my point, thank you, Mr. Krostofko. My point in basically asking the question is that other school districts may not be back the way we are. So like there's this risk that we have that we don't want to jeopardize those students who are already, going into the classroom hybrid with exposure, but at the same time, understanding the well-being of these athletes and wanting to play. Shoot, I had one more question, but I kind of forgot what it was. Can I come back, Susan, if I think of it again?
Sure.
Okay.
Are there any other?
Like the answer to that. Sorry, I distracted you to answer with the other.
Are there any other questions? Oh, everybody! Oh, just jump right in, Bradley. Andrew, do you have questions? You raised your hand for half a second. Oh, okay.
Just comments.
Got it. Sarah. Oh, Sarah, you're muted.
Thank you. I want to say this in a way that it conveys the sensitivity that I'm trying to say this with. We have had a couple of football players, and specifically one write in who I recall, and talk about the fact that his grades specifically have, he's worked so hard on his grades in order to participate in football. So I'm not trying to stereotype football players or our football team as lesser academically. My concern, though, for that student and other students who may be like him is whether we are concerned that there's some disadvantage in asking them to go hybrid and not be coming in and getting the teacher interactions that they might otherwise get. And I'm not asking for special treatment for the football team, but I guess it was raised in a public comment, and it wasn't this month, it was a different meeting. Kind of that there used to be after school tutoring programs, and I remember we actually were funding this with Title I funds, I think. So I wondered if we still have programs like that in place, and if students who are virtual are able to participate in them. I recognize it's kind of a segue, but it's relevant to me, and I wondered if it's something we're still doing.
Mrs. Kevkis, do you want to respond to that? I understand that those programs are opening up both the math support room and some of the after school supports.
Yes, in fact, we actually just today got both the Math Center and the Writing Center up on Schoology, set up as a group, and we've had all the kids imported, as well as the math and English teachers that will take part. And so we're looking to start that in a couple of days. The idea would be that it is virtual, so it really isn't based off of whether you're in school or at home. Our extended learning program is going to operate the exact same way, same hours as it has, Mondays and Wednesdays. Same subjects offered, core subjects, social studies, math, English, science. And we'll have that as a virtual program over Zoom as well. And that'll just be a drop-in service. And, what we'll be able to do is pretty unique with Zoom in the fact that, we can have a general room, but then if the teacher needs to or tutor needs to go off with a student, they can take them into one of those breakout rooms and work with them individually and pull them back in when need be.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think the community would be happy to know it, but I know I meant to ask that in another meeting and I forgot. The other thing I think, Mrs. Stern raised this with the last issue. I worry about whether football players will have trouble getting to games because they won't be in school. So transportation and the risks of carpooling, et cetera, kind of rise with all of that, especially as some of them may have working parents who can't just shuttle them around to games. And the one concern I have with all of this, I guess, is really, that's a comment, not a question. I'm gonna say that.
We have a motion. If you want to make a comment, you can. I
So I
mean,
get, my one concern is, look, the football team shows incredible passion and incredible commitment to each other and to the other members of the team. But I worry that that may be to the detriment of some of the students. And I hope that they as a community recognize that if there are kids who really do feel like they need to participate in the hybrid program, and for some reason that means they can't, or their parents feel that, and they can't participate in football, I would hope that the football team rallies around them and supports that. That everybody, every family has to make that choice individually, and I hope that people recognize that that's not a slight to the football team if they do that. I don't sense that it's actually going to be something any of them do, but I want them to feel like it is really their choice. It feels very awkward to me to ask students to pick between a classroom experience and an athletic experience. I don't know the makeup of the football team this year. I haven't seen them play. But I know in past years, there's been a percentage of minorities on our football team. And so it feels especially awkward to me to ask minorities not to show up in a classroom. From an equity standpoint, that just feels awkward in a district where we have not always had the best numbers with respect to minority success rates from education. So I will vote for it, but I hope that people genuinely feel they can make individual decisions. And to the extent that you decided it isn't necessary to keep them home, that there's some other alternative. I hope we're looking for that as well.
Bradley, I think you had your hand raised.
Just one quick question, and by asking this, I do not mean to suggest that this is something that would satisfy our student athletes who play football, but what if this motion fails, what's left for them? It sounds like you had already answered in the previous motion that voluntary workouts could continue, and with the Central League, with almost all Central League teams proceeding, what would be left would be, I guess just a hypothetical of maybe one or two teams that have not gone forward with football or high risk sports or haven't voted yet. You could dress it up like the Spring Classic or something, but when it comes to competition, that's essentially all that's left on the table. And if that's the case, I'm just curious if you've had any conversations with other superintendents or athletic directors about, if that's something of interest to those schools that haven't authorized moving forward with football yet.
Yeah, I think there's only one district now that has two high schools that is not, that hasn't made a decision or a final decision on participation. So that would give us an opportunity to only play, in the spring against those two and those two high schools in that one district. I have reached out. We have had discussions. There's just not a lot of very good options there, the things that are very viable, because we would be in a conflict with all the other seasons that are taking place, whether it's in the late winter or spring, the other seasons that are taking place. I don't know how they would be PIAA sanctioned or not, and there's all sorts of rules about whether that would be, allowable and how is it sanctioned, and all we would have to go through just to, have one game or whatever that Spring Classic we would call that. So we really believe that the opportunity is here now, where the competition and the league is moving this fall.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Are there any? Nancy, go ahead. You said you remembered.
I did. I'm sorry. I assume we will continue to investigate options that may come forth. You had said before, Ken, as far as testing options, or if, given more time to kind of do more due diligence of finding options that could potentially bring them back to the class.
Yes, we will continue that. And I still would like to even explore, and I don't want to get hopes up, but explore the October 5th, because it is, Mike, there's 3 weeks of practice, right? Starting the 5th, that then have to take place before they actually compete, correct?
Technically, this week would count. So we would have 2 weeks, right? They would still be in their non-contact for the rest of this week. And then really our clock will get started on
I get it.
Monday in
That's
Pats.
why Monday, I'm sorry. Thank you for that clarification. I think I forgot that and you had shared that. So, okay. So that I was just trying to push to see, is there an opportunity just to have that 1 week continue as hybrid next week? And I see why the emphasis on why their practices and how they change their practices needs to happen and begin next week in order to prepare for competition. They still need to be really careful with the protocols and all that they do as we move forward. But yes, to answer your question, Nancy, we will still look to investigate, as Sarah asked as well, if there's something that we believe administratively we can do to adjust, to bring to give opportunity for the students to in a high risk activity, specifically what we're talking about this season, but there's going to be other seasons in the winter and spring, and these conditions will continue to change. If there's something with testing, is there something that we have an opportunity to bring them back? We're going to continue to look at that and see what opportunities that we have, and also what other opportunities we have. You know, our coaches are you know, they're demanding about academics with our kids and pushing academics and making sure that our kids are excelling academically. So maybe there's other things that we could set up to help support, especially in this situation, you know, through some of the opportunities for the team to, you know, be supported academically. Maybe there's things that we haven't thought of that we may think of in the next week or two that we can do to help support them academically. But knowing too that, you know, we have 20% of our students that are choosing this as well, and that are in this remote program, and that we have put a lot of supports in place already just in order for this program to be successful. So it's not like we're just creating some new program just for football. We have a program that exists that is a strong remote virtual program that they would be continuing with, and that we can certainly look at how can we adjust it. Are there opportunities for testing? Where yes, we will continue to look at all those items.
All right, that's great. And I kind of go back again to Dr. Coffin's comment during the webinar of the multiple layers of protection, which we're seeing in the schools just with social distancing and masking. So in that case that they always share with the Missouri salon, you know, where 2 positive hairstylists were, you know, cutting 140 people's hair, and they were less than 6 feet from each other, masked, and none of their clients were positive. So, but yeah, so thank you for that continuous look.
Do we have more questions? Andrew, go ahead.
I actually don't have any questions. I just had a few comments.
Okay, let me just see if anybody else has any questions before we get into comments. Bradley, did you? You're muted. Okay. You do have comments or not? I can't tell because you're muted.
I'm sorry, I was unable to unmute.
Oh,
I do not have questions, just comments if everyone's done.
okay. No, I have, Dan, I've already forgotten. In the health and safety plan that we just voted on a few minutes ago, and I apologize, I couldn't get the changes sheets to print for the athletic plan. In there, I believe there was the change that for high risk sports, the students would have to be would go virtual for the season plus 2 weeks. Was there any provision in there for any possibility of the COVID testing?
It is not currently in there.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is I'm just wondering if it makes sense for us to potentially make that adjustment, because the wording of our recommended action says that by virtue of an amendment to that plan, kind of provides all the policy authority that you need to execute the plan. So when Ken mentioned earlier about if we were going to consider COVID testing, we would have to write a policy. I'm thinking, well, no, by virtue of just having it in the health and safety plan, that's the authority via policy, at least how I understood the wording of our our recommended action and how the wording for those health and safety plans is running.
Mike, Mr. Christopherco, if you could chime in on that, because we word the health and safety plans that they are in conflict with any other policies or any other rulings, how, Mike, would this particular, if we did adopt COVID testing, would we have to go to that extra step of creating a board policy based on how this falls under the category of, a search similar to a drug test?
Well, as long as the health and safety plan says that the testing is an option, that the board approves the fact that testing is an option, it would provide enough leeway for the administration to develop the regulations around a testing program. But the detail that would need to be set forth in such a procedure is way more in depth than anything that's set forth in the health and safety plan currently, in order to make sure that the testing program itself would be done in an appropriate manner and balance all the interests that need to be balanced in setting forth a program like this, where students are, in essence, searched on a suspicionless basis, by the school district. I mean, we're certainly allowed and entitled to establish such programs. We just have to make sure that we balance a lot of competing interests and have a robust program of privacy protection and other factors that need to be considered. So that would all have to be laid out somewhere. And as long as the board has given the authority to establish such a program, the administration could develop the regulations to do it.
Well, and that kind of gets to my second. Oh, that kind of gets to my second question around that, which is that, yes, as I kind of understood the health and safety plan, you can have some broad overarching authority in there, and then we can give the administration authority to create what would essentially be an administrative regulation, correct?
Yeah, fill in the details that the health and safety plan sort of would establish the broad policy guidelines of the board, and the administration would be left to fill in the details, much the same way that happens with just regular board policies.
Right, exactly. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So in terms of, I'm trying to think about how to ask this as a question. Ken, would you consider it as an option? Would it be, think about it here for a few minutes while other people chime in, as some possible option to add that into that provision to the health and safety plan, which kind of gives you the beginnings of the authority for that. Certainly you have to create some regulations, but because one of the things that's occurring to me is, might it be possible for people to opt into a testing or virtual, or testing negative at the end, and might there be other paths forward to give you and give students the flexibility to in these high contact sports? Because, and I'm not just thinking about football, I'm trying to think into the winter time, into the winter sports, when high risk sports, it's not going to be enough for them to be virtual, because some of our winter high risk sports will still have the students coming into the building. So I'm trying to think ahead, and not actually just be thinking about football. If this is a document that you want to potentially serve you for a number of months or a number of sports seasons. Anyway, so that's my question. I don't even necessarily ponder it here for a few minutes, because I think there's going to be some board comment now. Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second, which is why some of the kind of floating out comments there have been fine and dandy. And I think our last discussion went really well for sports. Well, we did a nice job with our last sports discussion. And it wasn't just because we had uniform agreement. I actually do think that it worked well. So I'm going to open the floor up to board comment. I don't know who would like to begin or not begin. Andrew, go ahead. You've been so patiently waiting with your comments.
Sure. Yeah, I held off on the previous motion comment because I'm kind of making some similar overlapping points. Many really good points have already been brought up. I think the big picture idea that you, I think, expressed really eloquently and well, Susan. None of us asked for this, none of us want it, but denying that it's happening is not good or healthy or productive. So we have to be very wide-eyed and very clear-eyed about the risks that we're actually facing down and that we're taking on. And we have to be very careful, I think. My position has been very consistent that I am a person who prioritizes safety and education. Education is a broad term. It can mean extracurricular activities. I was one of those guys at St. Charles Prep in Columbus, Ohio. In my yearbook, I had the most extracurricular activities of anyone. In other words, I played 5 different sports, including football for 5 years, etc. So the value of extracurricular activities to student development, youth development is unquestioned. That's not what, in this moment, we have to prioritize. And our priority should be education in the building. Academics should be our #1 priority. So I'm just going to say, with that in mind, it took me a bit of effort to really convince myself that even permitting low to moderate risk sports was called for. In other words, the voluntary workouts, while the rates were a lot higher than they are now, and the numbers were a lot worse, I was very wary of them. Now that the numbers are looking a lot better, we do have this window of opportunity. I would sort of politely disagree, Susan, that the science isn't there for sports right now. It actually is. But I think high-risk sports, I definitely draw the line. With football, I played on the line. I played offensive line and defensive line. There's a lot of close contact there. There's a lot of face-to-face contact that you do not have in soccer. I think wrestling, which I also did, I think it's a non-starter. I think even with masks, to Nancy's point, layering mitigation strategies, I think is very helpful. But I'm thinking of myself playing football with a mask. And I don't know, I have a question mark on that one. Face shields without a mask is, I think we've all discussed that. It's not really that important of a mitigation thing. Taking temperatures, things like that, that's, So I coach my son's soccer team right now. He's 8. And so I require them to wear a mask, gaiters during practice, because I'm talking to them. I'm saying, here, you go over here. I'm talking about doing drills and such. But during the game, I say the masks are optional because you need to exert yourself. So that's just an open question for me. It's a question mark for me about how feasible that really is to require football players to wear masks. But the bottom line is that it is a high-risk sport. And I think that we need to be consistent that for high-risk sports, unless we have a very low amount of transmission in our community, I don't see any reason why we should even be debating this, frankly. And my heart goes out to the kids. I mean, believe me, I get it from a very human, subjective, personal level. Sports were a huge part of my youth. But this is about the pandemic. This isn't about school board decisions. This is about the epidemiological reality that we are confronted with. And so on that note, I just want to wrap up my comments here. And I just want to say that we have a higher education institution in our community, and not too far from where I live. Brad and I, we live basically right next to each other. We can see Villanova from our houses, basically. And unfortunately, the picture there is not looking very good. Right now, you have almost a 10% infectivity rate at Villanova. If over the past few days, cobbling together some numbers in a recent trend over the past 4 or 5 days. So that doesn't look very good. And who knows how that's going to go. But, I also talked with a person from Villanova, and they said that things are not going to look that good over the next couple of weeks. That is going to affect our community. There's a New York Times article recently that really pointed out this fact that the infection rates among young people are then going to ripple out and affect older people. In other words, any kind of outbreak that you have among younger people is eventually going to reach the broader community. And so this is something that we have to think about. I think Villanova is doing an amazing job doing surveillance testing and monitoring and quarantining and all that. They're doing amazing work, I think, mitigating. But I'm talking about the facts of the general picture and where things are going. So, Villanova aside, I think the numbers in the area are also, they're good right now, but going into fall, it's another question mark. So all that being said, I think that it's just a bridge too far for me personally. I'm not sure about how the vote is going to go tonight, but for me personally, I think high-risk sports are just a non-starter unless the rate of transmission in the community is low. And that's all I have to say about it, really. Thanks.
Jeff, go ahead.
I think we do have a choice. I choose to be optimistic because what we've done in the past has been working, including the football team. I believe this administration through, we talked about it in the last vote, trust them. They're problem solvers. They see a problem, they see a challenge. Clearly this is one. And they came up with a solution. Maybe it's temporary. And from what I gather, at least anecdotally, the team wants to play and is willing to make a sacrifice. Hopefully it won't be for too long, but we don't know for sure in terms of having to go remote at this point without testing and maybe some other alternatives. 98% of football teams in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and again, we're not New Jersey, but Southern Jersey is pretty close, are playing football, high school football, or scheduled to play football this fall, 98%. They've been practicing, drilling since the summer. Radnor, there's been no incidents. Again, I choose not to look at hypotheticals. I choose to look at data. The data so far in Radnor is that the football team has not had any outbreaks, has not had any incidents. I don't think it's fair to the team when we voted for other sports, and I guess this is high risk, I get that, to say everyone else goes, but football, you can't go. When they've done everything right, everything we've asked them to do. And I believe that they'll continue to because they want to play so badly. We've heard countless public comment or letters to the board from individual students who play football and what it means to them, to their mental health, to their academics. It breaks your heart. But the stories are one after the other of kids who perhaps didn't come from as privileged a background as some of us may have had. And football has been their chance, has been their opportunity to be something, to go to college, to have a higher education. If we don't vote for football, and there's not going to be a season, period, as we already learned about, there's no alternative. There are some student athletes who have an opportunity for scholarships. The fact of the matter is, if they don't have game film, they're not getting scholarships. I'm sorry. And it shouldn't be about whether they catch a pass better or tackle better. This is just the way it is. And therefore, they may not have an opportunity to go on, to play, and to get an education that they can afford because they're getting that scholarship. Listen, if things turn, we know the administration will pivot, and I trust that they will do the right thing. Even between now and October 5th, now and between October 23rd, things can change. We know it can change tomorrow. I think we have to give them the chance. I think we owe it to them to give them the chance. So I'll leave with that. I trust the administration. I trust our parents. I trust they're not going to gather socially. You guys have a good plan. And I hope this board will give them the opportunity to proceed. Thanks.
Does anyone else want to make comment? Nancy, go ahead.
I actually completely agree with everything that Jeff said, and not to spend too much time on it. My key elements are student wellness. I mean, I think these kids really, the football team just seems to be such a tight-knit group, and they have been performing so well in the voluntary training. Susan, I think you hit it on the nail with equity. I completely agree with you on that as well. Just in terms of there are some people who don't have the opportunity if football is not offered to them to go out and find sports on travel teams. So that's a key element in that those that may not have the means are going to be the ones really hurt. And then lastly, just trusting the recommendation. Thank you. I'm going to support it.
Okay. Do we have other comment? Liz, go ahead.
I also agree with what Jeff and Nancy said. And Susan, I also think you said it so well in your your comments on the first motion, that it's to me a little bit of, am I making this decision strictly with my head and the science, or if it's my head and my heart and the social emotional well-being of our student athletes. And I'm really, really worried about that. And I think the administration is too. And that's why they came up with, a really creative solution or thinking out of the box to say, that they would be virtual only. And when I think about one of the public comments that really struck me was Scotty Belville. And he was talking about last spring when, he watched his his sister and his friends not be able to play spring sports, and, how heartbreaking that was. And, to me, I just thought about that. I think there was a real difference between last spring and where we are right now. Last spring, as heartbreaking as it was, everyone was in it. All sports were canceled. There were, our middle school musical was canceled. No one got to see it. We didn't have proms. We didn't have graduations. Everybody was in it. In this case, it will be only Radnor. It will be only Radnor and maybe LM that will not have a chance to play football. And that to me seems really unfair to our kids. And especially because I think we are putting these extra safety measures in place. And, I hope we do explore testing, and I hope we have things down the road. But right now, I think, I had someone from the community text me that her son, loves going to school, but will opt to go virtual because he wants to play so badly. And I hope we vote to give him the chance to play.
Is there other board comment? Bradley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mrs. Stern. So we're trying to do what we're trying to do for all the right reasons, but that doesn't mean we're ending up with the right outcome here. And the fact remains that the expert guidance that we've been relying on for other decisions, the same expert guidance that said there's a window now to reopen schools, hasn't changed with regard to their advice for us on low risk sports. And I've watched all of the webinars and I've reviewed everything that's online that's available, both from CHOP Policy Lab and other sources, as many as I can see. And the fact remains, the guidance that we have found influential still says, go forward with those high risk sports, go with the contact once you're at that level of 10 cases per 100,000 in a week. And if we were at 12 or 15, I could see this being a much different conversation. Just as it was a much different conversation when that guidance said, start reopening at 35 per 100,000, but the physicians suggested, if you're at 40 or 50, maybe you have a window now. So I would see this being a much different conversation if the level of spread in our community was there. I know I keep referring to the public health guidance. I don't see, I reject the false equivalence between public health and mental health. The experts that advise us, that have worked with Mr. Batchelor, they are aware of children's mental health too. And they're trying to give us solutions, but you know, their guidance also stands to the extent it hasn't been updated yet. So you know, these physicians want kids to get as much as they can at a sufficiently safe level that doesn't risk everything else we're trying to do in our community. And you know, and just to the point about masking, I think, you know, I agree. The guidance doesn't quite say one way or the other whether they talk about masking is or not. You know, but that guidance came out after the governor's mask order. They talk about following your health guidelines, which include masking. And other parts of some of the published statements mention masking. So I don't think it's out there that you know, 10 per 100,000 is right if you're not masking. Oh, but if you're masking, it'd be, you know, 25 or something like that. That's not the way I read it. But you know, we do the best we can with the information we have in front of us. I don't know how I would react if I were a teenager and I was told something that I loved so much was being taken away from me. I don't know how I would react. I don't think I'd like it very much. But you know, I also would want to know that everything that I was doing was what was right for my community as a whole. And I would want to take some comfort in that. Now, look, I didn't play any contact sports. My athletics were not contact sports. Closest I got to contact sports in high school was probably playing NHL '93 on the Super Nintendo. Okay, so this is not a sport that, like Dr. Babson, I played and understand as well, at least from a personal level. But I take our student athletes seriously when they describe how important it is to them. But just to be clear, even though I don't have that personal experience, I would be fair if the question were before us were musical theater or something like that. You know, that's also potentially high risk. And I would say the same thing. I would say we should follow the guidance and potentially not have that resume the same way it usually does in person at this time. And like Mr. Jubileer, I'm also optimistic. I'm optimistic that 40 cases per 100,000. I'm optimistic we could do better. I'm optimistic we could get to that 10 per 100,000, and or close to it, because of the direction that the trend is going. So we've gotten to the point where the guidance says it's appropriate with caution to go forward with the low and moderate risk sports, but we haven't yet gotten to that point for the high risk sports. And I appreciate the creativity of the administration to look into testing and to look into the option of remote learning for those student athletes doing a high risk activity. But to be clear, that layer of mitigation prevents something that arises from the high contact sport from getting into our schools. But it doesn't prevent it from getting into our homes and the rest of our community. So it's a layer of mitigation, but it's a layer of mitigation for the benefit of our schools, but not for the benefit of the community as a whole. And by the way, I agree with everyone. I'm confident that our student athletes would continue to follow all of the protocols. That is not a factor in my decision. I'm not worried about that. But even following all of the protocols, the level of community spread is just not quite there yet. What we're taking away by allowing this to go forward is the best mitigation strategy, the one that the CHOP Policy Lab reiterated, is the social distancing, even more important, or at least as important as masking in their recent webinars. They talked about that. I was surprised. I thought they might, suggest maybe schools can start going to 5 foot distance, 4 foot distance, but they really emphasize social distancing as a cornerstone of mitigation. And even if the students follow every single protocol we ask them to, we lose that social distancing mitigation because of it being a high contact sport. That's the nature of the sport. So I don't want to, there's no joy in this. I don't want to sit here as a philosopher king, deciding what goes forward and what doesn't go forward. But we were asked to vote on a health and safety plan, and I'm duty bound to vote on, what I think is safe. And decades ago, I was just a kid from Garrett Hill, and now I've ended up on the school board in the communities in the community where I grew up. Here I am, and I'm just trying to get this right and make the best decision that I can. And I think we're out on pretty thin ice right now. We're out on pretty thin ice. In our previous vote about reopening on the hybrid plan, we went faster than the guidance that was recommended. And by the way, I've gotten comments since then, did the CHOP Policy Lab still say that staggering was recommended? Even in the most recent webinar, the one for parents co-hosted with the DCIU, go to 821 of that video, they still talk about bringing in the younger kids first. So I was not, out in left field when I said that. And I don't think I am with this position now, even though all those other schools have voted to resume the high contact sports. I think those schools are making a mistake. And if we go forward, it could potentially be a mistake for us, even if we follow all of our protocols perfectly. And I'm concerned about it. So this pandemic is not fair. This is not my judgment that what a football player experiences as a student athlete is less valuable than what any other student athlete experiences. But this pandemic isn't fair. And this pandemic is one where these mitigation strategies work, and we take away the social distancing mitigation strategy if we allow a high-risk sport to go forward. And I know it would be less satisfying to continue with voluntary workouts and most likely not have the prospect of a game. That's not what student athletes practice for. You ask any of the coaches when I was a kid, they knew I hated practice. All I cared about were games. That's all I cared about. So I understand that. I think that the last piece I want to emphasize is this vote tonight could just be a vote that's no for now. No for now. It's a compressed season. There's not a lot of time. Football needs 3 weeks of mitigation. 3 weeks of ramping up before they can go into competition. But this could be a vote of no for now. And we'll see what happens down the road with our level of community spread. It's a short season. I'm not suggesting there's a lot of time for that. We're on the razor's edge here, but my belief is a no vote is a no for now. And I don't give up hope, and I remain optimistic about what we can do as a community to continue to make the right decisions to beat this thing and also give kids the most we can give them without putting our community at too much risk. So that's my position on this. It's not one I say with any joy, but that's still where I stand.
Okay. Is there any more more comment? Sarah, Amy? Okay, I actually have a little bit of comment. I am going to support the motion. I think I'll cut to the chase. I started to reference this in the first motion. Interestingly, I don't think that there's as much difference between low risk and moderate risk and high risk sports as one might think when you take into account the outside activities that teams tend to do. They tend to congregate. We had some questions about that earlier tonight about, pre-dinners and weekend events and things like that. And Nancy, I think you asked it earlier. I do think that the CHOP Policy Lab made the assumption that there was masking of some sort when it made its distinctions about the mitigations. I recall reading that. I could be wrong. But I think when they made their distinctions between sports, I never heard any of them take into account the social aspect of being on a team. And by the way, I don't fault the kids for that. I'm making an observation about, I think that the distinction between low, moderate, and high risk sports was in the context of only the practices and only the competitions and only those circumstances. I don't think it took into account the other ancillary things that go on with the sports. And so from that perspective, I'm not sure that I see a big difference between a group of soccer players getting together from a group of football players getting together, if they are getting together. And I believe Ken and his team, and I think Mrs. Kevgis and Mr. Friel, you all mentioned meeting with the football team together today, and I stressed how important it is, and to abide by these guidelines. And we're putting forth the quarantine pact. What makes this particular high risk sport different, which is why I do support some additional measures is the size of the team. This is one of our largest teams. So if this team gets together, it's bigger than the golf team. It's bigger than the tennis team. So the opportunity for us to have potentially, incidents, higher incidents or positivity or cases spike is greater with a larger team. And also something we spoke about earlier, with the size of the crowds that tend to congregate for the football team versus one of our other sports that is, well loved and well supported, but perhaps not as well attended. So the stakes are a little higher. And they're not a little higher, they're actually a lot higher. I'm trying to kind of consolidate my comments from before because I'm still landing on the side of the equity and the mental health right now, which I think is significant. And the mitigation of either virtual or options for testing. So I believe in the science of the testing. That's why I'm hoping that works out. That's why I asked a little while ago about, is there something we can add to the health and safety plan that's going to give the administration kind of the teeth and the options to execute on possible testing? Because if you can identify the kid and if you can identify the cases and isolate the cases, then you can mitigate the cases. I'm seeing that in a daily dashboard at my son's college, where they do 7,500 tests a week. Everybody gets tested. And if you live on campus, you get tested twice a week. And they have had a case here and a case there. Their positivity is 0.013%. And I think that the knowledge for college kids to know that they're going to get tested once or twice a week, if it's making the difference and causing them to adhere to guidelines, because they know they're going to get tested and they know if they get identified, they're going to get isolated. Maybe that's making a difference. And I'm hoping that that kind of surveillance or the possibility of that surveillance testing might make the difference here. So I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to put forth an amendment to the health and safety plan. And I asked Mr. Batchelor to think about it. And he did think about it because he shared some wording with me. And I'd like to put forth a motion and ask for a second and see if we get the support for it. We would insert, Mr. Batchelor, do you remember what page it was on the changes page where we make reference that high-risk students go online?
Yes, so in the document on the health and safety plan, it is page for athletics and activities. I apologize. It is the page. It is
Page 4, Mr. Batchelor.
Thank you. It's page 4. There were page 4. There is a statement in there that RTSD will permit higher risk sports provided the safety measures outlined in the Central Athletic League, PIAA, RTSD governing bodies are followed. Then it says student athletes in higher risk sports must also select the online option for the duration of the season, plus 14 days in order to participate. The administration, and then what we would add.
Right, so this is the amended motion that I'd like to see if I can get support for a second here, is just to give the administration basically the authority they need to explore the option of testing. So the sentence that would come after the one that says that the high-risk students would remain online, the amendment would be, the administration has the authority to adjust this requirement based on potential options for COVID testing or changes in community transmission or development of further mitigation strategies. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Who seconded that? I'm sorry. Bradley. Okay, great.
Can you say that again?
Absolutely. The administration has the authority to adjust this requirement, the requirement that students remain online, based on potential options for COVID testing or changes in community transmission or development of further mitigation strategies. And, thank you for the second, Mr. Moore. The upshot of this really is to just give them the very authority that they need to be looking into the possibility of COVID testing. They didn't actually have it in the plan, this authority. So I don't know if there's more board discussion, or I can just call the vote on the amendment.
I had a question. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
One piece of it was the change in
Community transmission.
Community transmission. I mean, arguably that could be an increase and it's a change. I don't think the administration would do that. I mean, I guess we're just assuming that that's a change that's sufficient to meet the policy. I mean, that piece I think wasn't what I expected to hear. I expected to hear the kind of alternatives. Well, and I know Mr. Babson or Dr. Babson had talked about, if the recommendations that came out of the CHOP policy lab. I just feel like that one's a little nebulous to me, maybe.
Mr. Batchelor, I don't know if you want to respond, since that was the wording came from the administration.
Yeah, no, I was writing it as listening to the comments, and really I think it was some of those comments I was hearing that we are in this circumstance with high risk, so that if there was a change and that we do fall below the 10, or we do fall within 1%. I mean, we got down to 2% positivity. So if we do see a continued drop in 3 or 4 weeks from now, or we see a drop in a winter sport or spring sport, that puts the high risk in the category of the metrics we're following or the guardrails we're following that would allow it to move forward administratively, we would recommend then to move forward to allow them to be in class. So that's what that's referencing. It's not referencing that if it goes up higher, would not be our intention administratively. And obviously we keep the board abreast of topics and issues all the time. And this is something that we would continue to follow up with the board as we look to move to make changes. But it would give us the authority to do that, authority based on the potential for testing. And our community is resourceful. Our parents are resourceful. For all I know, somebody is watching this, somebody connected with our athletics or not connected with our athletics has some insight on testing, on this antigen testing, and that has an opportunity to help make it more available for us as a district. That we've been calling around, we've been talking to different labs, we've combed labs that are in this area, labs that have offices in this area, but their labs are located in other places, that we've been looking at to try to figure out what are these different options. There could be options out there that our parents might have connections to, that could say, hey, have you thought of this, or have you looked at that? And I also think it is in the next couple of weeks, I think we're going to see changes in testing and availability in testing. We're going to see changes continue to happen and evolve. And this will give us that opportunity to take advantage of maybe some of those changes that we may see.
And Mr. Batchelor, along those lines, how close were you getting? Or another way to put it, what are the obstacles? And this is in the spirit of my previous comment that a no today isn't necessarily a no forever. I know you were working really hard on the testing piece. You just alluded to a lot of that. What were the obstacles? What prevented testing from being part of the plan for high risk sports, such that remote is the mitigation you're recommending instead?
Cost, availability, which test, and really it's the availability. It's availability and cost, and who would be paying. Is this something that the school district is paying? Is this something that parents would be willing? Is it something that insurance companies, individual insurance would be able to pick up based on if we had a doctor's order that's suggesting that, this is a high-risk sport. In order to keep schools open, we have a doctor who, writes an order that says this is part of, our program to keep schools open. All of those factors, I think. So really it's the availability and cost were probably the two biggest ones.
All right, thank you. I don't get the sense there's a lot of debate out there. I'll just say I'm in favor of the amendment to the motion. I think I probably would still decline to support the motion as amended, but I appreciate Mrs. Stern's suggestion for the amendment. Looking into all options is always helpful.
Okay, if there's no further comment, I'm going to call the motion on the amendment. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The amendment passes 9-0. So I think we were done with all board comment, but perhaps not.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't said anything about.
That's fine.
This motion's going to pass. I can see that. And you know what? To put these kind of decisions before a school board, I mean, it's bordering on the absurd because we're a bunch of people that spend all our time trying to give every opportunity to kids and to try to, make life the best it can be for Radnor kids. So to then tug at our heartstrings and tell us, how much this means to everyone. And then for us to know, we really know that it's a high-risk sport. This is a pandemic. We're talking about life and death here for certain individuals. Probably not our football players, but somebody in the community is going to be exposed, and somebody's grandmother, potentially, like Ken said, there will be spread, there will be cases, and somebody's going to die. And, I hope it doesn't come back that then they turn on us and say, why did you let us play? Because something horrible happened. But, it's really unfair. And I said this earlier, it's a public health failure that this has been put on school boards to make this decision. Governor Wolf came out and said, we shouldn't be playing sports. The Chester County Health Department came out and said, we shouldn't be playing sports till January. The guidelines still say for high-risk sports, you shouldn't do it if your cases are greater than 10 per 100,000. So having stated all of that, guess what? You know what? This ship has already sailed because everybody's playing football anyway. So we say no in Little Radnor to our players. COVID doesn't stop at the Radnor border. Everybody else is playing football. So Delaware County is exposed. So you know what? It's a ridiculous we're in ridiculous terrain here. None of us should be doing this, but yet we're probably going to vote. This is going to pass. I probably am going to vote for it because you know what? This has already happened. We're not stopping that train. Once they put it on school boards to decide this, we're not the group of people to say no to opportunities for kids. We're not public health experts. They keep changing their advice to us. I mean, you can sense my frustration with all this. So, this is going to pass. And it probably shouldn't. And I hope that we don't come to regret this, when something horrible happens in our community. And that's, yeah, I know that's negative.
No, I can't disagree with you.
It's a pandemic, people. Okay, I'm going to be quiet
now. If there is no further comment, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? And the motion passes 7-2 with Dr. Babson and Mr. Moore opposing. Thank you, everybody. None of us want to be here. This is not where things should be. I think Lydia said it quite well just a minute ago. But we are going to move on to another piece of our agenda. Let's see. Oops, sorry about that. I'm having a little trouble pulling up the agenda. Oh, that's not it. All right, the next item on our agenda is the Pennsylvania School Boards Association elections. Boy, the recommended action is that the board cast their votes for the Pennsylvania School Boards Association 2021 vice president, and this is a roll call vote. Ms. Deco, can you kind of walk me through the best way to do a roll call vote when there's two different people? Whose name do I put first?
Surely, and if I don't get it correct, Mike Christopher can jump in. So there's two different people who are up for vote. So what you need is a motion and a second to elect one of those people, and then we will call the roll call vote and see if it passes or fails.
Okay, so do I have a motion or a second for either Sabrina Backer or Daniel O'Keefe? Yes, Nancy.
I'll make a motion for Daniel O'Keefe.
And do we have a second? A second from Liz Duffy. I don't know, does anybody have any board comment? Yes, Mr. Moore, yes.
No PhD or doctorate or medical degree for me. I emailed each of these candidates for this position a few days ago to ask them a question. It's a question that I heard more than any other question when I was considering running for school board and campaigning for school board, which is, why are school boards elected on a partisan basis in Pennsylvania as opposed to a nonpartisan basis in most states? And I asked them what their position was on that issue and the extent to which they would support as something to consider for PSBA looking into nonpartisan elections for school board directors. And both of them responded very thoughtfully and said that this was something looking into. Having no primary, getting school board elections out of the hands of local political committees, and there's a general election. You have a big signature requirement. State Senator Andy Dinniman had a bill along those lines that maybe 7 or 8 years ago, it never really went anywhere. So they both thought that this was a very interesting idea and something that they would want to hear from the membership about if they were to proceed. So both of them thought it was a good idea. But I will say that Mr. O'Keefe had some additional thoughts on why he thought cross-filing was insufficient as a way to create less partisanship on school boards. And I thought that was an especially helpful insight because that's something I've observed as well. So I appreciated that they were willing to get back to me about that particular question, and glad to hear that those seeking leadership positions are willing to listen to their membership about that.
Okay. Is there any other comment? All righty. This is a roll call vote. So Ms. Deco, do you want to run the roll call?
Yes. Ms. Stern.
Aye.
Ms. Goldman.
Aye.
Dr. Babson.
Aye.
Ms. Duffy.
Aye.
Ms. Dunn.
Aye.
Mr. Jubileer.
Aye.
Ms. Monahan.
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Ms. Solomon.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay. So now we're moving into our consent agenda. And although board action is required, it is generally unnecessary to hold discussion. Oh, hold on, I got to make this bigger. To hold discussion on these items. With the consent of all board members, they are therefore grouped and approval is given in one motion. In the event a board member wants to discuss any item, the board president will move it to an appropriate place on the agenda. Are there any items people would like to pull from tonight's agenda? Does anyone have any items? Okay, I'd like to pull items 9.1 and 9.6. And with that, I would entertain a motion to approve items 9.2. Just to get down to the bottom here. Through, so sorry, 9.2 through 13.2 minus item 9.6.
So
May I have a-
moved.
And a second from Sarah. So motion from Ms. Solomon, a second from Ms. Dunn. All those in favor? Consent agenda passes 9-0. So let's see, I pulled item 9.1. We need to make a quick edit to those minutes. The meeting started at 5 PM, not 7 PM. And it ended at 5:57, not at 7:57. And so with that adjustment to the to item 9.1, I'd like to move it approved as amended. And may I have a second? Second from Sarah. All those in favor? 9.1 passes 9-0. I also pulled 9.6, which is the minutes from the August 25th meeting. I'm just going to pull those and we'll see them on next month's agenda. They need some edits. Okay, great. So now I think we can move in. Thank you, everybody. I believe we can now move into our liaison reports. Oh, and I do want to just say quickly, I do think we had some retirements, which this is an odd time of year. Mr. Batchelor, the 3 employees who have decided to retire, will we honor them at the end of the school year? It's an odd thing because they're retiring at the beginning of this school year, but they'll be added to the group that we'll honor next year.
Yes,
Okay, so we just kind of take up a group all through the year, correct?
correct. That has been our practice.
Okay.
I'll check back with Mr. Stitzel, but yes, I believe that's been our practice.
Okay, great. So let's move right into reports from board liaisons. Delaware County Community College. Lydia, do we have a report from Delaware County Community College?
I'm sorry. I received an email today that well, they usually have an annual school board recognition dinner. That's going to be canceled. But we are going to hold our liaison meeting virtually on that night. So we'll be getting an update at that point.
Great, thank you. Delaware County Intermediate Unit, Ms. Goldman?
Yes, the Delaware County Intermediate Unit Board met on September 2nd. I wasn't able to attend the meeting because we were having one at the same time, but I understand that the main action item there was to approve the mechanism by which County Council is giving some CARES money through the Delaware County Intermediate Unit to its districts. So that was the main action item there. The board also met on September 9th for an education committee meeting. The Delaware County Career and Technical School students are learning virtually at the moment, but they will resume in-person instruction on October 5th. And the DCIU board will meet again next Wednesday, the 7th.
Great, thank you. Federal Relations Network, Dr. Babson.
No report.
Okay, Delaware County School Board's Legislative Council, Mr. Moore?
The Legislative Council met Wednesday, September 23rd at 8:30 a.m. We received a legislative update and in fact had a pretty substantial discussion about athletics in our area and what different school districts were doing. And so what we've accomplished tonight adds to that further discussion.
Okay, great, thank you. Pennsylvania School Boards Association, Dr. Babson.
No report to add from last month.
All righty. Parks and Rec, Dr. Babson.
Sure. So Parks and Rec, we met on Thursday, the 10th. And the highlight item there was that Steve Norsini from the Township updated us on progress with trail projects. And our next meeting is going to be Thursday, October 8th at the usual time, 6:30.
Great, thank you. Radnor Educational Foundation, Ms. Duffy.
Yes, we are going to be meeting this Thursday, October 1st. But I can share with you that the fall grant cycle is open and the LOIs are due Friday, October 16th. The REF is also planning some fun events this year, including a family trivia night planned for Friday, November 13th, and they'll be sharing details soon. We are welcoming our new student trustees, juniors. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, but Nia Anand and Will Rieger, and wishing our second year trustees, Janie O'Grady and Anna Granson, a fantastic senior year.
Super, thank you. Radnor Alumni Council, Mr. Moore?
I discussed with someone from the Radnor Alumni Council about what the all-class reunion could look like in these times and moving forward. The 2019 all-class reunion did not go forward because of renovations at the Radnor Financial Center, which usually allows such a large gathering to take place. Typically, that reunion happens in conjunction with Radnor LM. Even with everything that happened tonight, we still don't know what could happen with Radnor LM. But when that's an away game, the reunion does not occur. So this would be there are high hopes for next year that we could be in a position to have the all-class reunion in what we all think could be better times.
One can only hope. Radnor High School Scholarship Fund, Mr. Jubileer?
There's nothing substantive to report. We did not meet this month. We are scheduled to meet. I'm not sure whether it'll be virtually or in person in a safe distance way on October 19th.
Okay, great. Radnor Page, Sarah, Ms. Dunn?
No report.
Radnor Committee for Special Education, Ms. Monahan?
Yeah, the committee met with Jenny and George on September 9th, and it largely just focused on discussions related to school opening and social opportunities for students, as well as the consortium on inclusion that is still in the process of being scheduled. More information will be forthcoming.
Great, thank you. Do we have any new business tonight, folks? Yes, Ms. Goldman.
Just quickly, I want to, because it's coming up so quickly, I know everybody's been super busy, but I just want to put another plug out there for PSBA's Advocacy Day on October 8th. It's virtual. We've got a couple appointments to set up. Come join Bradley and me in talking to our legislators, please. We still have things we need to advocate for on behalf of our students in public education. I want to remind everybody also that on October 13th is PSBA's Equity Summit. I know from last year it was wonderful, and it's going to be offered virtually again this year. So please consider signing up for that. And if you need any information about it, please let me know. And then, of course, the next day on October 14th and 15th is PSBA's School Leadership Conference. And the details of the different educational sessions and the keynote speakers is out. It won't take up all of your day virtually. You can come and go, but please consider these 3 events coming up in the next week or 2. They're really important as advocates for public education and just to help us do our jobs even better as school board members. So just thank you for allowing me to put that out there again as a reminder.
Sure. Let's see, board announcements. Our next round of committee meetings will begin.
Susan, you're really hard to hear. You maybe move your microphone closer.
No, I think I'm losing my voice actually. Is that a little better?
No, maybe your phone came unplugged, your cord came unplugged. No, that's worse.
Is that better, folks? No?
It's muffled, Susan. It's muffled right now.
All right, well.
Go ahead and try it now.
Can
There
you
you go.
hear me now?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, I can't. Oh, hang on a second. Let me do
Mrs.
this.
Goldman was worried she'd have to take over.
There we go. Well, if my microphone doesn't work, maybe I should just bow out. All right, board announcements. Our next round of committee meetings will begin Tuesday, October 13th at 5 p.m. Those are slated to be virtual meetings right now. They will be policy at 5, finance at 6, and government relations and communications committee meeting at 7 p.m. We are slated to have curriculum and facilities beginning at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, October 20th. Pardon me, and our next regular business meeting will be Tuesday, October 27th at 7 p.m. And that will also, at this point, it's slated to be virtual. Alrighty, our next item is public comment on new issues raised or subjects developed following the priority discussion. Again, citizens are encouraged to address the board during the public comment portions of the meeting. And you submit your email comments to board comments at RTSD. We do ask that your comments be limited to not more than 4 minutes as per board policy 006, and that you include your name and your street address and topic to be addressed. And we will get should you be unable, you could mail in your comments to Mr. Michael Petiti at Radnor Township Administration Building 135 South Wayne Avenue, Wayne, PA 19087. And we are going to once again hear from Mr. Dukevich.
Thank you, Mrs. Stern. I will begin. We have about 40 comments here. I'll try to be efficient. First comment is from Chris Hart from 520 Meadowbrook Circle in Wayne. Dear Radnor School Board members and Superintendent of Schools Bachelor, I am ready to express my concerns about the process and procedures regarding your decision to vote to remove the Radnor name, the Raider name from all Radnor schools at your last board meeting in the first week of September. It was communicated that this would be a deliberate and thoughtful approach involving all interested parties. However, the communication regarding the outcome of the board's vote appears to be the result of an expedited effort to wipe the slate of Radnor's history clean and move forward without a well-deserved regard or respect for Radnor's traditions. Not only did the decision seem to ignore the opinion of a meaningful portion of Radnor constituents, it lacks any viable resolution or clear path forward for the community in terms of what our new identity would look like and how it should be interpreted. Unfortunately, the board took an incomplete action to identify an issue and has proposed no solution for either the short or the long term. How is that helpful? Further, and just as importantly, I am quite concerned about the financial costs and burden to the township and taxpayers of the immediate and perhaps interim rebranding of all school logos, equipment, athletic facilities, and clubs, etc. Again, aside from your decision to vote to remove certain imagery and any reference to Raider, what are you proposing to put in place of this imagery or references at all on the Radnor facilities and fields or on the uniforms, and how are we paying for it? There's a clear financial burden associated with your actions, and it should be publicly addressed. Without a viable and agreed upon solution, there will be additional costs associated with your decision. Should
5 hours of
we have an intermediate step involving the removal of the current logo and references, while the final new logo and references are yet to be determined. With respect, this hasty decision should be reversed until a more thorough and thoughtful proposal, including both the social and economic impacts, can be properly considered and presented. Comment, Jay Rader of 144 Browning Lane, Rosemont. I totally understand removing the Native American imagery, but there is no reason to drop the Raider name. Next comment is Jim Yiannopoulos from 15 Braxton Road. Dear School Board, for business reasons, I have personally stayed out of the argument. Page skipped a second there. For business reasons, I have personally stayed out of the argument until now. I have received an email from a group circulating a petition requesting that you reconsider your position. Please don't. I applaud your decision. As my son Alex stated to you previously, if we were selecting a new mascot name today, would we pick Raider? Why would we reconsider? Tradition? Some traditions deserve ending. I grew up in a community where people traditionally told stereotyped jokes about Blacks, Jews, Greeks, and Polish people. That community has grown up. They don't do that anymore. It is time for Radnor to grow up too. Here's a tip for a new mascot. Pick an animal. I have never seen a bear, lion, tiger, etc. come to a school board meeting to complain about insensitivity. Next comment is Gary Cohen of 780 Fawn Hill Road. I've lived in Radnor for 23 years. My two sons graduated RHS in 2014 and 2019 respectively, with incredibly positive experiences in the classrooms, the athletic fields, and non-sports related club activities. I had the honor to serve as the president of the Radnor Gridiron Booster Club in 2018 and other volunteer roles for other RHS booster clubs. So I had a front row seat to the incredible sense of community and school spirit and pride of being Radnor Raiders by large numbers of the student body, big swaths of the Radnor community, and RHS alums who come from all over the country every year back to Radnor to rekindle their link with RHS through reunions, has-beens, get-togethers, and other activities. These groups also support both RHS and the Radnor community through donations of their time and money to fund many activities integral to the great experiences that our students are afforded in Radnor. This is truly something special and to be cherished. And I say this as a Harridan High School alum, right down the street, where we had the close to zero school spirit and where alumni contributions to the school are few and far between. As we all know, earlier this month, the Radnor School Board faced decisions about whether to remove Native American imagery from the school student groups and a separately considered question of whether or not to keep using the name Raiders as a nickname for students and their student teams. During the debate, I heard school board members say that their goals in making a decision were to 1, unify the community, 2, not hurt anyone, and 3, remove offensive imagery. It's painfully obvious that the school board achieved only one of the 3 noble objectives, removing the offensive imagery, something which we all agree should have been removed back in 2013. The school board certainly hurt the many hundreds of current students and thousands of alumni and community members who hold the Raider name as a cherished identity and common link, with nearly 1,700 of them having signed a petition started by a current RHS senior. The school board has also torn this community apart, as can be seen by the vile comments made after the school board decision by those who wanted to get rid of the Raiders name, being lobbed at both current students and community members, accusing them of being racist and white colonists for supporting the name Raiders. And on the other extreme, nasty comments about those who wanted to get rid of the name Raiders. It is both extremely sad and embarrassing. On top of that, it will cost taxpayers at least many hundreds of thousands of dollars to remove the Raider name from signs, school boards, uniforms, etc., above and beyond the cost to remove the imagery. There was a perfect win-win solution. To remove the Native American imagery, the mascot hasn't been used in at least the last 7 years, rebrand the Raiders with a new logo, and introduce a mandatory module on Native American history, including the evolution of the school's Raider identity, through all the good and not so good of its past usage. What stronger message could we send to our students about understanding our past and evolving to a higher level of understanding and empathy aligned to the foundation of our common experiences at Radnor Raiders? We could have shown our students how to be progressive without tearing the link of common identity. While some of the school board consider this a closed matter, that's akin to throwing a match into an explosives warehouse and saying my job is finished here. The community is hurting because of the decision to stop using Raiders, and something must be done to heal our community. Creating a new nickname against the wishes of the majority of students won't bring us back together. Furthermore, the link to the past will be diminished, and the active alumni affiliation with the school and the accompanying donations will be severely reduced, resulting in a net loss to both RHS students and the Radnor community. The school board, intentionally or not, has impugned all the past use of the name Raiders. As long as you say the name must go, your implicit message is that we should be ashamed of our past experiences as Raiders. Simply sticking to the current decision isn't going to make the issue go away, as the now 1,700 petition signers and the growing appearance of Keep the Raiders in Radnor yard signs attest to. The Raider name, like any good name, is worth fighting for. And until
4 minutes.
Okay. I'll move to the next comment. Lexi McClatchy, 77 Brookley Road. Dear board members, I am writing to you in hopes that you consider keeping the Radnor name in Radnor schools, the Raider name in Radnor schools, I apologize. I'm a 2014 graduate of Radnor and come from a long line of Radnor graduates dating back to my great-grandparents. What makes Radnor so special is the sense of pride and community that the student body and staff shares. The Raider mascot stands as a symbol of this pride and community as well. It is critical to recognize that when the Raider name was established in our district in 1934, it held no association to Native American symbolism. While I agree that the removal of the Native American imagery and logo in 2013 was definitely appropriate in this case, there's absolutely no reason that the Raider name cannot stay. For those worried about the association between the two will remain, over time as our generations of students enter Radnor schools, the connection between Native American imagery and the Raider name will ultimately vanish. Please allow us the opportunity to show other districts and counties that we can continue to uphold our Radnor Raider name while foregoing the Native American symbolism and imagery, just like it was in 1934. Next comment is Kate Hart of 520 Meadowbrook Circle in Wayne. Dear Radnor School Board members and Superintendent Batchelor, first, I want to thank you for your endless hours you've put in this summer over Zoom meetings to plan and prepare for our schools to reopen. I'm excited for our students to return in person learning this week. I am writing to you today to express my disappointment that you took a vote to remove the Raider name at your last school board on September 4th. The meeting was advertised in the Radnor Reader as a meeting for the board to reconvene to hear community input about the Radnor Raider name. It was also advertised in the school calendar as a time to hear community comments on the topic, and at the conclusion of the meeting to discuss next steps in this important discussion. The posting on the school website also stated that the communications department will share details in the coming weeks on the process for making and submitting public comments. No mention was made to the public that you would be voting at that meeting on this important issue that alters the Radnor community. This topic deserved more than one board meeting during a pandemic to come to a resolution. Many parents have reached out to me to express their surprise that such a vote took place. People thought that surely you would continue to allow the community to voice their opinion on this topic, since many people, lost my spot. Oh, geez. Since many people have not been allowed to attend meetings in person due to the COVID pandemic. They thought that you would certainly poll the student body since the decision impacts them so much. I'm not only disappointed in your action to vote at last week's board meeting without alerting the public, but I'm also disappointed in you not finding a common ground and allowing the name Raider to stay. Nancy Monahan was the only board member who was able to see that a balanced approach was what was best for our children. As I wrote to you in my last letter, I agree that the offensive Native American imagery should be removed. I learned through Michael Petiti's well-researched presentation that the history of the name Raider at Radnor initially had nothing to do with Native American people. I learned through my research that the name Raider does not refer to any ethnic group at all. In fact, in the past week, Chief Metoxen's son, Tim, has voiced his approval of keeping the Raider name, writing in an email that he has allowed us to share. And I quote, I have no problem with retaining Raiders, red and white colors, and just eliminating all imagery relating to Native Americans. To my recollection, this was the situation when we were there. It's unfortunate that many years later, it was decided to include the mascot, etc., even if it was not intended to relate to my dad or Chief as you knew him. He also writes, quote, he appreciates your input and attempt to honor Chief. Sadly, it's been construed the wrong way by many and given the inclusion of the imagery. I told my sister and niece I stand in the middle of this subject. I feel the nickname Raiders is rather general and any association of it with Indians will fade. Therefore, I'm not opposed to keeping the tradition. It's a final end quote. We live in a time of such divide and controversy in this country. I saw this as an opportunity for us to teach our children that people who are opposite sides of an issue can find a common ground. I truly thought that it would be possible to acknowledge that the Native American imagery in the tomahawk chop was offensive and remove it. I also thought you could find a way to honor the Native American people of Radnor by adding curriculum to the local government units done in 3rd and 9th grade. I thought surely you could create an exhibit showing the history of the Radnor Raider and explain why the offensive imagery was removed. I naively thought you would recommend to rebrand the Raider as a simple letter R with no cultural references as the Radnor Young Raiders football team did for years in the Pop Warner League. Our football and cheerleaders wore that uniform proudly and it did not offend anyone. I thought that as educators, you would show our children that people can find compromise. I thought you as leaders would not bend to the fear of being labeled racist and allow the cancel culture to change our traditions. During the discussion, one school board member commented that
4 minutes.
Okay. The next comment is by Chip Addis of 511 Askin Road, St. David's, PA. Dear Radnor School Board, I am deeply disturbed and have been physically sick to my stomach over your decision to cancel the Radnor Raider. You missed a wonderful opportunity to demonstrate to our kids and our community how to find common ground. Instead, by obliterating the Raider, you have successfully divided the students in our schools and those of us in the Radnor community. Please explain to me why it is okay to cancel the identity of the vast majority of students and alumni to quiet a small subset of young high school students who make a lot of noise and claim to be offended as that is the politically correct thing to do. Trashing the Raider was the easy thing to do, but not the right thing. For the Raider could have easily been rebranded and associated with something that everyone could rally around. You cite a very narrow Merriam-Webster definition of Raider. In Radnor, the definition is inclusive of all, broader, and is a treasured part of our culture. A culture, sorry, the page keeps skipping, a culture you have now voted to destroy. In addition, You could have delayed the decision until the high school kids had an opportunity to weigh in once back from summer vacations and after all the unknowns and stress with school starting virtually diminished. Didn't they deserve that consideration? Now they don't feel listened to or heard in this matter. As with the decision not to get them back in the classroom, you ignored the mental health and well-being of our students. You could have waited until a time that was not the last week of summer, the week before classes were to start, or is that by design? You could have waited until the pressure of starting school during a pandemic and heightened social unrest quieted, or was that by design? You could have waited until people could attend a meeting so their voices could be heard, not read from an email, or was that by design? I always tell my clients that part of our value is to help them avoid emotional decision-making. Where is the leadership on this board to recognize when it is best to hit the pause button? Everything has been taken away from these kids. Current students and recent grads now in college, and especially the seniors. And now you take away their identity with nothing for the kids to rally around in its place. It's cruel. My son Kyle is the definition of a Raider. He brought kids of all backgrounds and ethnicities together as president of his class and as captain of the football and lacrosse teams. He fought hard for something bigger than himself on the field and as a Raider. He was filled with Radnor Raider pride. He is now devastated by your short-sighted decision-making. You took away a huge part of his identity and pride he feels for Radnor. He even asked how he is going to organize a reunion of his class since it is now so divided. And the really sad part is that there are so many other kids now in generations past, just like Kyle, that demonstrate the true character of a Radnor Raider, unlike those whose only goal is to cancel everything. And further, I did not hear one word about the cost of canceling the Raider. What is this going to cost? Who is going to foot the bill? I hope that you and administration are transparent about the financial impact of your decisions. In closing, when I served as president of the Radnor Raider Booster Club, we had a Raider Nation sign made for the top of the press box for all to see. It announces who we are, our history, our pride. It means we are all in this together. We are one. We support each other. We cheer for each other. And above all, it means that to be a Raider is bigger than any one of us alone. Apparently, you don't know that the same Radnor community that I do. I have always been amazed at how accepting Radnor kids are of each other and their differences. They take care of each other no matter one's skin color, ethnicity, gender identity, economic standing, etc. That's the Radnor nation that we all love and hold dearly, a nation that is now torn apart. Next comment is Robin Duggan, RHS 1975, 2714 Foster Avenue Trooper. Save the Radnor name, please. Thank you. Next comment is Andrew Bolden of 120 Browning Lane, Bryn Mawr, PA. Dear Radnor School Board, I graduated Radnor High School in 1989 and I'm a current parent in the school district. I'm disappointed in the decision to eliminate the Raider from Radnor. I see this decision has caused a lot of divide in our community. I do not think that the school board allowed for proper discussion by all or has full awareness of the effect of this decision has had on all of the Radnor community, both past and present. I understood the need to move on from the Native American imagery that has been with the school since the 1960s. Most seem to be in agreement with this matter. The elimination of the Raider seems to have gone against most and caused a large divide in the community. As an alumnus, I would feel a disconnect from Radnor High School if the school board stays with the decision to retire the Raider. From what I am seeing on social media, this seems to be a feeling many alumni have as well. Our town is a place many stay and raise their families. My family has been here since the 1950s. Being a Raider is a connection we can all have together. Seeing comments on social media from current students, you see a divide that should not be happening. Some of the discussions online are heated and sometimes disrespectful on both sides. It does not seem a majority of the current students had much of an opportunity to voice their opinions and or discuss together. This is not something any school wants, especially during such an abnormal school year. Many of the current students feel lost. So many things have been taken away from them this year. Having this taken from them just adds to the hurt. I believe keeping the Raider but rebranding to a new logo or mascot is a fair compromise that may help repair the community. Many have voiced their support of the solution, including Chief Vitox's son, Tim. As pointed out to many, the term Raider is not offensive, and many high school, colleges, and professional teams currently use Raider. An example of a school that has a similar history with Raider and Native American imagery is Colgate University. They became the Raiders in the early 1900s. They did not have any mascot or logo from what I can tell early on. In the 1930s, they became the Red Raiders because an announcer was referring to their team colors. From various online sources, After the adoption of a Native American mascot, the school debated changing the name and mascot in the 1970s out of sensitivity to Native Americans. At that time, the nickname was retained, but the mascot was changed to a hand holding a torch. In 2001, the administration acknowledged concerns that the adjective red still had a Native American implication, and the school shortened the nickname to the Raiders, starting in the 2001-2002 school year. A new mascot was introduced in 2006. This decision was made by students, faculty, and staff, not a select few. I believe this shows change of the mascot logo can be successfully accomplished as long as all are involved. It would be great if we came together as a community over this issue. As noted, there seems to be a great divide and hurt with the current decision by the school board. Keeping the Raider name without Native American imagery seems to be one, if not most seem to agree as a fair and reasonable solution. I appreciate all the efforts and time the school board has put into this year. Thank you. Next comment is from Margaret Pancoast, Finley Martin, and Edward Martin, Maggie Finley, and Eddie Martin from 232 Barcladden Circle, Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. Dear RTST and Superintendent Ken Batchelor, sorry, the page keeps skipping, I apologize. Please allow the student body and alumni to vote on the name for Radnor schools and include the Raider as an option. I, for one, would love to see the name Raider continue. Westchester Henderson kept the name Warrior and hope that we can do the same. There's a beautiful history in Radnor, and I've always been proud to be part of the Radnor community since 1965. All of my 8 siblings graduated from Radnor, and we were all involved with the school sports programs. Thank you. Next comment is from George Hobson, 383 Wildhaven Road. Being a resident of Radnor for 75 years and a former student, athlete, educator, and coach in the Radnor School District, I am passionate about keeping the word Raider as part of our identity and name. I'm asking you to include the name Raider when names are being considered. I also feel the entire student body should be involved in the total process along with some alumni. This process could be managed by the student government as they were selected by the students. This should not be a decision made by a small select groups of individuals. Many people, including myself, were unaware that the vote on eliminating the imagery also included eliminating the name Raider. This has created a great deal of dismay and anger within the community. I feel that involving the student body, the entire student body, and alumni would help to create unity within the school and the community. Please do the right thing. Next comment is from Tori DiCarlo, RHS student. I'm a senior this year at Radnor High School. My entire family has grown up in Radnor with traditions we can all relate to, specifically our Radnor pride. We emulate our spirit through our cheers, through our clothing, and through our willingness to give back to the community. We connect through our learning experiences, teachers, and memories. Having our Raider mascot connects all of the current students and alumni to a unified spirit through which we support one another. The Radnor Raider demonstrates our unity, effort, and determination within the community. It means a great deal to us to keep the name and to display the name with an appropriate, non-offensive mascot. This is an opportunity for all of us in Radnor to learn and grow as one with our strong Raider identity in whichever positive way we choose to display such. Thank you for listening and your thoughtful considerations. Next comment is from Justin Henry, 98 grad, 307 Overhill Road, Wayne. The Radnor alumni are part of a rich history and tradition, a community, a fabric that binds us all together. One that is difficult to explain or describe in words to those who have not attended Radnor schools. For those who have just graduated, to those who have graduated decades and centuries ago, this is a tie that binds us alumni together for the rest of our lives. As such, I fully believe that the student body and our alumni should decide the future of the nickname. To those past and present students, we lived it, we breathed it. We earned it, the pride of being a Radnor Raider. The prefix Red has always been dropped from the name, although it had no reference to any one group of people, rather a reference to the designated school colors, designated red and white in 1897. Without any reference to a color or specific mascot referencing a group of people, there appears no reason that the name Raider has to be eliminated as well. I encourage the entire school board to please allow the Raider name to be considered as a choice by the students. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment is by Nicholas Hart, 520 Meadowbrook Circle, Wayne. I'm writing to share a group letter signed by members of our community asking you to allow the Raider name to be a choice for the students who vote on during the renaming process. I've attached a spreadsheet showing the names of the people who have signed along with their personal comments for your consideration. We have received 391 signatures within just 48 hours. We will continue to track the support for considering the Raider name. Dear members of the school board and Superintendent Batchelor, this is the letter. We have undersigned parents, students, alumni, and members of the Radnor community are asking for you to consider allowing the Raider name to be an option during the renaming process. We are requesting the Raider name to be offered as a choice for students during the vote to choose the new name. This way, their voices can be heard on this issue. As we write this, more than 1,700 students and community members have signed a petition started by a Radnor High School senior to keep the name Raider. We feel it is not the board's place to vote to remove the Raider name. This decision should have been done by a committee, including members of the student body, alumni, and the community. By taking this vote, you have made our name transactional and have now set the precedent that a future board can change the name again with one vote during one meeting. Chief Emerson Metoxen, own son, Tim Metoxen, has commented on his desire to keep the Raider name, stating in an email to an alumni, which he gave us permission to share. Quote, I have no problem with retaining Raiders, red and white colors, and just eliminating all imagery relating to Native Americans. To my recollection, this was the situation we were there. It's unfortunate that many years later has decided to include the mascot, etc., even if it was not intended to relate to my dad or Chief as you knew him. He also writes, he, quote, appreciates your input in an attempt to honor Chief. Sadly, it's been construed the wrong way by many, given the inclusion of the imagery. I told my sister and niece I stand in the middle of this subject. I feel the name Raiders is rather general, and any association of it with Indians will fade. Therefore, I'm not opposed to keeping the tradition, end quote. The board heard this matter in 2013. At the time, Principal Mark Schellinger presented to the policy committee that the students had decided to remove the Native American mascot, but keep the name Raider to respect our community's traditions. At that time, board member Chuck Madden suggested the alumni also have a voice in this decision. Instead of voting on the matter, you should have given direction to the administration to come up with a plan between the students and the alumni. The board does not own Radnor High School's history and tradition. It is a steward and curator. The community owns the history, and it is our place to determine how our community is represented. Many school districts across our nation have dealt with this issue. Excuse me. Most recently, Westchester B. Reed Henderson High School's principal, Jason Sherlock, a former Radnor teacher, sent a letter to members of the school community to announce that the school would be keeping the nickname Warriors for its sports teams. Sorry. Something he said the majority of staff, students, and alumni favored. What the school will discontinue, however, is any imagery that would somehow tie the Warrior name to Native Americans. He felt the students would be responsible for choosing the new imagery, writing, "We are all warriors, and we have been warriors in a proud tradition for many years." But this is a new step in creating a fully inclusive community. Like Radnor, their Warrior name has a strong history dating back to the 1800s. He stated, quote, "I am interested what the students come up with," he said. Quote, "It's their school." We ask that you listen to the 1,700 people and counting that support keeping the Raider name. We ask that you consider Tim Metoxen's views on the name Raider. We urge you to follow Henderson's example and let the students decide. We respectfully request that the Raider name be included in the options presented. Next comment is Catherine Lynn Mazzino from 46 Berkeley Road, a 1987 graduate. I am a 1987 graduate from RHS. It is disturbing to me that we are in the middle of a worldwide pandemic and yet money is being wasted on this topic. Don't change history, keep the Raider and Radnor. Want to get rid of the mascot? Fine, do it and be done with this insanity. Personally, I'm so sick and tired of watching the youth of today find irrelevant topics to dispute and watching parents forget how to parent. Radnor Raiders forever. Seriously, don't be ridiculous. Get back to educating children, supporting teachers as they are currently reinventing the wheel on exactly how and what teaching should look like, and continue to be safe. Next comment. Honey Wittoff, RHS student. I am the senior at Radnor High School who started the petition to keep the Raider nickname, but associate with a new non-Native American mascot. I am writing to request that you allow a new mascot with the Raider nickname as one of the new mascot name choices for students to decide on. As you are reading this, my petition, linked below, has over 1,700 signatures. The initiative to keep the Raider name has gained adequate media attention through my interview with a local news station, as well as through articles written by local newsletters. The yard signs that read, "Change the mascot, keep the name, keep the Raider and Radnor," sold out so fast that we needed to order more. If this overwhelming response from the Radnor community has proven to me anything, it's that Radnor cares deeply about fostering our school's identity. but doing it in a way that is respectful to Native Americans. Through research, I have learned that of the hundreds of schools across the nation that have a Raider name associated with different mascots, such as Vikings, Pirates, Birds, etc., I've also seen how similar issues have been handled on a college level. William and Mary, for example, retired its Native American imagery while keeping its tribe nickname and associating it with a new mascot, the Griffin. There are solutions out there that have been done and done well. Ultimately, I am writing to you because I truly love my school. I know that being a Raider has a meaning that goes far beyond school spirit. It means being part of a community that cares for you. I'm writing to you because one day, when I am an alumni visiting my high school, I wish to feel the same sense of home I've always felt as a Radnor Raider, as well as a sense of pride for being part of a school that chose to respectfully compromise. I urge the school board to take the opportunity to educate students like myself on how we can promote open-mindedness and unity. Thank you. Next comment is Thomas A. Bolden, 604 Kirsch Avenue, Wayne. As a Radnor graduate class of 1978, a parent of recent Radnor graduate and resident of Radnor, I am writing to express my belief that the Raider name should remain. I find the board voting on this issue during a pandemic to be curious and improper. This is too important an issue to have a stacked comment section during the earlier limited board meeting. I cannot imagine being on a board and voting on such an important issue without doing the proper due diligence investigation. The board did not have any clue what the cost would be to change not only the name and the mascot. I do not know how you spend your own money, but when you are spending taxpayer dollars, you should have some basic knowledge of the cost of your vote. The process is you have the information before you vote, not afterwards. It seems in the rush of acquiescing to a small but very vocal group, the school board did not follow proper procedure. Shame on the board and the solicitor for not doing your jobs properly. The actions of the school board raise several questions. What will the eventual cost be of changing the name and mascot? What would the cost be of just changing the mascot? Were any family members or board members involved in the push to change the name? If the answer to number 3 is yes, then why did those board members not recuse themselves? Were surveys taken on these issues? Surveys of students, surveys of taxpayers, surveys of alumni. Did the board consider the impact of a name mascot change on relations with the alumni? Did the board consider how the changes might influence alumni support and giving? Next comment is Art King, class of 1963, 2424 Tiger Lane, Richland, Washington. Board members, I am one of 4 King boys, all known as Kingy, who were Radnor Raiders from the class of 1950 to 1963. Between us, I would estimate we had over 18 varsity letters. I can assure you the only vision we had in mind when the Raider name came up was our teammates and whoever was wearing the Raider uniform, no matter if the skin shade was darker than ours or the name ended in a vowel. Whatever inequities may have existed in our nation and our community did not exist in that Raider uniform. I understand the name has been changed because there's somehow a racist connotation involved. The Raider name as we knew it then was just the opposite. Whatever bigotry and biases individuals may have had, it was left behind once the Raider uniform went on. Whenever the Radnor Raider name comes up, I envision the Dean brothers, the Hobson and Ben brothers, the Iacone brothers, as well as the Riggio brothers, Vincie Capelli, John Simpson, and so many others with varied backgrounds who came together as a team to do their best they could do to win, because that was our tradition. The Radnor Raider was the community melting pot. I would urge you to return the Radnor Raider name to honor what it has always represented as I knew it, equality. It represented equal opportunity even when there was a challenge in our society. I recall seeing a picture somewhere in the Radnor 100th anniversary book of a mascot in a headdress. To the best of my knowledge, there was no tradition involving Native Americans as a mascot. If that's the issue, then I would just suggest eliminating that reference and go back to the original tradition of the Raider name alone. I thank you for allowing this input and hope you reconsider any actions involving a name change. Radnor has a long history filled with great school traditions. The Raider name is one of them. Next comment is Ralph A. Gray, class of 64, chairperson of AARHS, 738 Oakview Road in Ardmore, PA. Dear members of the Radnor Board of School Directors, the Alumni Committee of the Alumni Association of Radnor High School, AARHS, is concerned with the process the school board followed leading up to the decision to eliminate the Raiders, I mean Radnor Raiders, I believe, moniker at a special meeting of the board that concluded on September 2nd, 2020. Please note that we are not addressing the elimination of the Native American imagery. We understand the reason for that decision, which has been a topic of discussion over a number of years. Our concerns include the following. 1, the public comment and decision was made over the summer during a global pandemic when school was on in session and when many families, residents, and alumni were on vacation and quote unplugged. 2, the community debate was conducted primarily on social media outlets such as Facebook and Twitter. 3, at no time did the school board seek input from ARHS. 4, the Radnor High School student body as a whole was bypassed. 5, the campaign to remove the Radnor Raiders nickname was a matter of changing horses midstream. That was quote. The original issue was the elimination of the Native American imagery. However, that changed to include a movement to remove the Radnor Raiders nickname. 6, the lack of a measured decision-making process and protocol for addressing issues of this magnitude has caused a rift among current students, alumni, and the Radnor community. We recommend the following. 1, that the student government, members of which are the elected representatives of all Radnor students, discuss the issue, consider pros and cons, listen respectfully to all points of view, hold the student body, and make recommendations to the high school administration and superintendent of schools. As a result, all students will have the opportunity to have a voice. 2, that the school board form an ad hoc committee comprised of representatives of the student body, alumni, faculty, booster clubs, coaches, and high school administration to address all aspects of the issue, including research into the topic, financial considerations, rationale, and impact on the Radnor community. This committee would prepare a report and make recommendations to the school board and superintendent of schools. As longtime Radnorites, we have been accustomed to past Radnor school boards that have sought to build consensus by seeking input from stakeholders in various constituencies before arriving at an informed and thoughtful decision free of emotion. The lack of an inclusive process has sown the seeds of division. If there had been a dialogue and protocol to guide steps forward, then the current atmosphere of rancor and discord would have been avoided. It is imperative that our elected school board reset the process and restore harmony to the Radnor community. Next comment is by Mike Falcone of 312 Joseph Drive, Westchester. The Radnor Has-Beens organization was founded in 1945 as an effort to bring together former Radnor Raider football players. Raider alumni are eligible to join the group after they have been out of high school for 5 years. Each year, the group meets for dinner the evening before their Radnor Lower Merion game to be reacquainted with old friends and to share stories of their past trials and tribulations on the field. The dinner typically attracts between 80 to 100 former players and coaches and is always held at the Wayne IAC. At our most recent dinner in 2018, we had members from as far back as the class of 1945 and as recently as the class of 2010. I have served on the committee since 1985 along with Bill Dominic and Frank McAleer, who have both copied on this email. As representatives of this organization and with the blessing of our membership, we would like to strongly urge the board to reconsider the decision to change the school's nickname from Raiders. While we recognize the current Red Raiders name and Native American imagery invoke very strong negative feelings among some of our community, we believe the board acted very hastily in making their decision and did not recognize how strongly our group and a huge majority of Radnor alumni are and always will be Radnor Raiders. On behalf of the Has-Beens, who would ask the board to consider a compromise that being keeping the Radnor name, the Raider name, and dropping the imagery. We appreciate all that you do continually to make our school system one of the very best in the state, if not the country. Thank you for your consideration of our request. Next comment is Eliza McClatchy of 177 Brookley Road, Bryn Mawr. I hope the board strongly considers reevaluating the decision to remove the Raider name, as I do not believe the process in which it came to a decision last month was fair and just. This decision was made without consideration to the majority, and furthermore didn't address how much money all the rebranding would cost and who in fact would be responsible for that cost. As a Radnor taxpayer living at 177 Brookley Road, I absolutely do not want my tax dollars used to remove a word that is neither offensive or problematic. An appropriate compromise would be to remove the Native American imagery and to allow the current student body to come up with a new mascot, options, imagery, and vote on a winner. To say that the Native American imagery would forever be associated with the term Raider is nothing short of complete nonsense. This decision should have been made with input from current coaches, all of the student body, and former alumni, and/or Radnor taxpayers. It should not have been made by a board that is not remotely made up of equal representation of the majority. If I have learned nothing else from this, I will be sure to be much more aware of which board members that I vote for going forward. Thank you, Nancy M., who clearly understands the bigger picture of all this. We very much appreciate that you did not succumb to the ridiculous notion that the term raider was or is offensive or derogatory, and that we in fact can successfully move forward with all imagery while keeping our beloved name. Please get it right this time around. Raiders forever. Next comment is Mark Schellinger, former RHS principal. Dear Radnor Township School Board, thank you for your sincere efforts on behalf of the members of the Radnor community. The purpose of this letter is not to pit one side against another. There's more than enough of that. It needs no assistance. No one comes at this with malicious intent. All concerned wish to make both Radnor better, while not losing the essence of Radnor, which to me always been the ability to find a common ground and always attempt to do the right thing, keeping all reasonable interests in mind. There was an article from 2013 where I evidently and unilaterally got rid of the raider. Not that this press ever gets anything wrong, but the article was more than a bit misleading. I may have done things my own way as the principal of Radnor High School, but neither I nor any other high school principal makes a rebranding decision for this or any district. What I did do was make the school-based decision to get rid of a particularly offensive Native American costume, just that costume, not the branding of the district. I did suggest that we simply refer to ourselves as the Raiders, eliminating the Red Raider moniker. I also suggested that as our sports teams got new uniforms, we grandfather ourselves away from the Native American imagery and move towards a non-ethnic based symbol. And this is all abstract symbolism, quite frankly. The past year, I assisted the high school wrestling team, and we used the Radnor academic crest on new warm-ups we purchased. Honestly, what is on a uniform is rarely of note. While the name Radnor High School has great meaning to many, the Raider mentioned in the article somehow found its way to an unnamed dumpster. The very tongue-in-cheek reference to the Raider being retired via the yearbook was simply an offhand joke that those in the room that night were aware of, but evidently the author of the article missed. My belief from my new seat in the peanut gallery is that moving in this direction both eliminates the Native American imagery while also maintaining the tradition of Radnor celebrates in so many positive ways. There are, of course, a number of particulars, and people can and should weigh in on this, but I believe it can be done. Possibly being Radnor High School for this year affords the board time now for more pressing issues and gives all concerned time to think and not react. Moving away from abstract symbolism to concrete action in tune with today's legitimate issues, I would offer that rather than spending what I would estimate to be almost $1 million to rebrand the district, we create a fund to further support the fine work of the ABC House, maybe even expand it. Radnor is an amazing place. Simply put, I love Radnor High School. It is such a special school. People can and should disagree. Dissent is American, and it is encouraged. There can be a non-ethnic based school symbol that keeps the name Raider. That is my opinion. Thank you for your work as volunteers. This should be something people are reminded of. You all do this. And those of you I know this to be true because you believe in Radnor as I and so many others do. And yes, I do disagree with you on occasion, but hopefully with poise and respect. Next comment is by Tori Robinson of 200 Pennsylvania Avenue. As a Radnor resident and a family of Radnor alumni going back 80 years, I would like the board to consider all the voices that care about our Radnor Raider heritage. Although in current events, we are evolving as a nation and we want to be part of that movement, but canceling everything is not the way to go. I am a firm believer that we define what the name Raiders mean. Living here and being part of the Radnor community, I know we support, respect, and love each other, even when we disagree. This is why I work hard to keep my children and grandchildren in this township. We unite when neighbors need help. This is what is reflected in our town and supporting events. It's not about an image of an Indian. We can evolve as a district by educating our students on the real history of our nation. This is a firm way to develop good people, good hearts. I'm hoping that the board reconsider the decision and keep the Raider name and retire the Indian. The next comment is by Kyle Addis of 511 Askin Road. Good evening. After taking some time to digest the board's decision to retire the Raiders nickname from Radnor, there are many questions that I still can't seem to find an answer to. What exactly was the reason for the removal of the name Raiders? It clearly has nothing to do with its definition or its origins, all of which are inoffensive and unrelated to any specific group of people. Was it the worry that the link between the name and the imagery would never fade? If this is the case, it tells a lot about what you think our community is made of. To set the Radnor students, alumni, and families to that low of a standard is embarrassing. To think we could not separate ourselves from a few feathers and successfully rebrand is sad and quite honestly pathetic. We are taught through our years in Radnor schools to respect what came before us and to be open to change when it is necessary. And it is unfortunate that the majority of the board wasn't able to see it this way too. But maybe the reason for the removal of the name was simply politics. The current climate in our country has made its way into our conversations when there's nothing to do with any injustices or political agendas at all. But it looks like most of you took down that path anyway, which is wrong. The 8-to-1 vote spoke to us very clearly. You stripped thousands of students, alumni, and Radnor families of a nickname that we all define so well. You turned that definition to a negative instead of embracing that name, and has positively identified and unified our Radnor community for nearly 100 years. You all may not seem as a negative, but the community stands divided at this moment. How is it that only one board member was thinking with the same logic as the thousands that have signed petitions, written comments, sent emails, and proudly represented the Radnor Raiders since the 1930s? Something seems off. I urge you to reconvene on this topic and create a plan to successfully reinstate the Raiders name into our Radnor community. Real leaders can admit when they have made a mistake. Take the lead and reconsider this vote. The next comment is Holly Whittaff of 853 Milmer Road. I am writing to urge the board to help support the Radnor community in keeping the name Raider. Despite my nostalgic feelings about the decision as a mother of 2 Radnor High School students, my first concern is for the mental health of my children. Recalling specific positive memories and happy life experiences during adolescence may help teens fortify their resilience and reduce the risk of depression later in life, according to a new study, Asklund et al. 2019, led by researchers from the University of Cambridge. Raiders young and old realize that Radnor has given us a gift, the gift of trusting that we are in a unified, unique community, the gift of positive memories that stand the test of time. Now we have a negative memory that taints the identity and experiences we hold dear to us. Have you ever been to a Radnor all-class reunion and seen the camaraderie spanning across decades of graduates? Have you watched students embrace Spirit Days and LM Week, the joy they feel in expressing their school spirit together? Have you witnessed the dedication of students, parents, and alumni in supporting the RTSD opportunities and events that the community values? Hours of studying, participating in sports clubs and performances, and donating time and talent are fueled by our Radnor spirit. Our dedication and love for Radnor distinguishes us from other schools. Despite any dictionary definition, these are the qualities that define a Raider. Please help the Radnor community continue to make positive memories and keep the old ones alive by preserving the history of our school. Being Raiders is our identity, and taking it away will crush our distinctive school spirit, embrace a compromise, and show that we are truly the unique standout school and community that we all hold so close to our hearts. Forever a Raider. Next comment is Steve Gallo of 115 Lowry's Lane.
Mr. Dukevich, about how many comments do you have left? Just because you've been reading for, I don't know, a little less than about an hour.
It looks like I have 10 left.
Okay. All right, great. Let's just continue on. Thank you. You're doing a great job, by the way. Thank you.
You're kind. Next comment, Steve Gallo. My name is Steve Gallo, and I'm a Radnor graduate from the class of 2009. I'm a 3rd-generation Raider, and I live at 115 Lowry's Lane, Bryn Mawr, PA. I know this is a decision that is hard for the school board to make at a time like this in our country, where we have been riddled with this horrible virus that has changed all of our lives, and we're completely divided as a country with the upcoming election. I feel like this is a chance for our school board to give everyone a chance to be happy and feel like we have been heard by the community. By removing the imagery and keeping the name Raiders, we can appease both sides of this fight. Those in favor of removing any racial imagery have been heard.
and by keeping the name, the other side still gets a victory too. At a time when our entire country is divided, we don't need our residents and students to be divided as well. And this topic has divided us and caused so much hate online. The Raider tradition precedes all of us and our time in Radnor. Those of us who have spent our whole lives here have been Raiders before we even stepped foot in school, going to the LM games to root our Raiders on. I propose to keep the Raider name, but unlike last time, don't make the logo a simple R. Create a new mascot to attach to the Raider name. In 2013, I believe the school board voted to remove Native American imagery, but as the years progressed, that R turned into an R with feathers, and the Native American imagery returned. Instead, this time, keep the name, but brand it with a new logo, a pirate ship, something new and far removed from anything that resembles Native American ties. I understand how the imagery we have used has offended Native Americans, and hence the decision to remove the logo. I, however, do not understand how the term Raider is racist. Every Google search and dictionary I have looked at has not yelled any results from the term Raider having underlying racial meanings towards Native Americans. We created this logo to honor Chief Metaxen, not to discriminate him and his people. It's time to retire the logo, but keep our history. Adapting and changing is a part of life, but doing so while preserving our history is important. I don't think many of these people who want to rid the Raider name understand the pride us Raiders have from generations of being Raiders. It seems like a lot of people who want this change haven't spent generations in our town and don't understand the pride we have in being Raiders. I have 2 younger siblings in Radnor High School currently, and I have been a volunteer coach in the Radnor Township Basketball League for many years. And from what I have gathered from my siblings, their friends, and from my student athletes, is they don't want this change. I implore you to reconsider keeping the Raider name and rebranding it with a new logo. Let's find another Radnor hero we can honor along the way if we can. I hope tonight your decision brings our community closer together instead of further apart. Next comment is Stan Lindgren, 27 North Woods Road. Resumption of interscholastic athletics cannot be discussed without considering under what name Radnor athletes will rally. I am writing in support of the Keep the Raider nickname, but associated with a non-Native American mascot petition organized by an RHS student. The hastily called August 4th board meeting to discuss the Radnor for Reform petition was a disservice to Radnor High School students and the community. Much of Radnor was focused this summer on managing family and personal affairs through the pandemic, and therefore not prepared to respond to a campaign that relied on special access to the board and the coordinated use of major media to frame the issue in a singular way. Nevertheless, an RHS student-initiated Keep the Raider name and logo petition exceeded the signatures on the Raider for Reform open letter and petition. The board action on the special meeting on September 2nd, eliminating Native American imagery and the Raider name, further highlighted the disconnect between the board and the Radnor community. The subsequently initiated Keep the Raider nickname petition has over 3 times the support of the Radnor for Reform petition. And going beyond simply removing Native American imagery and voting to remove the Raider nickname and the board's petition is by all evidence at odds with the community and RHS student opinion. The decision to cancel the Raider name was devoid of reason. Raider has no intrinsic association with Native Americans. Its use in Radnor far predates usage of Native American imagery and is widely used throughout the country with other mascots and symbols. Fallout from the board's action has been a swift and intense kerfuffle. In a time when Radnor needs to pull together, students are warning each other on social media, competing change.org campaigns are being launched, and our athletes may be starting a season without a team name. Those making such important decisions should actively seek community input through forums, surveys, and other fair means, not act over summer break and the behest of a narrow constituency. I urge the board to hold the September 2nd action until students, alumni, and the greater Radnor community can be fully and properly heard on this topic and a compromise resolution considered. Next comment is by Chelsea Anderson of 418 South Davids Road. I write to implore you to return the Raider name without Native American associations to Radnor schools. My husband and I graduated from Radnor High School in 1987, and 2 of our sons are recent RHS graduates. Our 3rd son plans to graduate this coming spring. We are Raiders raising Raiders, so to speak. We think of our own days as Radnor Raiders so fondly. Our hard work in the classroom and on the playing field was enriched by the lifelong friendships we made with classmates. These experiences forged strong bonds and a commitment to a tradition of both excellence and community service among us all. As we came to understand what it meant to be Radnor Raiders, we have proudly passed on to our subsequent generations of Radnor Raiders. Furthermore, as a graduate of the College of William & Mary, I know firsthand that it is possible for a school to preserve the tradition of its name, yet dispense the Native American symbols and imagery. William & Mary is still the tribe, yet a mythical griffin graces its football sidelines and appears on various gear and memorabilia. I believe that the Radnor Raider name should live on. It is important not to tear things down that unite us. Next comment is by Ellie Davis, RHS student. Hello, RTSD School Board. I hope you are all doing well. I'm excited to get back into school this Friday. Thank you for all of your work you're doing to make this possible. I have two topics to address in my comment. First, it has come to my attention that in a letter, which I believe was produced by a woman named Kate Hart, advocating for reinstating the Raider name, my name is fraudulently signed. Next to my name, the comment reads, "I made a mistake," in quotes. I do not blame this fraudulence on the original author of this letter, as any person could have signed using my name. I just wanted you to know that, speaking for myself and the other students who are part of the Radnor for Reform group, if you see any of our names on any materials advocating for reinstating the Raider name, it is a false signature. For any change.org petition or open letter, I encourage you to look at a full list of individual names, not just the overall number of signatures, because in the case of this specific letter, there are several signatures with just the letter Y, and there are many repeat names. Secondly, on a more positive note, all the students of Radnor for Reform stand by the decision to retire the Raider name and logo. I know that you all have already thought long and hard about the reasons for why changing the name is so necessary, so I will not repeat them here. We're excitedly looking forward to hearing the administrator's plan for choosing a new mascot. Next comment is by Frank and Christine Oliver of 102 Valley Forge Terrace. Good evening. We recently became aware that a plan to allow the Radnor Actors Workshop fall play, stage crew, and Whose Line to meet this year has been denied by the administration. The plan included fully virtual, hybrid, and in-person options. Can you comment on why this decision was made? We spent a lot of time talking about sports and allowing kids to participate in them amid the pandemic, and we fully support these decisions and recognize the value and importance. However, we need to put as much focus on the non-athletic extracurricular activities and have open discussions and transparency when deciding why they are allowing or not allowing activities to proceed. Thank you for all you do for our children. Next comment is Patricia Constantinian. Members of the Radnor School Board. As some Radnor students are returning to their classrooms for hybrid instruction, there is a burgeoning movement to relax the guidelines for social distancing at school. It is the conviction of some parents that 4 feet of distance is more than sufficient spacing to prevent viral spread in a school setting. The 6 feet of distance and strict adherence to prevention and mitigation practices are excessive and may contribute to a decline in children's mental health. Mr. Mark F., a resident of Lower Merion who seems to have taken on a supporting and advising role to like-minded Radnor students, stated on the Open Radnor Safely Now Facebook page that working to relax a 6-foot distancing rule would be the next front in the fight. Care should be taken when speaking about relaxing guidelines in students' mental health. A strong desire to return to normalcy is understandable, but at what cost? Given the lack of consistent guidelines from the CDC, and there's a link for that, maintaining at least 6 feet of distance, especially in enclosed spaces, seems like the safest option as our ability to spend time outdoors diminishes due to colder weather. Epidemiologists and medical professionals are warning of renewed outbreaks in November. It serves no one, least of all our children, to hyperbolize normal feelings of sadness and grief connected with loss of mental health. Should a spike in COVID-19 cases affect the Radnor community, the trauma resulting from the loss of a classmate, beloved teacher, or family member to an illness for which there is no medical treatment will certainly do far more lasting damage. Together with many other Radnor parents, I strongly urge continued caution and steadfast adherence to existing guidelines of disease prevention and mitigation until such time as evidence-based and vaccine-supported methods of more fully reopening schools becomes available. Next comment is by Armin Voskurgian of 783 Robin Hood Road. Mr. Batchelor, I'll be brief. I read your email earlier this week, and although it doesn't affect my children, decided to educate myself on the steps being taken to screen students, educators, and employees of RHS during phase 2. I don't know what I was expecting, but if I understand the approach being taken, The only screening measure is a checklist questionnaire with a series of signs and symptoms, which, if exhibited, instruct individuals to not attend school and instead seek medical attention. The schools are relying on self-reporting from a group that is very motivated in returning to school, some of them, quote, by any means necessary. Besides random temperature monitoring, there is no testing for the virus and there is no monitoring of room air oxygen saturation. There's no way to capture asymptomatic carriers who, once introduced into the system, will spread the virus within the school. Has the school prepared any method of contact tracing once an infection is identified? Basically, the hope is that face masks and, quote, social distancing, as much as can be expected for high school students, and recent efforts are trying to further reduce this to 4 feet or less, in addition to honest self-reporting of symptoms, assuming those that are affected are actually symptomatic, will be enough to prevent any infections at RHS. This optimism is amazing. I wish the district much luck in their efforts. I'm wondering if form letters would have been drafted to address the occurrence of the first infection, the first hospital admission, the first ICU admission, or the first death. I hope it never comes to anything as dire as that. Yesterday, the Washington Post published an article that investigates the link between the CDC's moving goalposts in terms of reopening schools and pressure from this administration. It's all fun and games, camaraderie and team building, scholarships and college applications until someone gets sick, until someone becomes debilitated and can't participate, until someone ends up not being with us anymore. I wish we didn't have to deal with COVID-19 and could just magically think it away, but we can't. It's here, and we all have to deal with it in a scientific manner. I'm very glad that you have kept the virtual option open to all families that want to take advantage of it, and will be monitoring the interaction so that both in-person and virtual students are treated equally. Next comment is by Amy Schwartz of 54 Wentworth Lane. I'm writing to you to thank you for your hard work and tireless efforts. I have athletes and I have artistic children. I find you will make the right decision based on metrics and numbers to allow sports to occur, so I'm actually writing to you about theater, the sport of the arts. Drama teacher Brian Dietzler proposed a comprehensive fall play and improv show plan that can work virtually or in hybrid. I am of the understanding he picked a perfect play for the endeavor as well. He proposed it August 31st and was told it won't run because he was told there is an inequitable plan for all performing arts, that the play won't run. He created what he thought would be a great plan that could flex to hybrid or virtual, and others in the artistic arena did not compile something. The drama department now has to wait and hope for another plan. It is the equivalent of telling all sports teams they cannot run until all sports have a plan, hopefully by spring. One of our children was part of the Upper Darby summer stage program this year that had to be virtual, and it was a success and well done and a great experience for her. Thanks for considering the department's creative needs to allow some normalcy back for our artistic kids and thinking outside of the box. All right, next comment is by Steve Sherry of 9 Grant Lane. Steve Sherry. Board members, I'm the president of the Radnor Ice Hockey Club, which oversees the girls varsity, boys varsity, and JV ice hockey teams. I echo the comments supporting resuming practice and games for all fall sports teams. By the metrics, we are now in a place where we can safely resume these activities, and we should take advantage of this opportunity. Ice hockey is a crossover sport playing in both the fall and winter seasons. Hockey is also considered an indoor sport. We have worked closely since August with the RHS Athletics Department and administration, but are awaiting guidance when we can begin voluntary practices. As a club, we have large financial payments that are now due for ice rental. The rinks that our players practice in are 50,000 square foot facilities with massive air circulation systems. The Radnor Ice Hockey Club has a COVID policy in place that conforms to the RHS guidance. The rinks all have COVID policies in place that require mask usage, social distancing while off the ice, temperature checks, etc., that all follow and comply with the Radnor Athletics guidance. Furthermore, USA Hockey, an organization that oversees all sanctioned US hockey activities, has completed extensive studies concerning player risk during the pandemic. They have determined, and the study supports the safe return to playing hockey under their outlined policies. To summarize a couple of the main points. Player close proximity to another player during a game has been determined to be less than 3 minutes during a game due to the fast pace of the game. Secondly, USA Hockey also states, again, due to the fast pace, the amount of airflow through a player mask is also a sufficient deterrent. The bottom line is that many private club teams have all returned to play. Many of our high school competitors have plans in place to resume practice. Without a decision to play, we are falling behind other teams. Equally important, there's a financial piece which we must solve concerning league fees and ice rental. Without a state decision, we are not in a position to make the necessary decisions, and as such, our 45+ athletes are losing out. Please include ice hockey in your decision and allow our players to begin practice as scheduled. Our next comment is by Gail Morrison of 111 Poplar Avenue. I'm forwarding the email below regarding the pilot program that secondary parents received at 7:30 p.m. this evening from Mr. Bechtold regarding 17 RMS and RHS teachers teaching their classes from home, not in the school buildings. While it is important to protect any medical vulnerable staff who could not take FMLA and have demonstrated their need to be at home in the district human resources office, I do not understand why parents were not advised about this with specifics on the impact of their children during open houses. I do not think the program should be a school year-long commitment, as the letter states. Cyberschooling has proven to be vastly inferior to in-class instruction. Stanford University's CREDO Institute proved in research across thousands of schools and millions of students that cyber school on average delivers half a typical year's reading gains and no gain at all in math. Students getting math online in the study might as well have not even been at school at all. They gain nothing. This can have grave educational and life path consequences. This is not what the Radnor School District collects taxes and spends $110 million a year to do. This can only be the district's instructional model in a true and dire emergency. Some districts, I believe Ridley Township is one, have existing cyber academies to stem the flow of students leaving for cyber charters because it's costly to their bottom line. Radnor should not and must not go down this road. We must remain committed to our buildings and in-person teaching and learning in the classroom. I am deeply concerned and disappointed parents are only learning of this pilot program now. If anything, we should be working to get away from hybrid to a 5-day-a-week in-building instruction, which would be safer and better academically. Comment from Kyle Addis of 511 Askin Road.
You already read his comment. He had an earlier public comment.
Okay, there's another one, but
Is it a second one or is it a repeat?
it's the second one.
Oh, no, you get one public comment per public comment period. Is that the last one?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dukevich, and well done. Sounds like you're battling a little stuffy nose there late tonight. Okay, so at the conclusion of public comment, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion from Nancy and a second from Lydia. All those in favor? To adjourn, Sarah, would you like to adjourn? All right, the motion passes 7-0 with, 8-0 with Ms. Dunn abstaining. All righty, good night, everybody. Thank you so much.